Oops. Okay. Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining us.
Yo, what's up? Hey, FPV. Hi, Cats.
Hey, Trotter.
Hi, Cats.
Hey, everybody.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us again on Cat Eyes Return. This evening, we're just going to have a flat earth open discussion. So, we're just going to chill, talk about whatever comes our way. There's a few things we can talk about, but I think Cat Eyes wanted to ask FPV a couple questions about some stuff, so I guess we could just get right into that.
Yes, of course I do. Okay, FPV, like we were talking. You talk about the halos, right? And you say that they're underneath the mountains. Is that correct? I'm trying to rephrase.
Above the mountains. Hold on, I'll get an image up for you.
What was the question? I'm sorry, I just kind of went away for a sec.
The question is about the halos. Okay, like they're underneath, right? Wherever they're at. And I was just mentioning them here in Arizona. We have a high peak. It's a very high peak mountain in Tucson. Mm-hmm. And I was asking him if there was one there because it's so high peak. And that was my question.
Very, very possible. If you notice in this image here, you've got the volcano approaching the center of the halo. But look on the distance, you see on the outskirts the curling around the edge of the halo, yeah?
Okay. So
yeah, in the center of it would be a mountainous kind of peak or a volcano, depending, I suppose, what type of what this hardware is doing. Depends on its configuration. Some seem to be mountains, some seem to be volcanoes.
Okay, so when it's a high peak, this is a high peak. Is it only one halo or can it be two? Like twins? Or can it just be one?
By side, stretching across the sky, it'll leave one and then go to another and around the sky. The sun actually goes around the edge of one and leave that one to move to another. That's where you see it going up and down slightly. If you look at, you notice with the eclipse, the moon in the eclipse, it kind of came down from the top right and left, bottom left. You can see it was actually losing altitude going down there. So they definitely go up and down.
Okay. So there can be a twin halo. Or what I'm trying to get is, instead of one, there's twins, okay? One on one side, one on the other side. Because on these peaks that I'm talking about, they're two, but not too far apart. Can there be twins?
Yeah, well, the halos only look a few miles wide anyway, these smaller ones.
Okay.
They could be like 5-10 mile wide, something like that, and then there'll be another one on the opposite side. Depending where if you look at, hold on, I'll get the image up and you'll see what I mean about there being like 32 for it to follow. Hold on.
Okay. So what's the difference between the high peaks mountains to Volcano underneath? What's the difference in the halos? Do they work the same? Do they work differently? Now, can there be
right, you can see that image. Right, you can see that image. Mm-hmm. So we've got the 48 on the external of that 8x8 grid. There's 32 on the internal. See them, yeah? Going on the internal. There's more than this. There's smaller ones. See here that we're trying to locate. These ones that you've seen on people's videos, and they call them sundogs. That'd be like it's maybe 5-6 mile in circumference. The halo on them. Looking at the size of them. If we can get people reporting them at the same time, and you'll be able to triangulate the size of one, then I don't think they're that big. I think they're about 5 or 6 miles in circumference. So there's quite a lot still to put on the grid.
Mm-hmm.
They're probably smaller than this. And yeah, so yeah, side by side, well, you can see with the configuration there what the configuration might be like. The sun will just go around the edge of them. But they also use these straight lines. So, get the sun go along these straight lines, these halos, and it'll go around the edge of these as well. That's when when you see it on those, you'll see it going around the edge of one of these. You get that?
Mm-hmm. Now, there has to be a different kind of halos too, because if we have them on land and these high peaks, mountains, and like the Grand Canyon as well, then we must have halos, okay, like the volcanoes, also underneath water. So you're saying they're all different halos, I hope I'm correct. Or are they all working the same, or are they working, I don't know, like together, differently, or what? I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah, if you look at that grid, not all of them on that grid aren't on at the same time. Okay. This is just to show you where they are. If it was summer, say, in the north, ones in the south would be shut down, and some of the ones on the north would be switched on to pull the sun northward. In summer, and same in the south. When it's winter in the north, the ones in the south will be on, and the ones in the north will be off. Further down, using the bottom half of the grid, if you know what I mean. Oh. And it's just switching between these, really, the sun. To give you your summers and your winters, your seasons. I would say most of them will be similar altitude, except the ones at the edges that seem to be a bit lower. Jumping up into the sky at Yuma in Antarctica. It's definitely jumping up from, say, here. It'll go up here. It'll go past Yuma here, and then it'll just jump into the sky and then start going around these halos. When you see it jumping into the sky, it's leaving this area here. It's going around these halos here. It's supposed to be going on.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense?
Yeah, it does make sense, but I still have that question. Because
which question?
I feel that they're differently in some way, because you have them on land and you have them in the ocean, the sea.
No, they're below ocean. They're below ground.
Yeah.
They're not in the water, they're below it.
Yeah. So, I mean, oh God, here comes the, but anyways, yeah, I feel that they're totally different for some reason. Don't know why, but
there'll be different ones. Like some will be doing rotating clockwise, some counterclockwise. These to others. Yeah, I would agree that they're doing different things like that. Yeah. Some will be spinning faster than others. The current flowing through them will be quicker.
Yeah.
That creates tornadoes.
Yeah.
Responsible for wind at the end of the day. The faster the current flows through that halo, the wind will go to it.
They must work the same, interact together the same, but in different wave level. I'm going to say a wave different. How do you say it? Wavelength?
Frequencies.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're probably on different frequencies and such.
Yeah. So, it's just dawned to me because we have these peaks here and going toward Tucson, which is 2 hours from where I live. And I'm always seeing them, and that's why I asked you that question earlier, because it dawned to me after what we were, knowing about the halos. And then, of course, we know about Grand Canyon. And then I just need to ask you about that. But something tells me that they connect in all the world that you have on the map here, right, showing right now. That they all connect somehow.
All connected, definitely, yeah. It's running like a big computer, basically, you know. It seems to be kind of computerized. Some will switch on, some will switch off.
It's like, for instance, one's working harder, the other one's working easy, and then they all work hard together. I don't know, I don't know. It's because the reason I'm asking this is because what I was telling you earlier, that I heard them speaking about, or someone had put in the chat saying that underneath there was an ancient halo. Now, I know a lot of them are ancient, if I'm correct. But this specific place, they didn't mention where it was at. All that he said was his ancient halos.
Well, it would make sense to me that, you know, there would be above land, above, up in the sky. You can observe the sun going around them, you know. So it's not random. It's definitely used by the sun and probably the moon. Of an altitude, apart from, I think, at the extremes like Antarctica, where they probably lower down.
Mm. Trotter, do you have any questions? Is he here?
No, I was just listening to what you're asking him. That's all.
It just, I don't know, it's just, I'm very curious. I'm just very, I don't know, how can I explain, like, about the halos? I'm still thinking about what I just said earlier. That's all. I mean,
I'll put the animation on that where you can see where it's projecting it. Hold on. Right, that one there, you can see the dotted line and the halo. They are parts we wouldn't see. All we can physically see is the piece that's on the ground. That's CERN on the ground there. That's part of CERN. So CERNs would be projecting one of those into the sky. You just can't see it unless there's straight area.
yeah. I'm trying to picture about the ancient, how they talked about it in the Bible and Enoch.
Look at this animation. It could be the moon going round two halos. Look there, it's just going round one. It's going round the next one. Could be wrong, you know, it could be a motor fault, but me there.
Mm-hmm.
And you see, so you know, the sun, all these sundog images. It's always the sun going around the edge of one. The other nodes as well. But they exist. You know, you can't hide these. They exist, and there's plenty of them.
Mm.
That's the technology there that would create it. The angel. That's the angel. Action technology using these two elements. CERN's is the same. If you look at CERN, you know, it's just two elements at the bottom. That's all. So reversing the flow around one seems to halo into the sky when it's connected to an external circle. That is, you know, it seems to project it into the sky.
Okay. It's just.
And to me, saying, there you go. That's what creates volcanoes. That's what creates your mountainous regions. Yeah, Swan, if he wants to join, cats. Lightning, you've got an origin now for lightning, where lightning's originated from. Could be from this halo in the sky that we can't see. Electricity on board, if it's electromagnetic projection, like, isn't it?
Yeah. If I can get her.
Can we call that? Hold on a sec.
Hey, Trotter. You're quiet. Why is that?
Right, I've just added one to the chat if she wants to jump in.
Okay.
Hi, One Conscience. How are you?
Hey, how are you guys?
Hey, Juan.
Hi, Juan.
How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you guys all doing?
Pretty good. Thank you for coming up on the panel again.
No problem. Thanks for asking.
Anytime.
Cool.
Yeah, all good. I'm just describing a few things in the video that Katz wasn't quite sure about, like where the halos are located in the sky and things like that. Just clarifying things, really.
Okay, cool.
So
I'll input.
if anyone's got questions or anyone in the chat on any of this video, now's the time to ask if we can get it all over in this one quick session. Other subjects, if you like.
I'm trying to.
Looking at there, something like that with pipework like CERN's using, and that's what's projecting the halo into the sky. And we've seen plenty of them now. It's not Scotch mist and it's not sun dogs. It's projection technology, definitely. You can't get away from it. The sun's always caught going on the edge of it.
Okay. Since you're studying or you're learning about volcanoes, tell me a little bit about it. I mean, because we're talking about the halos in different areas.
Okay. What I know about mostly earthquakes, but the volcanoes are tied in, is that there's a start point, and it's normally where these deep earthquakes happen. And I've been doing this for about 2 years, just following a guy who kind of teaches how to predict them. So it usually starts, most of the start point is I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. Most of the start point is around New Zealand, and they have a lot of deep quakes that happen north of there. So can you put your map on FPV so they can kind of see where I'm talking about?
Yeah, which map? Just the
basic
overview.
one. Just the basic one. Just the basic one with the grid and the triangles. Star.
There you go, one. Try that.
Okay, there we go. So New Zealand is over there on the southeast down there. There he goes. He's got his, so that's where they start typically most of the time. So they come up as deep quakes in the north, and they start to spread out to the west. So it follows his lines perfectly, is what we've learned, and we just learned this recently whenever I hooked up with him. And then at this point in the year, up here in Alaska is actually turned on. So when he's talking about turning on and off, right now Alaska's turned on. So if you were to go watch an earthquake live feed, you would see tons of earth. I think that Ginger's trying to call through maybe on my phone. I don't know why. I think he's calling that. Anyway, so right now Alaska's turned on, so it's getting swarms and swarms of earthquakes. So that's what he's talking about when he's saying that it's turned on in that area up there. And that also happens in New Zealand. It also happens up around, let's see, let me get on my earthquake. It's northwest of New Zealand and all those islands up there. That's another spot that it'll happen. These are the turn-on points that I've noticed. They're heavy and hard turn-on points. Also, we have along the Iran-Iraq border, and it follows the lines perfectly, heading up northeast. And then they kind of hit that middle point right there. So that starts at his 0, point, and it heads straight north. So when they hit that point, it's almost like a stop point. And I always put it as an X on the map, and I call it an X point because it terminates at those points. And I'm still trying to figure out, I think it kind of shoots up, or it goes over and hits the sides where we can't see, and because it always comes back on the other side over here to the west, and then starts shooting northwest and starts its procession into that side down the middle, hits the middle, and it's a termination point. Now with the volcanoes, they erupt along the way because what they do is they release the pressure that's all this flow of pressure. So they're releasing the pressure as they go. And as they release the pressure, the earthquakes will cease in that area. But when the volcano stops, it'll usually follow up with like a 5 or a 6 magnitude. And that's about all I have, unless you have more questions.
Now, since you're on the earthquakes, where do you live? In the east or the west?
I live in...
There's an image for you on, so you can speak over that one if you like.
Yeah, there we go. That's one of my things I sent to him. And what that actually is that he's showing is 7 days worth of earthquakes. So what he's focusing on, and I've highlighted it in colors, he's focusing on the ones that are around 10 kilometers deep. So I've done those in blue. So you can see the swarms of the blue are the activation of these areas. And then I have color coded it so that the yellow is between 50 and 100 kilometers deep. The orange is 100 to 150. The red is 150 to 200. And any purple dots is 200 kilometers or deeper into the earth. So we're following it week to week, and I'm doing one of these every Friday to kind of show how it's activating as it rolls across, and it'll actually show a trend as I do this more and more as for what seasons are coming in. And you can see how Alaska up there is really activated because it's throwing the cold air down into the United States, which is where I live. So it's completely activated, running from Alaska into the west. So, and then the same with over here, it hit up over by New Zealand, and you can see the path, how it's following over up into the Europe area, because they, I believe, are getting their winter as well, right? So, So that's kind of how I see it working with the stuff that I'm researching. And, you know, the other people, they're doing the halos in the sky and stuff, but it's all related from what I can see. You know, certain things turn on and then other events happen, and it all really follows each other, all the way down to including the weather and the lightning and the systems and stuff like that. So
it's a kind of magic. It is, isn't it?
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the correlation in data is amazing when you start looking at things like this. It's there's just this, you know, just showing you. We're watching trends in earthquake data and such, and it's, you know, it pans out along this grid perfectly.
Yep.
And things have gone offline. You know, to us, it's switching going on. Definitely switching.
Yep. And then, like you said, when we look at the 10-kilometer deep point, that is obviously an activation point. Something's going on and it's switching over, and it definitely follows a trend. So each week I'll be doing these and I'll be giving them to FPV, and eventually he'll do a simulation when we have enough data, and you can see it roll. You'll watch it kind of roll across and do what it does. It'll turn out really cool. So it's something to look forward to.
And SpaceX. This animation works.
Yeah.
Look, when the data's in, you know, and a big thanks to Ron FE as well. Ron, he's doing some amazing work in the background with us at the moment. When it's ready and there's some more data in on that, we'll show you that as well. That's kind of related to Ron's working with here. And Ron's trying to get into more of an automated mode so we can, you know, just record it daily, basically, automatic.
Well, the earthquakes.
So it's a lot to take on board, yeah. You know, we're not just looking at earthquake data and earthquake pressures and volcanoes and all kinds that are involved in this, you know. They're all related.
Yeah, they're definitely all related. I mean, volcanoes are already pushed up, but how they get there is probably the pressure pushing them up, because in New Zealand, I think last year or maybe 2 years ago, it was sometime after I started doing the earthquake thing, a very large earthquake hit in New Zealand, and it actually raised the ground 6 feet. And you can look that up. And that was just one earthquake. So
that angel's working very hard there. And it's like, you know, it makes it right. They're creating landmass. It raised it up 6 feet.
Yeah. Yeah, it did.
I knew I'd be right. Yeah, I knew I'd be right. It's definitely the angels doing this, the technology, the switching. You know, I suppose NASA's real role could iron these problems out a bit and make things a bit smoother. Isn't it? Politics and takeovers and all the rest of it. But yeah, I think that's what their real role is. It's care, maintenance, reverse engineering of this technology. That's what it looks like to me.
So plate tectonics is really the halos, active halos, perhaps.
It's probably like a section of them. You know, like they're loading a certain part of the grid will come online for, say, winter mode. That one over there, 2 over here, 6 over there. These lot will switch on, and similar in the south, I'm thinking it'll switch off. You can show that happening, you know, as you can watch it, say, over the space of a quarter of the year, say, every 3 months. But if you analyse this data round, then over the course of a year, it would be so predictable and obvious. You know, that's what we're looking at long term.
Yep. And then come springtime here, I live in the Midwest of the United States, so then I'll also be able to get hopefully some really cool footage of the sky as it, you know, activates when spring rolls in, because we get some pretty crazy weather and some pretty cool effects with our skies here. Anybody in the United States knows it'll turn like this green, and it makes the whole ground kind of glow green. So hoping to get some of that to kind of show it activating as well as the earthquake's happening.
Yes, there's a lot more going on in the background than you thought. There really is. You know, plus there's we're working with artists as well. He's you know, the presentations artists does with all the old ancient sites and such like that. He's going to plot them on this grid for us as well to see how they relate to this grid.
Yeah. So you live on the eastern or the western one? I think you live in.
Me,
Cali?
I live. No, I live in Illinois. It's Midwest.
Oh, that's right. Midwest.
Yeah, yeah. I live just about 3 hours south of Chicago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How was
So,
Pat?
any more questions on that part, Cats or Trotter, anyone? Even you one? Have you got any questions that you're not sure about?
Still thinking. Well, all the halos, they're all connected, and the earthquakes, the volcanoes, the mountains. Like I said, they all work together in different ways.
Except Merkaba. You see my mouse?
Mm-hmm.
That's where the sun comes. It comes up here. And it crosses over there. This is what it's doing. Currently, hold on a second, let's rewind this. Currently, believe it or not, for the past 5 days, hold on, let's get a bit with a map on. So I'm show you something. For the past 5 days, I've had a sun sitting hovering here. The sun sitting over here hovering by itself. That's going to sound weird. It came up here, and it's come up here and stopped there for the last 5 days, and it's still there today. Don't worry, I've got video to prove it. There's a sun parked there, just hovering right there. As the other one's still doing what it's supposed to be doing, you know. I'm going to show you this in the video that's going to come up, but it's just sitting here, parked up here, and it's been there now for 5 days. I'll show it you, and you'll see where you can see it radiating through the CGI fakery they're trying to hide it with. I'm not sure what's going on with this. That's unprecedented to me. I haven't seen that before. I've seen it stop there for like the odd hour, but not for 5 days. It's just really unusual. There is a full moon tonight, so it could be a full moon series of things going on here. I think it's or is it new moon? A new moon or the full moon tonight? I can't remember which. Or it's on the 18th thereabouts. So there's something going on in this corner at the moment that I'm trying to keep an eye on. But as one said, in the northwest corner, there's a lot going on as well. You know, volcanic theatre. It's all lit up at the moment around Alaska. You've seen that on that map.
Yeah, the volcanoes are lit up all over the plain. It's I'm not sure what, I mean, it's a lot of pressure transferring right now. So I think it's definitely the activation, and it's changing seasons all over. One part of it's going from hot, warm to cold, and the other part's going from cold to warm. So
yeah, I mean, the winter equinox, we're around about that now anyway. Plus, it's the 18th in UK now. So, yeah, there is switching definitely going on. We noticed this last year on the Mimic map. You can see this is when we caught the double helix on the Mimic map. I thought, yeah, there's definitely switch. Because normally you just see like half of the helix. And then, they would cut it out of the Mimic map. But when you see the double one, I thought, well, what was so special about the date on the double one? When you look, it was the winter equinox. It was like a big chain event of a switching going on. So we're expecting to see the same data this week. It's good that it's being recorded now. We'll catch it happening.
And something else I'm looking for coming up around Christmas would be larger earthquakes, because it happened last year. And the year before I wasn't as fluent in it, so I didn't really know what to look for. But last year I noticed the trend and I started realizing it. And in Africa especially, I think they got, I don't know, 8.0 or something on Christmas Day, I want to say. I mean, I'd have to go look it up, but I'm looking for something like that to happen as well, coming around the equinox and the Christmas and stuff, the solstice, I mean.
But one saying there is, yeah, it's becoming predictable. We can kind of predict what's going to happen now. You know, but after this, once we record this for a year, you'll be very good at predicting what's going on and where and weather patterns even. You know, it'll become that good in the end. So there's a lot to take into account, you know. We're forging ahead and we don't stop. We haven't give it time for much consideration. We're just grabbing the data any way we can and collate it, you know, record it once a week or whenever, and then make an animation from it and show you guys what's the hell's going on at different times of the year. That's about all we can do, you know, and get build a picture up in your mind of how this model works.
So it's constantly moving then, is that right or no?
Yes.
It's constant switching on, off, things moving, yeah, definitely. Yeah. Like I say, it's not on all the time. Certain parts are on, certain parts are off, and there's just so much switching going on. It's probably going to take a while figuring out which ones are on and off. But, you know, it is obvious it's switching, and like I say, some in the north will shut down, some in the south will start up, and vice versa.
And right now, the plate is really active because of the switching, but it will die off, like he was saying, because that shows in earthquakes. But it'll still be a constant flow, and how we read that is it'll just be kind of like ones and twos, maybe some threes, but it'll follow the ley lines, because that's kind of the lines that it's following is the ley lines. If you line those up with the map he's showing, the ley lines also line up with this perfectly. So the ley lines seem to be the energy flows of the earth. And it's just a constant flow, but then when it switches on and off, that's when, you know, big swarms of earthquakes happen and volcanoes start erupting everywhere, and then it'll start to die off, and you'll notice that there's not a lot of that going on. I mean, wasn't it Indonesia, a 6.5 just hit and killed a lot of people? I mean, it just happened a few days ago, and it'll start to die off after Christmas, you know, going into the new year, and then it'll just be a steady flow of pressure again.
That takes you to this grid here, which I'm showing you now, the Temple of Solomon. This is the Temple of Solomon. Solomono, the Temple of the Sun and Moon. They are bound to this grid. They will not deviate from this grid in any way or form forever and ever. This is their course. This is how they've been programmed into this grid that we've got. This is their temple. So, you know, they will not deviate from any of the courses on the Earth unless it is by these halos that, like, sometimes maneuver them into where they need to be, into positions in the sky, which, you know, these halos are playing a part in maneuvering the sun and moon as well as doing what it is they do, gathering elements, I guess, as part of their role. So, yeah, it's a busy, very busy system running there.
Yeah, and then, I was just going to say something and I forgot. Never mind, I'll think of it.
It's like a factory down there, isn't it? There's things constantly running all the time.
Oh, that reminded me. Yes, thank you. So the geoengineering, you know, it seems to me not only are they, you know, trying to manipulate everything, but if they were to manage to throw this energy off of its natural path, in a way, that's defying God, right? His creation. Mm-hmm. So, you know, that's the evil. I mean, they're completely manipulating and destroying his creation by geoengineering everything.
Yeah, you know, if the options are at their fingertips for them to just pull land out of the sea now, you know, raise land out of the sea if they're they tweak the certain angel's power or what's it, and it'll make that halo spin faster and possibly cause the odd quake and make land rise. That's kind of how it works, really, you know.
Yeah, they definitely altered everything, and that's what they're doing. They're changing everything. These chemtrails are out of control, you guys.
Yeah, chemtrails, well, you know, they're going to get harnessed as well. The angel's going to pull whatever that is and then throw it into the mix of what it does. Makes you wonder what's going to get formed below from these chemtrails.
Yeah.
Is that information overload for you there, Cats, or you keeping up with that?
Yeah, we sure do.
Any questions after you guys in chat? I know it's deep. There's a lot of info to consider. We're just branching on into parts of this here, you know, the weather patterns and things. But you know, we're going to show it is all related. It does follow the grid. It doesn't deviate either by the look of it, unless, you know, if it does, then it's possibly by man. Man's interfered in some way.
And that's what I think. By the fracturing of the crust, the shell of our Earth, you know, they're making different points. For instance, in the United States, the natural ley line ran up and around right south of Illinois. It's called the New Madrid Fault Line, and it used to get you know, really large quakes all the time. And man has came in and started drilling down in Oklahoma, and now Oklahoma takes that pressure, and the New Madrid rarely even sees an earthquake now. So they're manipulating the points of pressure here.
Yeah, so on a political football field, sir, you know, you want to take your enemy's city out, start fracking around that area, and that'll ruin his day, wouldn't it? You know.
Yeah.
I'll give that city a bad day. It would.
Well, and they started.
Yeah, by fracking, redirecting that flow.
They also started fracking the Yellowstone, which is the biggest volcano on our plane, from what I understand. So that's probably not a good idea, but they've started it and they're doing it, and NASA has their fingers in that. So.
Well, they probably want what's down below. You know, there'll be an angel down there. It's maybe a bit grumpy, needs a tweak or upgrading, perhaps. That's probably what the real deal is. But yeah, releasing it there, why would they want to release it there? I suppose you'd have to look further along the grid and to see where they're trying to save, or are they trying to destroy Yellowstone? I suppose it depends how bad the fracking goes, doesn't it?
Yeah, the fracking, it follows these points, these power points. I refer to them as power points. And it's where all the ley lines come to a certain point. And when you look at them, you can see they have lots of different places, you know, where all kinds of different lines meet at a point. Well, that's where all the wars break out, and that's where all the fracking's starting, and that's where, you know, they're definitely either trying to control this grid or get what's down below, and, you know, somehow they want to control that energy is what they're trying to do, I think.
Yeah, definitely. It's all control. Yeah. Yeah, you know, they can herd it where they want it, really, just by using fracking. Could herd a lot of pressure right to one area if they wanted. You know, there is release areas that you could release this pressure off on these ley lines safely. You know, away from built-up areas even. It doesn't seem to happen, does it?
And also with volcanoes, if you ever go and look on like Google Earth, pretty much the whole West Coast, I think, is just all connected with Yellowstone. And I think it also leads out into the Pacific, the Ring of Fire, and it follows it up around land. Because if you zoom in really, really close out there, that whole area is nothing but underwater volcanoes that they don't tell us about. And they go off all the time. I mean, on the West Coast, they hear these weird booms and stuff, and they don't know what it is, but it's underwater volcanoes exploding. I mean, it's these weird sounds, and sometimes if you zoom in on the weather, you can see the little plumes of smoke coming out of the water because the volcano has erupted.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Hello.
What's up, cats? FPV?
You, Josh. How's it going,
Hey,
mate?
what's up, Josh?
Hi.
Unconscious? Michael, how you doing, bro?
Just listening to them chat.
What's up?
Well, no, like I love what you guys are talking what the topic is right now. That's awesome. Have any of you had a chance to either listen to or chat with I believe his name is Joey? I've come across him on Poncho's channel. He actually moved to Hawaii. He's been studying volcanoes for like 12 years. And what you're talking about right now, exactly what he talked about. He thinks the firmament is and everything. How his name is Joey.
Dave Rocha?
Last name?
David Rocha? Or Joy?
You know what? His hangout name when it popped up on the screen was actually like Aaron or something like that.
Oh, it's
Okay.
David Rocha. David Rocha, Michelle said.
Rocha.
When I asked who he was, they were like, because I referenced him as Aaron, and they were like, Aaron, and I was like, yeah, we were talking to him the other day, the volcano dude. And they were like, oh, you mean Joey? And I was like, okay, now I'm just confused. But apparently, I guess his name is Joey. I don't know. I've only talked to him on the Hangouts, but I was actually thinking about getting a hold of him on the side just because I wanted to pick his brain a little bit. I ask that all the time when I talk to people. They always ask me about, like, what about plate tectonics and stuff like that? What about volcanoes? And I have my own theories on that kind of stuff. I think we live in like a big terrarium. I think that's what's heating up from the bottom. I think most of our heat comes from the bottom, like you would in like a reptile cage or something like that, you know? And when I see,
right.
like, you know, that whole like ring of fire thing that they show on the globe? And it's weird because when you look at the volcanoes and the earthquakes and stuff, when you look at it on the globe, it squiggles across it and it looks really weird. When you lay it out on like an AE map, or I'm kind of curious now to see like Ceres' map or something like that. Because when you do that, it's not a circle or anything. It looks like a big crack. And
There you go, Josh. That's it there on Ceres star map, and it's just the equator live all the time on the grid. It's really the equator, and it's live 100% all the time. If you look right across there, see the heat? It's always live, in my opinion. It never seems to cool down that region, and that's the straight line right across the center. That's your equator.
No, what I'm talking about is.
Are you talking about the Mid-Atlantic Ridge?
I'm talking about
the big crack that goes down.
The ring of fire, he said.
And it runs north to south. Is that what you're talking about?
Basically, like where they show like the San Andreas Fault and stuff like that, like where they show where they tell you about that whole plate tectonic thing, which you know what? That it was a ball. I didn't believe Pangea, because I mean, I don't know about you, but first off, the ground under my feet. I have never felt that in my life. What they're talking about, that's exactly, I mean, don't get me wrong, I live in California, so I felt earthquakes, yes. Earthquake, like, I'm talking about, what they're trying to say is slow, gradual, like we're on a very slow, like, conveyor belt or something like that, dude, that lava, or the hell they want to call it. That dirt has to go somewhere, and on top of that, they're trying to tell you that this piece matches up with this piece that's an ocean away now. If it traveled that far and did what they said it did, then whatever mountain ridge they want to say was caused by it or whatever would be way massive compared to what we see now. I mean, don't get me wrong, the mountains we have and everything are big and all, but to move that far, I mean, I don't know. Mike, aren't you in, like, don't you work construction and stuff?
Yeah.
So what happens if you stick a shovel perpendicular into the ground or close to even perpendicular? If you don't get a good angle to shovel dirt, what happens, dude? Does your shovel go anywhere?
Yeah, exactly. It just you stop short.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, dude, dirt is heavy. It does not move very well, you know? It's got to go somewhere. Like when you dig a hole, you're left with a pile of dirt behind you. The dirt doesn't just, you know, it doesn't just go somewhere. It's wherever you put it. It's like, it's got to go somewhere, you know? Like it's...
Exactly. You dig a hole, you're going to
So
have a dirt pile
just...
somewhere. Exactly.
And on top of that, you're going to have a lack of dirt somewhere else.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to have massive holes somewhere. Especially across wherever you're saying this stuff traveled from. Like, wherever that plate slid to would have left some kind of a gap or something. And even that, like, okay, dude, if you have...
Josh, do you know where his fire stick is?
Hold on a second. Sorry about that. I was being asked about something that I've never even seen. And I was asked if I knew where it was. Sorry, I am not psychic or clairvoyant or anything like that. What in the world was I talking about now? Okay, I'm sorry, dude. I didn't mean to really interrupt. I kind of just came in and kind of went on a little rant on that. Sorry about that, guys. But yeah, no, it even on a ball, it never made sense. I don't know about you guys.
The Ring of Fire. I just read we were talking about the Ring of Fire, wasn't it?
So the part you're talking about out here off of California, the lightning bolt shaped, right? The Cascadia. I was thinking of the other side, but anyway, if you look at it, it lines up on FPV's map at several different pressure points there. I mean, if you just look at the basic map, and that ain't even looking at all the different ley lines, that point it slips because it is on a huge pressure point, and we're actually gaining more ground yearly. That's where the extra goes. Just like I was saying, New Zealand raised 6 feet from one earthquake, so the land raised up and the missing land would be where it used to be, right? I mean, that's what I think. I might be wrong. I'm not a geologist. I'm just self-learned on earthquakes.
And that's what we're talking about, the ring of fire. It's actually a straight line across the middle, Josh, which is the equator. Seems to be always hot. That's it, right across the centre if you look. That's your ring of fire on series map. It's one straight line right across the centre. You see that? A very hot line right across the centre. Well, the hottest part, that's the equator. That's what they would call a ring of fire, I guess. On a globe.
Then the ring of fire isn't where it hits all the earthquakes while it's supposed to be hitting around?
Well, yeah, you look, you're still hitting the zones. If you look at all these places with the little, if you look at them, they've got like black edges, little black edges with this, what looks like this fault with the coastlines and such. You know, these are probably the tectonic plate areas.
Do you have a question from Sean in the chat for you? He says, what's the depth on that map?
The depth of the map, which is what's the deepest depth we got recorded? One on the earthquake data.
I'm sorry. The deepest earthquake I've ever seen was around 560 kilometers. Close to about 560 kilometers down.
So that's the deepest we've got then, Sean, 560 kilometers.
Wow.
So Russia's 8 mile or 6 mile or whatever it was isn't a great deal, really, is it?
No.
They're not even trying.
A FPV?
When no one's looking, Russia will just put another 5 foot deeper and a back door to an angel there. That's what they were looking for. Go on, Josh.
Well, I was just going to ask you, how does this map line up with like flight paths and stuff?
I've mentioned that just recently. You know, people are trying to base the maps off flight paths, but hold on a sec. I'll show you why you've got somebody else to take into account now. Hold on. Right, see the map? Can you see my mouse?
Okay, yeah.
Well, there's your Bermuda Triangle. Can you see why there's a Bermuda Triangle? See what's in the centre of it? Yeah? See that? And there, and there. These are everywhere. There isn't just one. There's multiple Bermuda Triangles, and these are switching on and off at different times of year.
I've actually heard that before. Not about the whole them being on and off at different times, but the fact that I've heard people say that it seems as if the Bermuda Triangle floats.
Yeah, I could see why. Yeah, it's down to switching again. You know, there's a switch on and off. And I was talking to Marlene about this because she's a pilot, and she says there has been times they've been rerouted. You know, from say want to go from say A to B, to have to go to A to C to get to B at a certain time of year, and it probably didn't make sense, but it would make sense if you knew when these were switching on and off, wouldn't it? You know, they're getting rerouted around them because electromagnetic halo would play havoc with a compass. We know that. So yeah, you know, I think you've got multiple Bermuda Triangles going on, so you've got them to take into account, which, you know, that's not going to be publicly known, but it would make sense if we've got one and it's looking like that one I showed you, then we've got plenty more than one.
Well, I was just asking if, like, the flight paths make sense on that map, that's all.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Because of these switching on and off, it's going to be hard to judge any map going just by flight times. Because flight times are going to get times added to them or taken off, depending which of this technology is on or off at the time and where they're flying on that route, you know. So there's a bit more to take into account than just a straight line now. They're not flying straight lines. They might be rerouting around these halos. That makes sense. They, you know, there must be the flights must be rerouting around these angels depending when they're on and offline. These halos.
Well, I'm talking about stuff like what was it? The Philippines flight, I think it was, where instead of they're just going straight on to LA or like detouring back to, let's say, like Hawaii or something, because both of those were closer on what they show us with the globe, but they detoured to Alaska. So how, like, just that flight, because that didn't have anything to do with with what you're talking about right now. That detour was caused by an emergency berth where they needed to land, like ASAP, evidently. Because I mean,
so where was it
we all
flying
know
to?
that
Where was it going from and to? I can remember the story. You just can't remember where it was going.
it was
to.
going from the Philippines to LA. And when you look on a globe map, right, the way that they showed us, it didn't make any sense for them to stop in Alaska. Like they might as well have just gone all the way to LA and it would have been about the same. Would have been about the same. But instead, they flew that distance up to Alaska. But if you look at it on more of the AE map, not so much of like the map you're showing right now, it's not even a detour at all, really. It's like basically it's actually like on the way. You're already pretty much flying over that. Like LA, so where would they have been flying over, and where would it have, like where would it have made sense to make a detour or an emergency stop?
I'd have to check.
I'm just curious. I was just curious. That's all. Like
I remember the story, and it didn't make sense when I first heard it either. But you know, I'd have to check that on here. That's something I've never even looked at flights. You know, it wasn't my department, but there's no harm in looking at it. But like I say, you've got other factors to take into account now, as well as all these multiple Bermuda triangles exist. You can see them there, so there's that to factor in as well now.
yeah, I was just curious.
But yeah, at the top of the head, I'd have to get a ruler out and have a look at it and try and figure out why they would go back to, was it Alaska? Went to Alaska or somewhere. Well, I'll tell you what, if you're looking at that map now, perhaps they were travelling north to go around these center halos. Maybe they travelled north and we're going to go like across the top of them.
Screen, are you showing something?
Yeah, you not see that? Hold on a sec.
Now I see your normal icon.
You see the map with the halos?
I only see your picture with the one with your eyes all white. You know what? Maybe it's me. Let me hop off and hop back on real quick. Or
Yeah, it's you, because guys in chat are saying they can see it.
Yeah, I see it. You're good too.
Well, perhaps they travelled north on this map then, which would make sense why Alaska was the closest. Because it would be if they were travelling north to go around the halos. Yeah. I know you can put a straight line from A to B, but there's no longer a straight line to consider. We've got to go all the way around by the look at the halos.
FPV, can you just tell some of the people what a halo is? What you believe it to be?
A projection from the technology called an angel, and they're embedded down below ground. And I'll show you a video of what they do now.
And the correlation of the CERN technology.
Yeah, CERN's a reverse engineered modern equivalent. If you look at the configuration of CERN and apply it to what I've been showing you on here, and these projected halos in the sky, you should be putting two and two together. And saying, yeah, that is projection technology creating that halo in the sky. So does that map make sense to you, Josh? You know, you can see now why they would have to fly north and then east, you know, over around the top of these halos. Perhaps they were up on the top of these halos somewhere. Whereas Alaska still being the closest, they would turn left and just go straight to Alaska. That would make sense if they were travelling outside of that central group of halos, to me anyway. So they're not flying straight lines like you think. I don't think they are. I think they're having to reroute around these halos. Because these, you know, various ones of these are on and off. Make sense, yeah, everyone?
yeah. Sorry, dude. I had to mute myself because I swear it was like somebody was following me around while they were talking on their phone. Like, dude, I went in the other room, and then next thing I know, they were in the other room, and then so I left that room, and then next thing I know, they were in that room. Like, yeah. I keep trying to find a quiet place, but it's hard to sometimes.
Right, there's your halos there. That's what you're looking for in the sky. Barium shows them up, and there's plenty of them. You know, if you see these, record them, try and get the amount of nodes on board and the location of them, and let us know so we can get them on the map. They're projected into the sky. You just don't see them unless there's barium around, usually. Yeah, you need to watch the 30-minute intro video to this, and then any questions, either, you know, look in these other videos we've made since then, or just come and ask them live at some point. You want me to add Ginger? Yeah, hold on.
on the map you're showing where the waves of energy hit on the land. Just wanted to point out every one of those points gets large earthquakes also.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get Drew's trying to get our Ginger in the back. Ginger's in a long hangout. Hold on.
Hey Juan, you gonna join us on this Friday coming up?
Yeah, I probably can. I'm always off on Fridays. Is it the same time?
Yes, it'll be
Okay.
it'll be at 6. I hope I get up at 6 because it's a busy day Friday. I forgot Christmas shopping last days, I guess you can say.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah,
I forgot all about it.
Yep,
But yeah.
I'll be around.
Yeah. I know they're going to be busy at the stores, so. I just totally forgot until at work they were saying, they will be busy all week. I was like, shoot. Okay, now I remember. Oh, well, it's done. I know Patricia Steele's going to be here, so just.
I need Ginger's email to add them to this hangout.
That'll
Put it
be-
in the wrong hangout.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, that should be good for you girls. Should be fun.
Too bad we
Boys will
don't
be in
have.
the chat.
Ginger's in the wrong hangout. Ginger's in the one from last week. I need Ginger's email to add them to this one.
Yeah. He tried to get on the other one. So. But yeah, Juan, it'd be nice if you're with us Friday, hang out.
Yep, I'll be happy too. It's always fun.
I really want to start off the topics on GMOs, chemtrails, and vaccine, and what's the other one? Fluoride. I mean, we started to get into chemtrails, but things started to interrupt. But I want to start that off for a little bit. What we get inputs in us, ladies, flat earth ladies, on the subjects. I think our input has a lot to do as well. What's going on?
Yeah, a friend of mine off of Discord, he and I were talking about vaccines, and he gave me a disclaimer that he wants me to start to get putting out to everybody. It holds doctors and nurses responsible. It's for them to sign saying that we agree that if anything was to go wrong with these vaccines that we're forcing upon you, that we'll be held liable personally for forcing you to take them.
Mm-hmm.
And he seems to think that if we started having more doctors sign them, they may stop forcing them on us as much because they'll be legally liable.
Yeah.
So
I know they're doing a mandatory, as I know when I used to get into all this stuff, I know that they're doing a mandatory every person in the United States, and I don't know about the other world, the other nations, but just in the United States, they're doing a mandatory of all vaccines. You're talking about from youngies, babies to the elderly, that it's mandatory, which is dumb, but yeah. So I don't know if that's still in effect in their agenda, which I'm pretty sure it is. But that's a whole topic about all this GMOs and fluoride and vaccine. Big old topics. But yet they blame it on other topics, that the reason why the children are being born differently is because of vaccine that they give to the mother as she's carrying a child. That has a lot to do with that. So we'll see. It'll be nice topics to talk about. Friday. Okay. Is FPV back?
Yeah, I'm back. Ginger's in last week's hangout. I don't know whether they can come over yet. I need their email to add them to this one.
Okay.
Have you got it? Hello?
What are we waiting for?
I need Ginger's email if you want them to add them here.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
So, Josh, you there?
Yeah, I'm still here, man.
What do you think of the AI, Sophia? What do you guys think? Pretty wild technology, huh?
You mean the one that they gave a humanity award to or whatever? Like they made her a citizen or whatever?
Allegedly.
All I'm saying, did they not watch iRobot? Or not iRobot. What was the one where they actually made him a citizen?
Bicentennial Man. I don't think they did they?
Oh, was it AI, wasn't it?
Michelle in chat, no, I don't think the map's correct. I don't think there's an ice wall around us. There's no evidence of that, anything to suggest there's one around us. I think the one we're looking at is the correct one. The big piece of it at the bottom.
Yeah, Sophia played rock, paper, scissors with Jimmy Fallon, and she won.
I tried them on the map, but we haven't got anything on Antarctica on the map, whereas on this map, we've got a lot of information on Antarctica. And the grid kind of, matches everywhere. The seismic data is matching what we're looking at as well, so I think we're close with this map. Well, this map was ripped out of Google Maps by Series. He removed an algorithm that converted the images to the ball, and this map was the resulting map when they stopped that algorithm rounding the images off, which kind of give Antarctica that big massive chunk of land in the south. And the grid is it's come from the Nazca lines, it fits it perfect. So I think this is what they've been hiding. They invented the ball to hide the corners and what was in the south. The corners being Alaska, Russia, and two places on the Antarctic coast. If you look roughly in the center of that map there, you'll see three things in each corner. This is what they're hiding. Yeah, that's your ley lines as well, and the sun and moon's paths. They don't stray very far from those lines. the smaller halos navigate the sun and moon across the larger halos, basically. You know which route they take, Jimbo? Yeah, these are definitely the ley lines, you know, it's there's too much correlation going on here to just be random. Definitely the ley lines. Temple of the Sun and Moon, Temple of Solomon. Hey, was everyone gone? Hello? Anyone there?
Okay. So they start showing it.
You guys, I was watching some videos on the AI Sophia. Sorry. Sidetracked over here.
Yeah, you got it, Ginger. Just jump in.
Yeah, Ginger. What's good, brother?
That's Josh. We're still. Sorry. That's Josh. We're still waiting for Ginger.
Right, I think they found it.
Yep. Hi, everybody. How's everyone tonight?
Hey, Ginger. How's it going, mate?
Hello.
All right, there you are, Ginger. What's good, brother?
Oh, not much. I'm sorry again. I'm slow and new to these hangouts, and I'm echoing.
Hey, Ginger.
Yeah, just lower your watch page. Lower the volume there.
Yep. Got it paused, so
Yeah,
it'll just take a second.
Yeah, welcome aboard. He was just showing FPV was just going over his stuff. Cat Eyes was asking about the halos, and that was basically it. And he's just going over some stuff and the correlation with earthquakes, volcanoes, and what else, you guys? I miss anything else? Oh, the chemtrails.
Bits and pieces. Yeah.
Yeah, it was just the whole thing.
You see what I mean there about the halos, how it's projected from the two smaller ones below. I think it projects a third larger one in the sky, or that bigger one below projects an even bigger one above it. And if you look at the diagram on the left on that map, it looks like they can reverse it. So that's like reversing the flow, so it can go clockwise or counterclockwise the flow on it.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting stuff, FPV. Like, I'm an AE guy myself, but just because I don't fully understand what you're saying doesn't mean I'm gonna reject it outright. That's for sure. As I want to learn everything there could possibly be.
Yeah, the Nazca lines overlays I'm using with this map, I've tried them with various AE maps, and I couldn't make much sense out of them. Mainly because you haven't got anything showing in the Antarctic. Whereas Series map, it's kind of ripped the whole Antarctic from out of Google Maps and reshaped it to its proper shape by the look of it.
I joked earlier in the chat that this particular image kind of reminds me of a fidget spinner for some reason. Like just with the center and what looks like would be spinning around. Granted, I know it's not the Earth, but the atmosphere and all that. But
well, the design of it got me. I thought, what does it do? What would this do if it was a real item? And it all seems to be based around those two coils in the center. Like three-phase electricity going to a coil, basically looking at it. That's what's responsible for your hills and volcanoes and such. You know, you see them there in the distance curving around the halo. You've got an origin for lightning now as well.
I've heard about the electromagnetic universe that they're saying is kind of how the lightning is formed, which I find very interesting with like Tesla's technologies, which I'm not very well versed in, but I do know that he was able to pull electricity just out of the atmosphere, or the ether, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, looking at this, it's all around us, you know. I think the pyramids were a way of harnessing it. But on a bigger scale, you know, I suppose all you have to do is make lots of houses. We all live in houses, and we harness an energy, and it's actually dragging it into the grid. Makes you wonder now how the grid actually works, doesn't it?
Hmm?
But our television sets receivers, and they're receiving electricity in and sending it back to the grid. You know, we're not using electric, say, from the electric company. We're sucking it out the air around us and feeding it down this cable to the electric company, perhaps.
Well, yeah, it's a total scam for sure. Like, I live in Niagara Falls, where they claim to produce electricity, so we should have the cheapest electric rates because it has the less distance to travel. But it's just at par with everywhere else in Canada. So that makes no sense to me, just with the way that mainstream and the world we live in operates. You figure the farther away from the source, the more it should cost.
One big scam. You know? If there's one thing the world's not short on, it's energy. It's plenty of that.
And just like my idea ages ago for cars, why not have a little magnet of some sort, so when the axles spin, you're charging the battery with just that turning that's already happening. Plus, I've seen other people that have the wind turbines, so once they hit a certain speed, the wind turbines just power everything, and there's no need for the gas.
I think you'd have to watch this video a few times to see, you know, where this is coming from and how many things this can be related to going on in our world. You know, like Rahu and Ketu, like that animation shown there, you know, to me there just could be two halos in the sky at the same location. You know, it seems to be referenced as a place in the sky, but there's always eclipses seen, so yeah, it makes sense where it is. One of these halos.
FPV, you want to get into explaining your interpretation of what Solomon's Temple is in the underworld?
Kind of covered that a bit earlier, but yeah, it's that this here. There you go. Nice.
That's the Seal of Solomon.
Let's mute Josh there because it's too noisy.
That was Josh, I think.
That's Solomon's Temple. Yeah.
The Seal of Solomon. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, I would call it the Solomon's Temple. It's the sun and moon's rules. You know, it's their paths that'll never change.
Well, it said that the seal he had control the demons. So you think that has anything to do with having control of the angels, or maybe they're demons, perhaps?
Yeah, demons could be ones just going counter-rotating. You know, you might have called them names like that. Demons. You know, one goes one way, one goes another. It's probably just another piece of technology doing something. Yeah, it makes you wonder now, what all these demons and things they got with. But yeah, I think it's just various parts of this technological setup.
Well, there's different interpretations. Some people say different frequencies. Some people think it's an actual entity or like a demonic spirit or aliens. There's been so many different things about the dark,
Other than being technologically driven, I can't really comment on what else is down there. It does make you wonder, doesn't it? What would you find if you went down there?
Well, the Seal of Solomon, the Star of David, that's Freemasonry. King Solomon. Well, we went through that the other day, so. These portals,
Yeah.
The portals for the sun and moon, though.
How do those portals? Because I read the Enoch, and that made it really confused me, I should say. Like just from somebody who's never read the Bible first off, and is never other than chapter 1, and that's all I needed to be a flat earther. But the whole Enoch thing with the portals, I really couldn't understand it very well in like layman's terms. Do you happen to have any ways to explain that better, maybe?
Yeah, if you look in the corners there, the 4 corners, you see these objects with lines crossing through them. There's 3 in each corner, and there's 4 dots in each one. So that's giving you 48 on the external of that 8x8 grid. These are the portals. You see them?
I'm seeing a lot of dots, so I'm not sure which ones. I don't know if you can get your mouse up there.
Right,
if that's
follow
possible.
the mouse, the corners. Do you see them? Bottom left?
Yep.
Right. Top right, top left. Yeah, there's Alaska.
Because when you're saying the corners, I'm looking up a lot further than what you're pointing at. Just that's my.
The corners do go further, but this is the 8x8 grid here that runs it all. Same here, corner of Russian. You see that?
Mm.
Then down here again, the southeast in Antarctica. The sun would come up here, out past here, and go that way. Start going where it's supposed to go after it's gone past Australia. At the moment, this area here is very active. Volcanic data around this area at the moment is very active, so there's something going on in this area, this portal, right at this moment. So I think this one's in use at the moment. Sometimes, let's see, it can switch. Also, at the moment, we've got a sun sitting down here in Antarctica doing absolutely nothing but just staying in the same place for 5 days now. This is on camera. They're trying to hide it, but it's on camera. I'm recording it. And it's been sat in the same place for 5 days. Hey, it's sun. I'm going to show you that when it's finished. It's still ongoing. There's a sun sitting right at that position there. It's been there for about 5 days now. Now, Richie from Boston reported a couple of days ago there was 2 suns seen in the sky at sunrise. It's probably this one here, because I've been watching it for 5 days now. And it's just hovering there doing nothing. I don't know what's going on with that. I'm going to show you the recording when it's finished. So yeah, you're getting some strange things going on in Antarctica. I don't know, I think you've seen the videos that were shown before where the sun's jumping up into the sky. That's from this location here. It kind of jumps up into the sky. At the moment, there's one just hovering, doing nothing. It's just hanging around this place here. So you got that to look forward to soon when it's finished doing what it's doing. You know, when it actually starts moving off or doing what it's supposed to be doing, I'm just keeping recording it till it moves.
Where are you recording it from, if you don't mind my asking? Like
from their own camera at Newmere Station 3, it's called. They've got a web camera on there.
But I thought it cuts out
And
after a couple hours. Like,
no, it records every. You know, it stores an image every 10 minutes. And so far, in the last 5 days, it hasn't switched over to night mode yet because of this bright light that's behind the hut. And you can't see it because they're putting fake CGI blizzards and fog on it, so you can't see what's behind it. But I can see whatever it is a very bright, radiant light source, and the camera will not switch to night mode. Over the last 5 days, it's been on day mode. You know, you can see everything, all the colours are still there. It hasn't actually gone to night mode yet in 5 days.
and I do recall, and I couldn't tell you which one, but there was a biblical story of the sun staying up there so that they could finish off the war or finish off some sort of a fight. Like, you think that's maybe the same kind of idea? Like, if it happened to be over a different spot?
Well, I've not seen it do this before. I've seen the moon kind of pause there for a good 20, 30 minutes and then carry on moving. But, you know, I've never noticed something hovering there for 5 days. So I'm not, I can't really see what's going on there until it moves off and does what it's doing.
That's certainly fair enough, because I know I haven't seen it. So, yeah, it's awesome that you're actually able to
hold on.
record it.
I'll give you the link on the webcam. There's not a lot to see because you will see they're trying to mask it out so you can't see it, but you'll see the light radiating from it. Hold on. I'll give you the link. Yeah, I've put the link in the group chat and in the chat for other people to look at. That's from their own camera. If you have a look, just check it yourself, make sure it's still doing it. You can look there, you can see something's radiating a lot of light behind that building. It's been doing it since the 12th, and it hasn't moved from that spot. Whatever it is behind that building. And all these snowstorms and fog, they're just CGI. They're trying to hide, you know, they hide what's really there. If you look at the top of the screen, you can see that it's radiating a lot of light. It's been doing this for about 5 days now. Like I say, it hasn't switched to night mode, which is, you know, that's very unusual. The smoking gun there, I'm just not sure what it is yet.
Yeah, definitely interesting.
So I'm recording it every day, and you know, when it finishes doing what it's doing, we'll have an idea what the hell's going on, perhaps. Been just hovering there for about 5 days, whatever it is.
What do you use to do your screen records? Not that that makes any difference of what you're recording.
I use a tube catcher. That's quite. It does conversions, screen grabs, all kinds. It's a handy little program.
Yeah, because I'm slow and I just use Bandicam, so I get like a 10-minute window of recording, and I have a horrible watermark.
Nothing like that. You want the tube catcher then? You know, it can convert video, rip video, rip MP3, do all them kind of jobs really. It's a nice, useful multi-little program converter.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to look into that.
Yeah, if you want to look at some really unusual footage from the Numia camera, just go on YouTube, look in YouTube, put Numia, Planet X or Nibiru. You'll see all kinds of amazing footage of the sun and moon going past this area. The people are calling it Nibiru and Planet X, but it's not, it's just the sun and moon. You're just catching it doing unusual maneuvers, really.
Well, yeah, and I don't think that the sun that we see with our eyes is actually the sun. I definitely think it's some sort of a reflection of some sort, because I do see it going across the sky every day, but I don't think it's in the spot that it looks like it is.
Yeah, I can only guess myself. It looks like some kind of a fluid. When you see it going past at Numia, it looks like some kind of a fluid that's just floating in midair. It doesn't look like a ball. It just looks like a blob of fluid or something floating past when you look at it on the camera.
Yeah, I took a short video today of the sun and the chemtrails, of course, but if you look at it close, you can see it, what you're saying, like kind of looking fluid.
Zed Proxy said 360 cams on go home. Well, the 360 is still going to show you going underground or going where it's, into these portals or whatever they're called. But, yeah, it'll show you the same as what we're seeing, basically. It's definitely controlled with these four corners, whatever it is, whatever's going on with it. And below, there's definitely things going on below.
Yeah, there's definitely all sorts of activity going down. This helps, makes more, the more I see it, it makes more sense. It's like the repetitions. I don't know what it is.
Big electrical system, I don't profess to know it works fully, but, I can see basically what's going on. The sun and the moon using these halos to navigate around the sky. And the volcanic pressure builds up and things and how it runs along this grid, it's definitely structure of some kind, isn't it, technological construction. Sure. And you look at magnetic data there, how could that make sense? Like I say, that one, I'll just pause it there a sec. That data there. This sun, wherever I'm watching at Numia, it's somewhere around this area here. It's just sitting in this area. That's what it's sitting doing, nothing. Been there for 5 days. We need someone in South America to look over. They should see it. Again, look at that magnetic data. Try and make sense of that. What's that picture there telling you? What's going on in that screen? To me, there's 2 different suns paths. Winter on the left, summer on the right.
It's interesting because the dead center of what looked like those lines, I would have expected them to be over Egypt for some reason, just because of the whole pyramid thing and the way that they were harnessing the ley lines and whatnot. But a second or two back, it looked like it was a little bit more over the ocean. And again, that's just somebody who's very new to the concept.
Right, my not point north, as you noticed, it's just off the coast of Africa. Ceres is not point north on that map, is the same location. One Conscience is not point north, going from biblical scripture is the same location. And Google Earth's not point north is the same location, and up till about a week or so ago, it used to be called Palestine, but they've changed it recently for some reason. So yeah, strange, yeah. Perhaps one can let you know how they come to the conclusion that was the Garden of Eden. That's what one decoded as the Garden of Eden, and I would have to agree. That's the heart of the machine below ground there. Whatever's running it all is that center point there.
Yeah, one time I was just messing around and I went through and pulled all the Bible verses that, you know, referred to Eden, and I entered them as coordinates on Google Earth, and it pinpointed to the spot right there in the center of the map. And that was way before I ever knew FPV or anything about his work or anything. So it couldn't be a coincidence. That's just too on point.
There's definitely some correlation going on at 0.0 between one guy's map, the grid I'm using, the 0.0 that One Conscience came up with on Google Earth's own 0.0. They're all in the same place on this map. You know, which is handy because that now tells us where the north, south, east, west towers are and things like that. All these things that were referenced in scripture. Angels, the north, south, east, and west. It's the obvious now what's going on, you know, how it works. The angels being technology. So early in the 1900s, you know, they saw, they gazed in awe, and they decided to keep it to themselves and reverse engineer what they found. This is what they found at Antarctica. I think Antarctica is the gateway to get down below. And then the Antarctic Treaty was formed, you know, so to keep you away from there. It's the obvious to me, you know, they've been reverse engineering and looting the place. What they found there has made them very rich.
Yeah, and NASA was formed like within the year or the year after, and that controlled the whole idea of telling everyone that it's a ball.
Yeah.
And confirming on science fiction, basically.
Well, the Germans went down there. The Germans went down there, and then Admiral Byrd went down there also. So there was a race for something. There was something going down. It
wasn't a race. I think in the early 1900s they already found it, and 2 world wars helped fund it. You know, they can siphon money off in wars to reroute things and do their own adventures with shipping that's supposed to be sunk, say, but it hasn't been. It's just getting rerouted elsewhere. There's lots of ways you could look at this. Basically, it's been about, you know, funding something to get to Antarctica, because once they started decoding the Nazca lines, you know, it told them there's things in the corners. That's your prophecy, hunter's dream right there. Everything they'd heard about corners was coming true. Raiders of the Lost Ark stuff, you know. Nazis or the globalists, whatever you want to call them, were out there grabbing land. And that bit of land they were grabbing is the southwest corner on that grid. That's a bit of land they were grabbing. There, the 3 things in the corner there, you see them? The bottom left corner. That's where they were planting the flags in just before World War II. Surely, I mean, you know, what's running all this? Nuclear age was born in 1933, or was it really? 1948, America built its first nuclear power station. Oh, did they really? There's a lot of questions to go in here. All these patents need looking at.
Well, yeah, I honestly don't believe in the whole nuclear power thing. I think they can pull the energy out of the atmosphere and call it whatever they want. But that also questions how they power the submarines for extended periods of time. Which, I mean, again, with Tesla and his pulling everything out of the atmosphere, a lot of that was the aquifers.
Yeah. There's plenty of electric because we're lightning in the sky. These halos, they're everywhere. So we know there's no shortage of electric, but the power source itself that's running this grid, there it is right in the center. That's at what 0.0. You see it? And Santos identified that as Brahma, the creator. This is what's plugged into all this technology, and this is the power source. This is at 0.0. You see it?
Well, I definitely see the star formation or everything coming out of that dot there.
Yeah, that's what's running it all. I wonder what its power source is. What kind of material is running that? That's a power source with a network of tunnels coming off it, going to various bits of technology. That's what you're looking at there, below ground.
And that should be fairly accessible for people. There's got to be boats and stuff to go around there all the time. It's not like the North Pole or Antarctica where everything is cordoned off. So,
well, this looks deep down. This is miles down, 10 miles or more down what you're looking at here. The only data we can go by is the volcanic data. I think what one conscience will tell you the depths again. What depths she's been recording. What depth you got again, one?
Right about 560 kilometers is probably the closest, or the deepest quake that I've seen.
That's I wouldn't say that's accessible. Not to us anyway, but looking at the center of that, there's definitely tunnels down there and a network of them. It's like a factory down there, say. And where the work that one's doing, we can follow this pressure on this grid to see what's going on. It follows the ley lines. So it's by design. Nothing's accidental here. This is all by design.
And it doesn't work on an AE map?
Well, the AE map's just a projection, All the AE maps are doing is moving Australia around to where they think it is based on flight times. It also hasn't got an Antarctic region, whereas this one ripped out of the maps and the algorithm removed that was making it into a ball removed. You've got this Antarctic region in the south. And you can see the hiding data there and the hiding data in Greenland. Yeah, all the rest of the world data is intact. So it tells me, this is probably the real map. And this grid fits it perfect. All these ancient sites and things are starting to line up on it.
Because I'm just, and again, sorry to be, well, I shouldn't be sorry to be questioning it, because questioning is good. But because the North Pole and how everything points to the poles, like, how does that factor in? And when I say the poles, I mean the North Pole, not the South Pole. So the pole, like, I'm just trying to think of how the magnetics would work. And I'm definitely confused.
Right, hold on a sec. I'll show you what, I'll have to go back to Series' work here. What he found to be called, where's it at? I'll find it and go over it a little bit with you.
I know what you mean. Ginger. It kind of throws out the whole Mount Meru and the four huge.
Well, no, Mount Meru's there in Greenland.
Right.
What you got to look at though is the four pillars, where the four pillars come into it. There, back a bit. There, there's your four pillars. You see these four purple things? These are in the centre of the world. Africa would be slightly right of centre there, say. So this signal you're looking at here is looping back into between these four pillars. This is what the mimic map picked up, this signalling going on, like a double helix, and this was on the winter equinox last year. You know, we're expecting to see the same again this year if they don't hide it in the mimic maps. This is what happened on the winter equinox last winter, and it's looped back, bouncing back into between these four pillars. This is magnetic data. If that makes sense, yeah, the magnetic data, and this signal looping back into over and over by the look of it. But it's not making a double helix all the time. It was just on the equinox we noticed that. That was last equinox last year. But yeah, that's kind of what's going on around the centre of the world. These four pillars, the magnetic data from them seems to go towards these mountainous regions on the outskirts, if you know what I mean. Top left would go to Mount Meru. Bottom left would be Antarctic regions, which is it Rockefeller Mountains or the other one? No, Rockefeller Mountains are on the bottom right. What's the other guy called? Begins with an S.
New Shambhala or Shimwala? That was the one that Hitler...
Oh, like Rockefeller, but the other one. Rothschilds, sorry, that's it, Rothschilds. Rothschilds Mountains on the bottom left. Rockefeller Mountains on the bottom right. Top left would be Alaska. Top right would be Russia on this double helix. You see the tips of the helix on the four corners. Bottom left, Antarctica. Top left, Alaska. Top right, Russia. Bottom right, Alaska. And those pillars kind of go further out the way into the Antarctic regions. So that's where the relation there is. And that's what we picked up on. Where's the mimic map? Hold on. There. You see it going round? I have to split it slowly. See the masses of signalling coming from Easter Island and off the coast of Australia. This is below ground, not above. This is going on below ground. And this massive signalling going on here, which kind of gives a double helix shape when you cut it out. You see it?
Yeah.
That's what I was watching, and
let me ask you this.
Cuts it out.
Where it cuts out, when you see on the edges of the helix, would that be considered the edges of the plane of existence, or just where the energy is traveling?
I'd say it's the four corners of the 8x8 grid, which is, you know, them three things in each corner. Going to them, one of them. One of these places here. It'll be here, 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 and here. You know, it comes down here, and I think it's coming out like that. So the edges. There's a big, thick piece here.
It's like an augmented reality sort of matrix. when you keep, you know what I mean? It's like when I'm trying to wrap my head around this one, it's like, well, how else can you perceive it? Like, is this sort of, you know, is it like a matrix? This square.
If you can see my mouse, those pillars would be coming, say, the bottom left one would be here. It connects this thing in the corner here. Top left one would be going up here. And top right one, bottom right. You know, so they're connecting to these things in the corner, clearly, wherever they are. And to me, like I said, it's probably just a tunnel. You know, it'd be a big tunnel with cables or something going down and whatever the hell's going on down there. Well, without getting a look down there myself, I can only guess what's there. But that's where they're kind of going from and to.
Can I say something?
So yeah, go on.
Okay, leave that map up if you would. So he was asking me about tectonic plates and volcanoes. So the pressure follows the ley lines is what it does. It's a natural earth energy, and it hits at the points where lots of the ley lines meet up. And it also hits along man-made fracture points. I can't explain what goes on way down below because we can't get more than 8 miles down. FPV can go into that after I'm done because he has a much better explanation further down than I do. But the volcanoes go right along with it as well. The volcanoes are release points of the earthquake energy, the ley line energy that flows, and they're already raised up. I mean, the earthquakes cause the volcanoes, I believe, and the raises in the earth. And because, you know, in New Zealand, I was saying in the chat, one earthquake caused the piece of land to raise 6 feet, and that was just one earthquake. And places around the plain, they get earthquakes all the time. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. And as for the further down, then I'll let him take over there.
Right, further down, you know, you've just got these angels, this technology, this rotating vortex of energy, and the one that's projecting the halo into the sky, and there's lots of them. There's 48 around the external of that 8 by 8 grid, and 32 on the internal, plus many, many more in between that we're still to locate. You know, we're trying to locate these and put them on the map. And that's what's creating all these things, and, you know, this switching, you know, we're realizing that switching going on and off. On these equinoxes, there's definitely certain bits of technology coming online and some going offline, and the sun and moon's getting rerouted onto new paths, you know, for whatever season the switching's due for. Yeah. Over the course of a year, we would expect to be able to show you the switching happening, say, in the northwest, the northeast, the southwest, and southeast. Mm-hmm. Over the course of a year, that should be quite evident by these quakes and volcanoes in these locations. You know, we're hoping to be able to show you that just by that data alone, that there is switching going on.
Yeah, there could be others spread out the plane that haven't been switched on.
Well, Devil's Tower, there's people asking in the chat there. Devil's Tower, I would say there's definitely an angel below it and a halo above it, because if you look at Ayers Rock, it's the same kind of thing going on. Mm-hmm. There's a bit of a slight twist going on there. It looks like it's been grown, which you would expect from this kind of technology. It does have a pull factor on the ore in rock.
Yep.
So it's been a stretch.
Yeah, we've had that conversation before, and I think I've asked that question, and yeah, it probably does have an angel there. There's something going on there. That's for sure.
The center of the pillars from Empress Lou, yeah, the center of the world's 0.0, basically. You know, the center of this realm that we can see is 0.0, right dead center there. And these 4 pillars to the left, right, and above and below that point. And they seem to go down, then connect to mountains in the distance, you know. So Mount Meru in the north would be playing a part at the end of one of them portals. Obviously, some mountain ranges in Russia. Same in the bottom left and right, you know, these Rockefeller and Rothschild mountains, they're playing a part in this. Because that's where them squares are on the grid. That's where they locate to. You know, they do like naming these places after themselves. We've found Queen Elizabeth Bay just up there in the northwest. Prince Albert Sound, bottom right. You know, have a look around, you soon start seeing these names associated with these places. That's like land grabs, you know, the land grabs of old. Well, I say old, it's still ongoing, isn't it? All these land grabs.
Yeah. Yeah, good stuff there. There's always FPV.
This Lars is saying, are we talking mechanical below 8 mile? Definitely technological below 7 mile plus. You know, there might be some shallow in that one, I'm not sure. Earthquake data suggests 6 miles. 10 kilometers or say 6 miles. You know, 5-6 mile, you might find one if you know where you're looking. You're looking for the flower of life or the Fibonacci sequence. That's their signature. It's a technological masterpiece, is what we're looking at, you know, on a very grand scale. It's definitely
It's the Matrix. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's basically the Matrix is what it is.
You do not expect, you know, you don't expect to start putting this together and think, well, you know, it can only be technologically driven. Because, you know, we've debunked zero gravity now. So what's holding the sun and moon in the sky and actually moving them around? It's electromagnetics. And these halos, you know, the sun and moon are always caught on these halos. So it's them moving the sun and moon around the sky. So it's technology, it has to be, 100%. Which gives you why they would never tell you. Why would they lie? Well, they're getting very rich from this technology. Would you lie? Yeah. All they've done is put a cable from a location on the ground to your house, put a smart meter on there, and they got very rich from it. Would you tell the world? I don't think you would you?
Yeah, which you know, if they could control everything, tornadoes and volcanoes, and manipulate the weather with geoengineering and
well, yeah, let's give you a quick breakdown.
All these other technologies and applications. It makes you wonder, like, what good is a gun gonna do when they can just send an earthquake your way, or
it's as easy as that, isn't it? Yeah,
just flood you out, or whatever, you know, like you just
playing God
in freezing conditions, you know, or have an extended winter or whatnot. Yeah, I mean, you know, when you think about it, technology now can be just used against humanity. I mean, that's what it's being used for, anyways. It's not really being used to help us out, is it?
No. Yes, Empress Lou, yes, the center of the map is just to the left of Africa. Yeah, you're 100% correct. Yeah, where that center point is, that is the center of this realm.
Yep.
And I sent you that picture on Hangouts FPV of the Eden that I did.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, so I was just saying that they can use this kind of technology against people. Who's to say they haven't? You know, mysterious floods.
It's
you know,
maybe
the
always,
tsunami in Japan.
Yeah.
What happened
maybe
to Japan a couple years back? Think about that one for a minute. Yeah. Where'd that come from? I think that was probably, you know, fabricated.
There you go, one. If you can see that, I'll let one talk you through this one. This is one's work.
Yeah, I was messing around one time and I put all of the Bible verses that have to do with Eden into Google Earth as a coordinate, and that's what I got. And if you look at his map, it's very almost on point for the center there. So.
Yeah, pretty good that. I didn't expect to see that. Yeah, it's good someone else has came to the, you know, the 0.0. When you look on Google Earth, I think it says Joe's Fish and Chip Shop now in West India or somewhere. But the week before it said Palestine. I'm not sure why it changed. Yeah, it changed about a week ago when it was called at 0.0. But yeah, that's roughly where we're all getting 0.0 Empress Loop, that location there, with this map and grid anyway. That's your Garden of Eden. Whatever it is, it's down below there. Garden of Eden is down below ground, right in that location.
It's probably under the ocean.
Oh yeah, way down. it'd be very deep, that one, I think.
City of Atlantis, you know, it's been spoken of.
Well, I think Atlantis is really Antarctica, and that's the gateway to get down to what's down there at North Point North. You know, I think there's a big network of tunnels going down there. It might be accessible from more than one point as well.
I think Antarctica is the entrance, and Atlantis is just the underground world.
Or, you know, Atlantis could be the overground world. You know, it's above
Yeah.
ground. It's a big landmass when you look at it. And Atlantis, yeah, really, you know, that could be down below ground. Whatever's down below, there's a lot of it, and it's vast. You know, it's huge. It's playing a very big part in it, and we, you know, it's a world we didn't even know knew existed. There's a lot going on down below ground. Looking at this.
And not to change the subject, but while we're looking at Africa, have you guys looked into Gaddafi and the primary water? Like
The only thing I heard of Gaddafi was he got killed for trying to give his people water. Other than that, you know, I've no idea. I'll let you carry on there.
Again, I'm not an expert, but somehow he ended up tapping into this water source that would have been able to absolutely change the landscape of Africa. Like, he found and created this whole pipeline that would have been able to totally change everything for them. And he wanted to switch to the gold dinar instead of petrodollars or whatnot. So that's part of why he was villainized and taken out. And the way that we saw him in the media, he was apparently an awful person. But he was able to tap into some sort of a water source underneath Africa that in Libya, I'm pretty sure is where he was in charge of. But that relatively, that wouldn't be that far from the point that you're pointing out there, as far as anywhere else in the world.
I would not be surprised, you know. You know, all these politics, the politicians and what have you, they're all going to keep quiet about this, I would imagine, or they're not going to last very long, are they?
Yeah, he was demonized.
Yeah, definitely. Well, same as Saddam Hussein, you know, it wasn't the excuse. You look at the excuses for the Iraq war, a lot of bullshit. You know, what's really going on, what they're really fighting for is this grid. This is the real.
That was pure propaganda at its best.
What you're looking at there on the screen, that's what they're all fighting over, this grid here. They all want this grid. That's the real political map. They want to control
Solomon's temple. That's what they want.
But yeah, I haven't put any flags yet where these little dots are. But once I do, you'll see how political it gets. But I'll leave that to last, you know, leave the politics out of it if possible.
So yeah, these guys, like I was saying, they got control over this power, and there's no doubt they've, in my opinion, I think they've used this technology against people already, to cause harm, to wipe out a nation. I think they were testing it when they did that to Japan, the tsunami that hit Japan a couple years back. That was really weird. That was random.
There's a guy on YouTube. His channel is called Weather Wars 101. And he talks a lot about and shows proof of the weather modification and them adding to and building storms across the water, and it hits land real hard. And he has a couple of those real big hurricanes. I can't think of which ones. He shows it. He tracks it on the weather station with the radar, and he shows how they feed it. I mean, he has footage of it, so it's pretty cool. If you're interested in that, you could check out his channel, and he explains it real slow and kind of puts it in terms you can understand, you know.
Yep. Yeah, there's no question that they're enhancing the weather and the hurricanes. No doubt about that. But you know, they're also using this technology probably to augment it another way also. not just to manipulate what the sun and the moon are doing, but to control all weather patterns. And they're saying it's global warming. They're just controlling different narratives here, false narratives.
Yeah, and you pay for it as well as a bill. You know, your power bill, your energy bill. That's where you get taxed for global warming, which you know is a scam. Global warming, climate change, it's just bullshit. Yeah, more taxation you don't need.
Yeah, they're telling the people in California that that's why there's all these fires. The governor's propagating that it's because of global warming and that this is going to happen frequently and that we should watch out because this is because of global warming. Just total bullshit. Just media controlled narratives. Just, you know what I'm saying? Just what we've been talking about before, how the media controls narratives. And there you go with global warming again, once again, using California as a reason, you know, to tax people and whatnot, and for everybody to be cautious of Mother Nature and that we're causing harm and whatnot. And it's all bullshit.
Yeah, they just want them states, divide and conquer. That's what they want.
It's state fabricated terrorism. That's what it is.
To put it bluntly, they want your borders.
Weather terrorism, I should say, actually.
Well, want your borders, sovereignty, you're part of the grid, and any angels below land. That's what they want.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So there they are, just like, again, manipulating what we're talking about, using technology against people and not to help people. So what are guns going to do, you know? Like, how do we stop these people?
Lot of Earth news and weather.
Yep. The Flat Earth Report. That's what's up. Yeah, so you guys, it's just, God, I don't know.
Yeah, what's that interest in Florida? Was it California, Florida, and Texas? Texas, was it?
Wait, what was that?
What's their interest at the moment? Was it Florida, California, and Texas?
I'm not 100% sure.
That flooded, it was California, Texas, and
Louisiana.
Yeah, it was Florida and Louisiana, yeah. They all got hit with hurricanes just over the spring, summer, yeah.
Any angels nearby or on that grid that you can see?
Well, yeah. I mean, California is definitely one there on the West Coast. And then coming up in that Gulf.
Cali's peppered in angels. Look at that place.
Well, I know Texas, New York, they've definitely got their own CERN unit. So there's a couple of tornadoes. Texas and New York have got their own.
And then if you look up in the Gulf there, it comes to those points where they kind of all start to meet. So.
But when it comes,
it's all right on.
Sorry.
It's okay. I was just going to say it's all right on the ley lines to be able to push stuff there, you know. But yeah.
So when it comes to California, isn't it pretty much man-made dams and redirecting of waters that have allowed California to have such fertile, well, not necessarily fertile, but the water to be able to grow the stuff that they have?
Yeah, they got a really good aqueduct system there. I mean, if Josh was there, he could probably elaborate more on it because he's there. But they got a really good aqueduct system that I know of, and that's all I know. I mean, I know it's pretty complex and it's like, you know, legit good. Where they get good flow of water from, I think, Nevada or something like that.
But they've changed the entire landscape. Like, California should be a desert if man hadn't intervened and changed things. I don't know if that's true or not. It's something that I'm just kind of pulling out my ass right now. But I don't know if you guys have any thoughts on that.
No, I don't. I don't have any thoughts on that. I honestly don't know.
What was the question?
There's a lot of farmland there now. You know, they grow a lot of stuff there.
Just that California, without man intervention, would be a desert, basically.
But what about like Yosemite National Park? There's like a forest there. So maybe some of it's forest and some of it's just desert.
They seem to like making dams, don't they? Is there a reason?
Could be the same as Niagara Falls. That way you build the dam, then you got your hydropower, which is pretty much a mainstream idea. But the water flowing seems to...
I'm thinking more further downriver, you know, what are they starving out? You know, are they doing damage further downstream that used to get that flow that's, you know, it's gone now because they made it a dam? Are they starving people down further south of the stream, say?
Well, I'm sure they are.
Yeah, you know, it must have a knock-on effect somewhere.
Yeah, it's definitely going to have an effect on stuff like that, on the landscape.
All the farmland south of there is going to suffer because it can't get the water it used to get. They can't farm.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll change your agriculture. It'll change a lot. The landscape, definitely.
So you change arable land into a desert, innit? You take the water away.
Everything. Even insects. The whole food chain changes. You change the dynamics of that, and you know, things are gonna be very, very different, no doubt.
I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. I need a brew. Parched now.
So last time I was on, I told you guys that I have not met another flat earther in Niagara Falls. I am very happy to report that has changed.
Really?
You have, wait. You found a flat earther, or you didn't find another flat earther?
I did.
And that remains the same.
I'm sorry?
And that remains the same? Still a flat earther?
Well, I know I'm a flat earther. But
yeah, I know you are, but the person you met.
Oh, he is. And
okay.
It was a total random occurrence.
All right, cool.
So there were two guys arguing in the lobby of my store. One of my other coworkers comes up to me and says, "There's two guys talking about flat Earth." So I booked it over there. Got to talking. The one guy just seemed shocked that there was another one of us in the same vicinity. And so then we got to talking and exchanged numbers. And so, yeah, I'm not alone in Niagara Falls anymore.
Or you just had like this random meetup flat earther?
Yep,
That's
just
awesome.
One of my coworkers heard it, told me, and you're not going to stop me from getting over there.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
good stuff, man. Good stuff.
Yeah, we're everywhere, but not many people talk about it in public. So, at least not enough.
Not enough. Yeah. But I guess if we keep talking about it, I guess it's gonna help. You know, it's the collective conscious minds, if you will. You know.
Yeah, and it makes so much more sense than that heliocentric crap they've been shoveling down our throats since childhood. Like, I'm amazed people can't see it. But
yeah, they can't see that. It's a Freemason Jesuit religious paradigm. It's a paradigm to control your mind on a different scale, and people don't realize that it's controlling your mind on a subconscious level, on a conscious level, on a spiritual level. I mean, and on different frequencies. It's just making people vibrate at the wrong way. People are just confused, in a constant state of dissonance because of the paradigm they're in. It's screwing people up, man. You know, people need to break free. Really, that's what it is. Got to wake up. That's what we're trying to do here. the Earth is not a spinning ball. We don't know the shape of it, but it's definitely stationary.
Oh, trust your senses.
It's stationary.
Exactly.
That we know. Yeah.
So how are you doing, Cats? You've been pretty quiet tonight.
I'm fine. I'm always quiet sometimes. It depends. It depends on the topics. So yeah. Well, I'm glad you met someone, another flat earth. So they'll start popping up, don't worry. It's gonna pop here and there. You're gonna meet a lot of people that it starts that way.
Yeah, it's really good. You should have him come aboard on the panel and tell us his story.
Yeah, he doesn't have a YouTube account, but he watches. So, Steve, happy to have you aboard, buddy.
There you go, right on, Steve.
He doesn't have a YouTube account, but he watches.
Yep.
Who's that, guys?
Another member of the Legion. The Flat Earth Order. Right? Yeah, right on. Yeah, that's awesome. Good stuff, man.
Yeah, I'm still happy about the whole fact that it just randomly happened.
It's not, how can I put it this way? It's not an accident. An accident, you can say you ran into him or he ran into you. It's just something that, I put it this way, the Lord put you guys together.
Question chat there, guys, from Trouble About. What about the ocean's currents? What role do they play and would they work if land was in different places in the past? I would say the ocean's currents probably follow the grid. Looking at it now, like everything's following the grid. Have a look at that. What do you think, Juan? Would that sound about right? Everything follows the grid?
Yeah,
Yep.
I think so. I can't say for sure yet because I'm just beginning with the weather and the water and stuff. But from what I was understanding from Jimbo the other night, remember he was talking and he was, he explained it perfectly. I wish he was on here, but how water is energy. Do you guys remember when he was saying that?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And it just made perfect sense. So I can't really explain it as good as him.
He didn't say it was diamagnetic, but he used a different term for it. But what we know it is that water does move with magnetism and with energies. Therefore, that can cause currents as well. Well, that is part of the reason why there's currents. Also, but yeah, he explained it best. You're right. He nailed it. Yeah. Of course.
Yeah, and coming up, I'll present to whether or not the weather is following all of this energy as well, which I'm pretty sure it is. It appears to be, but I just don't have enough data to really show anyone yet. So,
it's all
coming soon. Coming soon in an update.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So, do you think that Herp is actually out there that can manipulate it, or is it just?
Yeah, absolutely. I do absolutely, because the low ELF frequencies can be put into ground, and when you put energy into ground, it will cause larger movement to go. So I think that's how they're manipulating it to cause these big earthquakes in manipulated place. Where they want it to hit, because if they shoot the energy in a certain area, it's going to follow that path and it's going to hit along the way. Except they're adding more energy to make it larger quakes and stuff. And that'd be when the off time is. So if that part of the world is not activated at the time, and you can follow that just by seeing swarms of earthquakes is a good sign of the activation. And if they're getting large movement out of nowhere like that's a sign to me that something's involved, because it shouldn't be happening like that. So
yeah, I think they're definitely getting in there and intensifying it,
Jimbo's in the chat there now, but he's too tired. The working blender.
Who?
Jimbo, he's in the chat. But he says, yeah, you said it correctly. Diamagnetic water, was it? Yeah.
Well, I know, but I think he tried to stay away from that particular word or that label. But as we know it, that's what we call it. He had a better explanation though. But yeah. I'll leave it at that. That's basically it.
Hopefully that's filled, well, not filled, but give people more help about how this map and grid are working, or how we think it's working, or what we're trying to put together to show you here. Hopefully what we've told you so far and the videos, if you watched any, help. We're trying to make it as easy as possible to follow, but it's not that easy to explain in some cases. But we're getting there, We can see how it works. It's just putting into words or graphics. That's the harder part. I think the data will, the data we're going to get coming in will back up what we're telling you.
It should, right? It should actually. I mean, it's not going to go in a different direction. It should solidify what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, you can expect a few more surprises because we don't know what's down there. But looking at the grid itself, I don't think it's going to stray much from what it is, from its own construct. The only other things we might see is things going on outside of the realm or near it, which we can't relate to anything much yet.
FPP, can I throw out something that I thought was pretty interesting? A different idea of the four corners of the Earth. So if you imagine your pizza crust or your pizza, and say you just slice it into four slices, the four corners would be at the dead center. And that's where your corners would be, and your Mount Meru, and that's the only place you could actually see the four corners. Have you ever heard that idea of it?
Yeah, like I said, I've worked with AE maps. I've tried these grids with various maps. The last AE style map I tried it on, the guy copyrighted the map, and I had to remove the video. So it was basically a map put together by community people, people in the community giving readings, solar moon readings and such, and eventually a map was made from those readings. But the person who made them decided to copyright them and keep them to themselves. So I didn't get to show you that one. But,
that's disappointing.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's basically stole the map from the community, hasn't it? When you think about that. But I've tried other maps, since then. Ron FE gave me an AE map to try that he'd made himself. I have released one with an AE map on it, but it's not making a lot of sense on the AE map. You've got all this data in the south, the four corners to factor in, and data in the south. And like I say, you haven't got anything beyond this alleged ice wall on the AE map to go by. But the AE map, it was shown on Sun and Moon Group how it's created, and it's just like I say, this algorithm that rounds the square image off into the round map, and eventually you can run to an endless possibilities of an AE map just by moving a few certain things in this map. It was a never-ending, limitless AE map. But it's, at the end of the day, it still wasn't working. And I think a lot of them are, you know, judging these maps by flight times, but now you've got so many Bermuda triangles to take into account, and they're getting switched on and off throughout the year, and flights rerouted. Then yeah, that's going to change. You know, that's going to change your flight times. Going to put the flying times up longer or shorter, depending which is on, which is off. So that's not a reliable way of getting data, I don't think, now, flight times, because they are getting rerouted around certain sites. They must be, you know, otherwise they're going to fly into a Bermuda Triangle, basically. These electromagnetic halos above you. They have to be going round, and they must be.
Hello, guys. How are you? Agreed.
Hey, Dred. How's it going, mate?
Good.
Yo, right on, Dred.
Hey.
Welcome, welcome.
I was just listening to what you had to say there. I just kind of got here. Sorry. Very interesting. What is this you're showing us out here? The Sun Star of Peru. So this is, I'm just reading the description.
That's from the Nazca lines. It's one of the Nazca geoglyphs. Sun Star of Peru, it's called. And if you read through it, it's basically cube in a Merkaba, and at the end of it, it wanders off into this distance that's supposed to be between Earth and the Sun, which is bullshit, really. If you follow it through properly and realise it's cube in a Merkaba, then you'll realise that 95,040,000 miles is actually the internal diameters of this cube Merkaba. That's where that figure's really coming from. It's not a distance to the Sun at all. You know, someone's added that as an afterthought. Oh, I'll just chuck that on the end. That looks good. To throw you off. That's been added. Ignore it.
Huh.
We know that's a lie, don't we? 95 million miles away.
So how do you feel about the azimuthal? I mean, it's a better representation than the globe, is it not?
No, I prefer this one. This one's more realistic. And it shows you the true extent of Antarctica as well.
Okay.
I think there's also going to be more land in the northeast and west. Now, you might have this ice wall type thing around you, but you know, it might not be an AE map. It might be this map.
Yeah.
With more land around the external. We're going to get the south to go by the northeast and west. You can't see anything in this map. I mean, the south alone. Look at the scale of Antarctica on this map. Bigger than the rest of the world, you know. And it's as Admiral Byrd described, the land south of the pole. Well, yeah, you know, there's plenty of land south of the pole if you look at that map.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's not that hard to figure out when you look back and you see where the heliocentric model comes from. And I mean, just from its inception, it's you know, it's a sham. You know?
Control mechanism.
Heliocentrism, I've been saying it, is the state's one world religion. You know, the Earth is not a spinning ball. You know, that model is just a religious paradigm propagated by NASA and all their bullshit. Sorry, carry on.
No, agreed. Agreed. Well, I mean, yeah, NASA carries it on, and you know, it's probably propagated by, I don't know, I'd hate to blame Freemasons, but it's remarkable how many Freemasons were involved with a lot of the like Copernicus's work, and even when you go back to ancient Greeks, were some of them not Freemasons or something?
Well, it goes back to Solomon. Yeah, we've had the discussion before.
That's remarkable.
Yeah. So, but yeah, NASA is Freemasonry. You have, in order to be an actor, you need to be a 33
hey,
or plus or something like that.
Hi, Cats.
So, yeah.
Thanks for the invite.
Oh, you're welcome. I heard your voice. I'm like, am I hearing things or no?
Pardon?
I was in chat. I heard your voice, but I didn't know if it was you or not. And like, I had to come and look.
You get to see you guys.
Yeah, I was in chat.
Oh man, I spent hours editing this new music video I'm trying to do. it's killing me. Video editing is cancer. It's awful. I hate it. But what are you gonna do? My songs do better if I put a video with them, right? If I make a video, they just seem to be more enjoyable. So whatever.
Sure, why not?
Why not? Put a bit
why
of
not? Yeah.
into it. Yeah. I'm just not, I'm not a video. I'm a musician, right? Not a video editor. So it takes me probably twice as long, but I'm learning, I'm getting better, and practice makes perfect, right?
Yeah. Well, some of the editing software is similar to audio software. So, the timeline and a lot of the editing features.
Different tracks. So, yeah, totally.
So navigating through an audio, when you're going through an audio editing software, it's gonna be similar to video, if not.
Agreed. Yeah, it is. It is quite similar. I guess it's the for me, I guess it's the cutting and pasting of chunks of videos and this and that and putting it together and making it timed when you're putting it to music and you want everything to kind of flow and it, and be in rhythm with the music and the words to match your mouth, right?
So what are you using, Ableton?
Pardon?
What software are you using, Ableton or what?
No, I bought Vid Pro, I think it's called.
Oh, okay.
I found one that looked like a audio software program, so I was familiar with it. Right? I was like, take that one, and it seems to have all the effects and all this stuff. My last music video I used making it, and it seems to have good effects. I can throw in whatever I want. If I get better, like much better, then I suppose I'll buy a better program. But for now, this is perfect.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Yeah, and you don't want it to be too good, otherwise people start questioning you in this community, right? Why is his video so damn good? Like
yeah, right. The production quality is like,
he's a shill.
Ace. Yeah.
So yeah, you
right.
Dumb it down a little.
There you go.
Luckily, I don't have to dumb it down. My shit's already dumbed down. All right. One sec here. So what have you guys been focusing on a lot lately?
I just been.
What's got your interest?
Today it's been a lot about the AI Sophia.
Oh, that thing is weird.
Yeah, I know. It kept popping up on my stream, so I'm like, okay, enough. I'm gonna watch it. So I've been watching videos on AI, and it's just the whole thing, the singularity, and it trying to achieve its own consciousness, and it's just weirdo. I don't know, man. It's just too Hollywood for me still.
It's bizarre. Who knows, right? The programmable
I don't know enough
matter.
about it. Yeah, honestly, I don't know enough about that technology and what goes into it. So
it could just be Wi-Fi, couldn't it? It could be a guy in another room talking.
It could be somebody. Exactly, it could be a fancy Muppet. I mean, it could be. I don't know. I don't know enough about the technology, but it's a topic that a lot of people are talking about now, and it kept showing up on my stream. So I was looking at some stuff.
Check it out. It's different, weird stuff. What else did that remind me of? That reminded me of that software.
9.99 on eBay.
Have you seen the software that the camera watches your mouth, and then whatever motions your mouth makes, it puts onto the person that's on the screen, so you could be mouthing and putting words into like George Bush's mouth or whoever you want, right? So you could have you could do a whole fake speech and make his mouth movements perfect to what
you superimpose.
It's not a superimposed thing. You're actually tracking the movements of your mouth and then making his mouth do the same thing.
You mean like blue screen sort of synchronization type of stuff?
Bizarre technology, man. Like, I don't know how they did it, but I saw a demonstration. You can find it on YouTube. I wish I knew what it was called. But yeah, they showed you, and they showed a camera on this guy who was in front of a computer, and on the computer he had George Bush, and he would talk, and George Bush's mouth on the screen would move and talk. So it was like, so you could fake a whole video. You know, you could totally fake a whole speech by a president or a an important person or a person that's long dead, or
right. Well, is it something along the lines? I'm thinking like, I don't know why, but it keeps making me think of like what Snapchat has. You know, the filters.
No, I don't know.
Are you familiar with that stuff?
I don't really do Snapchat. No.
Well,
most social media annoys the shit out of me.
Well, there's filters that go on your face, and like it just makes you look like a lot of craziness.
Yeah, I got room for like YouTube and Google Plus, I guess, a little bit. Yeah, no, I don't. I just can't do social. Most social media is, it's just cancerous, and people just awful. Yeah. Terrible.
Yeah, it is. It is. I agree with you, brother.
Infected with trolls, it's sarcasm. I don't know. Something's wrong with this society.
It's a troll world.
Yeah.
I've definitely seen that technology before with the making the presidents say whatever you're saying, or
I can't remember what
anybody.
It was called. I wish I could link the video for you guys. Sorry. It was it's interesting stuff. I just saw this within the last year or so too.
Jimbo said it's called virtual reenactment.
There you go.
No different than making planes fly into the Trade Center towers.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez.
And the guy that actually filmed the whole Trade Center towers getting hit by the planes, what is his job now? He teaches people how to put CGI into live video footage. That's his job now as a professor, teaching people how to do that. It's totally screwed up.
I guess you get to pick your job. What's your other take? I guess maybe that's one of the deals. Okay, what career do you want? You just got to shut up. You can do whatever you want. What do you want to do?
If the paycheck is worth your soul.
No, it's not. But I guess to some people it is. A lot of those people in the old paradigm are still in the kind of atheist mindset. Thanks to science.
Some, yep. I
was there. I was definitely there.
You're still
I'm a deist.
Are you still soul searching?
Not so much. I feel comfortable with the deism belief system idea. And, there's a creator. He put us here, but he's not watching us. He's gone. He's creating other places. He's moved on. That's just a quick summary of deism. It's just an old.
Yeah. Well, that's your take.
That's just the way I perceive things. When I look around, I don't see a God watching over.
Well,
being
an atheist, you being an atheist, and now getting to this point, that's pretty good. I mean,
yeah. For sure. I see the hand of the creator around us, perhaps. Yeah. I also see a lot of flaws with religion, and unfortunately, and religious. Like stuff that like it turns my stomach, man. It's to the point where I just want to literally puke all over these people when they say stuff like, some average housewife like makes a prayer to the Lord and her prayer is answered, right? And she's like, oh, hallelujah, fucking God is real, right? And then her wish was like, oh, I hope I make my car payment this month. or my mortgage payment, right? And hallelujah, somehow the cash comes through and she makes her fucking payment. But meanwhile, you know, there's fucking millions of people all over the world watching their children starve to death and dying. Like they're dying. They're making their prayers. They're not getting answered. And they're so much more important, so much more drastic than a fucking car payment or something, right? But these people are so delusional in their little bubble world of convenience. It just makes me sick. And I hate that shit.
I understand. I totally understand.
I hope you understand. Yeah.
I do. I understand that. I don't know if a lot of other people can understand that, but
I hope
people use that as a reality filter. Also, some people with church and whatnot, and they're just using that as a crutch, if you will.
It's a crutch.
You know what I mean? That's what some people are, and then some people are really devoted to the Word of God and to doing their thing. You know, some people have their own journeys and their own purposes, and so be it. You know, that I let them be. You know,
yeah, everybody's
what they want to do. You know what I'm saying?
Truth is what I call it.
Yeah,
you know,
but
what level are you at, right?
You know what I mean? Yeah, that's. I mean, I don't know if that's actually even real.
That's the way I see it. Like people are at different levels of acknowledgement or truth or understanding, right? So, you know,
someone praying to get money to make a car payment versus someone praying to have to feed their kid, and then someone getting answered. Someone's prayers getting answered to get their car payment done, as opposed to having their child fed is. I don't know, man. It's like
to me, it just seems so arbitrary. Like their little, you know, pipe dream wishes coming true, and then that justifies their religion to them. When there's proof, you know, all around them that there's massive suffering and nobody's wishes are coming true, nobody's hopes or prayers, you know. So that's where I'm going with that. It's very self-centered, closed-minded. It's very, you know, stuck in your own little world, you know, kind of take a look around. And that's where, you know, that's kind of where the deism thing fits me like a glove, right? I see no evidence of God still or the creator being here still. I see something created this place. I also see it as a trap too, a beautiful trap, but I see us as not being able to leave this place as of what we know so far. I mean, it gets incredibly cold when you travel anywhere out. There's no oxygen up, and it turns into lava when you go down. To me, it seems like a damn fine enclosed system, right? But you know, that's just the way it appears to me. That's the way I see things.
Right on. Well, thanks for expressing how you feel.
Sorry. Just so you guys know where I'm coming from. That's where
it's all about, you know. Yeah, you know, you're allowed to have an opinion. Everybody has their opinions on.
For sure, and it's just my opinion. It means nothing. Yeah, it means nothing.
Right, your interpretation is your point of view, and that's your point of view. You know.
Totally.
I can agree with a lot of what you've said, and there's some stuff there that I probably don't agree with, but you know, whatever.
Oh, that's totally cool.
It's all good.
No, and of course.
Yeah, man, it's all good. And I'm sure the panel can, you know.
No, I'd love to hear, you know, what you guys think. I respect people that, you know, stand up for what they think, and that's great.
Yeah. Well, going back to the spiritual journey.
Yeah.
And you've come a long way, brother. You know?
I think so. From atheist to accepting that this is a created place.
Yeah, it's a created place.
I'm not going to pretend to know God, right?
Right.
And I don't know.
Yeah, that's all good.
Well, like I said about the technology, you know, although it helps create landmass and such, it's not responsible for the creation of all the living creatures on this world. So, you know, whoever's behind that's unknown to me. I haven't found that one out, but yeah, there's definitely technology involved, but it's designed more to complement the life of you. Not, you know, it doesn't create it, it complements it.
I see huge problems with evolution, right? Huge problems. Shit that they just kind of brush over, glance over, and don't address. So, you know, there's no human bones in the pre-human fossil record. We don't come from apes. It's that simple. There's no proof of that ever, because they had 2 arms and 2 legs and a head. so we came from them. No, it's ridiculous. And I'm trying to explain these kind of ideas to people, but they look just like us. There's some guys at work, just like us. And, so I got into a conversation the other day at work, and, buddy turns around to me and he's like, it'll all be decided in 300 million years when either the sun explodes or our solar system crashes with Andromeda. Right? And he, all in one mouthful, he said that shit to me. Right? I looked at him, I'm like, dude, nice story, bro. Like, you believe that shit, man? Like, you hands down believe that's going to happen. That's what you believe. You have no evidence. You can't prove anything you just said, but that's what you fully believe is going to happen. So yeah, it's just remarkable. Amazing what people have looked into.
Well, when you try to talk to somebody that's an evolutionist, and it's just part of the narrative, man. I mean, it's just part of the lie. Like, once again, it's part of the Jesuit order, part of the control paradigm. It's just another control paradigm.
The globe model, right?
Yeah, part of the globe model, exactly. You can't have evolution without the large time scale that they need. If they need the dinosaurs 65 million years ago, they need all these millions of years for anything to really be of anything, and it's just, we know it's bullshit. You know what I mean?
It's bullshit because you can't observe it.
Exactly, and it's. I know some of the fossils that we've talked about are probably from animals that were of larger scale, because we believe that we believe that people were larger in scale and animals were larger in scale, and there's fossils to show that they were larger human beings, and I'm sure there were larger animals as well, like like the elephant.
That's the thing. When you look into it, bro, when you look into the pre-human fossil record, it turns out that everything before Homo sapien were primate bones. Like every single one of them. They were apes, dude. They have tied apes to us, and there's not one physical. Their bone density is completely thicker. It's completely different, right? Bone density. In every single, the Australopithecines right up to the Neanderthals, they're fucking primates. But in these gosh darn books that we have when we're in school, and they're teaching us, they put people's heads, right? Or they put like ape heads on people's bodies is what they do. And in your book, you're supposed to like ape-looking type-looking heads. Oh, this is early man, right? And it's total bullshit. There's not one piece of evidence linking the body, the bone structure to modern man. It's a total leap of faith, and there's no missing link, and it's been 150 years, never been found. So that's debunked totally. And you know what? A lot of people that are into science they will admit that these days. They're willing to admit it now because it's become so preposterous, right? It's like, okay, I don't believe I can talk people into that. I'm like, dude, you still think you come from apes? And a lot of people, I can talk them. They're like, okay, yeah, we probably don't come from apes. So that's cool. That one they're starting to give away on. But there's bigger fish to fry, right?
Well, yeah, but that's just, some people need to realize that everything they learned in school about this whole Big Bang theory, evolution, and everything else under the sun is just all BS. It's a total false paradigm. Everything's it's all based on false axioms. It's just bullshit. I mean, it's all lies.
Yeah, it's remarkable.
Ultimately is what it comes down to.
Yeah.
Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye, all these guys, Joe Rogan. I mean, they're just freaking shilling,
Yeah. Anybody heard any news lately on the whole Eric thing? Is he still debating? What's his thing?
I don't know. I'm trying to get him to come over here and talk to us.
Who, Eric?
Yeah, Eric Dubay. I've sent him a message, and
nice.
Eric, come.
Yeah, I mean that would be cool. He's
man,
full of information, right?
Yeah, that'd be great. It'd be great, but he's he's probably one of the most well-researched flat earthers. He knows that I know of, and all the information he's put out. It's
How many of us can say we wrote a book?
It's been about different ancient religions. I mean, ancient cultures that have flat Earth models, and what their concepts are.
Yeah.
About those models, their flat Earth models, and he's researched various ones. So I think he can debate anybody on the subject. To be honest,
yeah, agreed.
He might not know about what FPV's doing, but that's why he should come aboard and look at what we're talking about here about these halos and the energy coming from below and whatnot, and also what Jimbo's been talking about. Like, there's a correlation with atomic energy and these halos, and
magnetism,
electromagnetism or magnetism. The flux of energy and whatnot that Jimbo's been talking about. I think a lot of this just builds this universe we're talking about.
Starting to build a picture, a clearer.
Trying to build a better picture of this universe, right? That's it. Yeah. And it's just it's good stuff, I mean,
agreed.
It's a progress. It's a progression.
It's not to be taken lightly. Like, this is a phenomenal time to be alive, and for this information to be coming out. Who would have guessed, 10 years ago, we'd ever have been going through this journey? Fuck right. No. Like, this is absolutely mind-boggling to me sometimes that this could be happening in this day and age. Yep. We are supposed to have been everywhere pretty much and figured everything out. It's absolutely a mind fuck. I'm sorry to swear so much, but that's the best word I can come up with.
No, it really is. And what's amazing is that Siri got this data of all this the information that FPV's put together, and it's good that he has it, because we don't know if this data will be available in the future. So at least some models can be based on what he's done as of late. We don't know if this sort of information is going to be available to the public in the future. So right on, series for doing that, and you too, FPV, for putting it together.
Oh yeah, it's not all my work. It's only my work on Series' map and other people.
And Matt, I forget Matt's last name, but even Matt, he's part of this whole thing, and he's got some really good points. A lot of the stuff he talks about, it does go over my head, but when you put it in your visuals, like you've done, FPV, it makes more sense when you could see the images. It just makes more sense when you can visualize it as opposed to when he's talking about it, because some of that stuff does go over my head.
It's pretty technical stuff, some of it.
Mm-hmm. He's talking about color coding and numbers, and it gets a little over my head. I have to keep watching it and just keep paying attention. And
definitely,
it's just new information. I'm just trying to make sense of it myself. You know what I mean? And just
I'm with you, bro.
Draw my own conclusions to this reality that I'm in. Like we all do. We all do our own thing. We're on our own little journey here.
No, I think it's probably wise to sometimes watch a few of those videos twice, right? To really absorb it and understand the concept. Concepts.
Yeah. Sometimes you gotta watch it more than just twice.
Occasionally. Yeah, there was one by Insanity is Sanity a few months ago that just, wow, I was really impressed, and I recommend it. And basically he was kind of brushing on, simulation theory, but not in your atypical, it was different. He was showing you how, like, the 3, 6, and 9 that I was talking about is consistently just, this math is consistently showing up in our reality, right? And perhaps, in some way, this is the reason we see certain number patterns all the time. Like, I see 3s constantly, 3 through 3s everywhere. 3s is because it's part of this simulation. It's not any kind of, weird spiritual thing. It's actually part of the
construct,
the mathematics, the construct that makes this. So it just automatically comes up all the time. It has to.
Yeah.
So that starts to make more sense to me, and that's given me a bit more clarity on that strangeness, right?
Yeah, no, I totally feel what you're saying. I could see that. I think Matt came up with the same numbers as well, and I think FPV. I think you could shine some light on that one, right? 3, 6, and 9 was the number that Matt was talking about also.
Yeah, 369 frequencies, vibrations, and all that colors.
Yeah, colors and those numbers have a lot of meaning to the universe.
Yeah, I'm studying them a lot lately. I'm trying to find them everywhere.
Yeah, you know, I look at this and I see nines popping up everywhere. You know, it's either a 6 or a 9, isn't it, somewhere popping up?
Well, 369 is what it is. So yeah, you're gonna see that a lot. You know, and as I said that, it's 1203, and you got 3 and 3. So there, there you go. All right,
non-stop.
There's your 33.
Yeah,
it's coded in there somewhere.
Yeah, everything's coded.
Yeah. Well, I've learned that there's more than 33 degrees of Freemasonry. There's up to 360, and the top one being the Morning Star.
Yeah. Crazy shit.
Yeah.
So me and IPS have talked about that shit a few times.
What's that, brother?
I said IPS has talked about, we talked about that shit a few times, like the Freemasonry stuff, and it's interesting.
Yeah, he knows a thing or two about it.
Yeah, he was involved with it for a little while. But, you know, whatever. I've known a lot of people in my regular life that are Freemasons. They're just dudes, right? They don't have any idea of any kind of esoteric fucking involvement with anything.
Oh,
they're clueless. They're just regular guys, right?
Yeah, they don't know anything about that, right? They don't know the true meaning of being a Freemason and taking it to another level, right?
Well, yeah, what might be going on? Yeah,
it is compartmentalized big time. You know, the elite guys are going to get in and know the true black dark magic that they learn. You know, it's some crazy shit, brother.
Probably.
Yeah, it is.
It'd be neat to be a fly on the wall for you know some of those higher level Freemason meetings, especially going back in history. It would have been interesting to see certain, you know, conversations that were had.
Again, ultimately, they're responsible for everything that's going on. They control the school curriculum. They control the university curriculums and all the academics. They control the history books. They control all the technology, the flow of information coming out on the internet, the psyops. They control everything.
Yeah, that's a fair amount.
You know, these people are just psychotic. They're just freaking liars. And we just need to keep talking about it. That's all we can do.
Yeah, agreed. Keep bringing people around.
People that what they've been taught is a lie, and that they need to question what they've been taught. Heliocentrism is a religious paradigm. You know, it's that simple. The Jesuits freaking created it. Get over it. You know, they've lied to you. It's that simple. Yeah. You don't need to try to debate if there's curvature or not. The whole concept of it, the whole narrative behind it is just to freaking mind control you. That's just, it comes down to it. You can make math do whatever you want it to do. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
It can fit any model. Math can do whatever you want it to do. Everybody knows that's possible. So enough of that horse shit, you know?
No, they just throw ad hominems out, you know, right at you as soon as you try and say that. You try and provide any evidence. No, you got nothing. Stupid. It's really sad. Even people that are close to you, you know, will just ad hominem because they really have no defense, right? And I think it's because I guess it's because the mind has taken so many leaps of faith subconsciously to accept this fucking reality, right? That it just goes into defense mode, I guess, when you question it, right? Question the beliefs. It just has to go defense mode, insults, ad hominems, because it doesn't have any answers. Like, oh shit, why do I believe this? Oh shit, we don't have an answer. Okay, call him a name.
Oh, they just try to sometimes just manipulate you and just try to gaslight you and just
it's always
it's not even worth doing anymore. It's like, you know, listen, like I said before, I've said it before and I'll say it again. If they want to remain ignorant, so be it. That's your problem. I'm not gonna try to teach you about the world that we live in is not what you've been told. You guys know the information's there. Go ahead and research it. I don't need to tell you anything.
Yeah.
They all know that.
Yeah, it's tough when it's people you in your
Remain
life
ignorant.
care about, right?
Yeah.
It's twice as hard to let it go when it's someone you care about and you want them to fucking wake up and take a look. Like, just look.
They want to remain ignorant. Dread, what are you going to do?
I'm guessing that's like, people that choose to stay in the matrix. They choosing to stay asleep.
The blue pill. They want to take the red pill.
Yeah.
Or they take the red pill and they're just like purple pilling it. They're just kind of on the fence about going any further to any other rabbit holes,
In fear of social retribution, really, mostly. That's what it's about. Fear of being ostracized, right? Looking like, because it all comes down to people. Its biggest fear is public speaking, basically, and so fear of not fitting in with a group, or fear of standing out, or being embarrassed, or something seems to be people's biggest fear, which is ridiculous, right? Your biggest fear should be fucking burning to death. Your biggest fear should be being torn apart by alligators in a let's be real. Public speaking.
Exactly. They're afraid of being, embarrassed or whatnot. But people should be pissed off about being lied to their whole freaking lives as kids. Even our grandparents, everybody should. Well, maybe our grandparents they didn't BS our grandparents, but our parents definitely thought that we went to the moon, or at some point we're convinced that at some point they probably did go. We all did too. Even myself, I thought for a minute that we probably did go. Even Mars, I was like, oh yeah, we're there. We got a rover up there. Oh yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah.
Bullshit. You ain't got nothing up there.
Yeah, I unfortunately indoctrinated the shit out of my kids with that Cosmos show that used to be on TV back in the day. Remember Cosmos with Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Yep.
That one started with Sagan.
Yeah, Sagan in the 80s. I
Sagan
remember.
as well, yep.
Yeah.
What a freaking tool.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Yeah.
I just want to say, guys, that I consider myself an atheist, but when I look back at it, my religion was science.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
interesting.
I didn't think twice about it. I didn't think God existed. I didn't think anything because we were a speck of dust in the vast corner of the cosmos.
Mm-hmm.
And just like Sagan said, because it's on TV. TV is true. TV is not going to lie to me. People aren't going to lie to me. And then when you really look into it with open eyes, it's so aggravating.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's aggravating because you get, insulted for just merely questioning anything. It's like, well, I'm just asking some questions here. Why are you getting so defensive? What's going on here? You have to realize that defense mechanism is obviously a sign of the programming that they've been put through their whole life through television and Hollywood. That's what I see it as.
Well, that's why it's not education. It's indoctrination.
Yeah.
That's flat out what it is, and it's on a mass scale. People should be pissed off that they were lied to their whole freaking lives, but nobody.
And they would be, dude. They would be if they would accept that they've been lied to, but they won't. They won't even accept that. So they can't get pissed off because they don't accept that they've been lied to.
Yeah, they don't want to accept that they've been lied to.
Yeah,
they don't.
Sad.
We're just trying to trigger people here. Get people, dropping, red pills and truth bombs and just trying to trigger people. I mean, that's
prove me wrong.
Right? Listen, I might be sounding like, we might be an echo chamber repeating what's been said before about, the lies and whatnot, but it needs to be said, man. That's what it comes down to. I mean, among other things that we've been talking about here on Cat Eyes Return, we talk about chemtrails, we talk about, all sorts of different technologies, just conspiracies galore, it just goes on. And of course, NASA, the easy target, but they're also, they're very much part of this, just like, the Masons and whatnot, and the control of the curriculums and and everything else we've been talking about the last, hour or whatnot.
Right. No, there's many important subjects, and flat Earth is, just one of many. Like, I don't even know if I consider flat Earth to be like once it's accepted as an alternative cosmology, the true alternative. But once it's a little more accepted, I find way more important things that need to be should be dealt with, right?
Yeah, no doubt.
That they're important to the human condition,
Yeah, like right now, chemtrails, vaccines, and GMOs is something that needs to be talked about. I mean, not necessarily, even for the globe heads. The globetards need to wake the fuck up about this shit too. It's not like, you guys, you live here too. Okay, regardless, we don't need to talk about the plane of existence we're on. Okay, fine, whatever. But you need to agree on this. Those chemtrails are bad for humanity and for all life on this plane of existence. Bugs, water, dirt, everything's just getting poisoned. And, but some of them are shilling for chemtrails, and then some of them know the truth, but I don't know, man. They just don't give a shit. It's like, I just don't get it. Okay, it's like you control flat Earth, but what about the freaking reality that's going on here? The shit that's going on here with us, what the government's doing to us, and all these programs and operations that the general public don't know about. And there's so many different applications again with the chemtrails, and the general public don't know shit about it. You research it and you go into all these different patents, and I mean, Dred, I'll tell you, man, it's insanity, man. There's so much shit.
I know.
It
is piles and piles of information.
I mean, we could sit here and talk about chemtrails for forever, man, and we will, because it needs to be talked about. But it goes on and on, man. There's a lot to talk about when it comes to chemtrailing.
It's remarkable. I guess
we want a real chemtrailist up here. We want someone that's been looking at shit under the microscope. So, Cat Eyes, she's trying to get a couple people on here that have been doing some real research on it.
Nice.
And,
like collecting
in the future, hopefully we can make that happen. What's that?
Like collecting samples and stuff, perhaps.
Yeah,
I've heard of people doing that.
Mm-hmm.
I've done that myself there, Dred. I took a sample off my car windscreen when we had a red sky that was allegedly sand from the Sahara. And when I looked under the microscope, guys in the States identified it as what causes Morgellons.
Ew.
What's that doing on my car windscreen?
Yeah,
so it wasn't sand.
You could see red and blue fibers under the microscope.
Freaking hell! Yeah, so it was the stuff that causes it. So what is it called? What is that?
Smart dust.
They said it was the cause of Magellan's. Yeah, it's a man-made.
Smart dust.
Was there a name? Did they give it a name or no?
It's a bioweapon.
Yeah, it's a bioweapon.
Smart dust. That's what they call it.
Smart dust.
Smart
dust.
Black.
Okay. It's nanotechnology.
It looks like it assembles inside the human. Well, any living form, I suppose. It assembles inside it, and it seems to harvest the metals from within the host to build
and that's
itself.
just one variation that we saw that he sampled.
Yeah, like if it's that kind of black goo stuff, there's many different versions, isn't there?
Yeah, there is, and they're saying there's some that get on the skin and want to replicate skin, and your skin becomes like plastic. People lose hair and whatnot in certain regions that they're chemtrailing, and people have the same sort of symptoms.
It's just
like skin. The people don't wear headwear or long sleeves. They have this type of finish on their skin.
So bizarre. I like to meet somebody. I like to personally meet somebody who has Morgellons and see. I'd like to see it pulled out of their skin. As disgusting as that is, I'd like to see it for myself.
Oh,
like
there's videos.
The skin and shit.
Yeah, I mean, there's videos on it.
I've seen the videos. And they're pretty convincing. Man. Like it's convincing, but seeing is believing firsthand, right? If I could meet somebody who had fucking Morgellons, I'd be like, just wow. You know, if they could show me the fibers under their skin and shit, I'd lose
yeah,
it.
it's been reported to be more in the areas that are
Hot,
hotter and humid regions.
yeah, Texas
So in the
area.
south.
I know. Yeah, I don't know
These-
anybody in Canada with Morgellons,
Mhm.
or even any reports of it or anything. So
This is what I recorded when the sky was red in UK that day.
I'll be right back, you guys.
this is when the day you got that stuff off your windshield?
Yeah, I waited a bit later on the same day and went and got a swab off my car windscreen. And this is what was under the microscope.
So a windscreen is a windshield?
Yeah. Okay. Windshield front of the car, the windscreen.
That's cool. That's cool. I was picturing a car with like a screen windshield. It's like, geez, that could be dangerous.
Yeah, so this is just, there's some there, look, a bit of the blue strands, and you can see some of the clear strands, then it's red there. But yeah, it's definitely the same stuff.
And that's a close-up on the windshield?
Yeah, there's just the swab taken off the front of the car windshield.
Or that's the swab, close-up of the swab, okay.
Yeah.
It's really disgusting looking, whatever it is. Isn't it? Are you sure you didn't clean your ear with that one? Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff there.
Yeah. Ew. Ew. Is that a fibrous Morgellon? A baby gellin? I think so.
Does look nasty, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's gross. You don't want that shit on you.
I was looking at one yesterday, someone said they took out of the groin, and it looked like it was lighting up. You know, they said they've had it in a jar for 6 months.
In their groin?
Their groin, yeah. They pulled it out with their groin.
Oh.
It looks like an insect kind of shape. It looks like it's made of different metals. And you can, if you look at it carefully, it looks like lights are switching on inside it. Yeah, weird.
Freaking bizarre stuff. Just absolutely bizarre.
I was expecting to see lots of
on your skin, though.
It's a sci-fi movie.
A lot of sand from
Sci-fi
the
horror.
It is.
Doesn't look like a lot of sand from the Sahara there, does there?
No, it doesn't.
And that's in the UK, FPV?
Yeah, that's in UK.
Yeah, no way the sun would ever do something like that.
Something from outer space. That look at
Well,
it.
no. What I'm saying is, you were saying there's nothing from Canada with a lot of people having it, and the UK is.
Well, you won't know you got it till you put it under a microscope, I suppose. You know, start taking samples and see what's in your neighbourhood. That's what I would be doing.
Yeah.
Trust no one. Trust no one. Trust no chemtrail.
We do get chemtrailed here pretty good.
So we right.
You can guarantee this will be amongst it then.
Musicians, are you in Canada?
Yes, sir.
Niagara Falls, Ontario.
Oh, cool. I'm on Vancouver Island.
Mm-hmm. So, did you get that radiation drifting over from Japan a couple of years back?
Oh, yeah, it was horrible. I grew an extra finger on my side of my neck.
Right.
Yeah, ridiculous, right?
Yep.
No, I think they just poisoned the coast there to keep people away from it.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure they cause these environments so they can take over an area and not have anybody like Chernobyl, not have anybody asking questions or coming around anymore. They can do whatever they want in that area afterwards, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a bit Chernobyl. You know, this guy's still cutting grass and cutting hedges there. He's looking after his garden. So yeah, it's bullshit. Land grab.
Yep, that's what I see, land grab. That's what I see a lot of this to be perpetuated for. I see almost a reality perhaps where you know, this world that we know of is supporting another world. We work and toil and you know, slave ourselves for a useless paper dollar to create way more resources than we need. And where do they go? Like, we have enough food to feed the world 3 or 4 times over, they say, but is it happening? No. Well, where are the resources going? They're not all being wasted. I just see I could see them hiding land from us, and that's the reason for these enclosed systems that we've been presented. Even the old Bible dome one, the dome enclosed system and the globe system, both traps for your mind, the way I see it. Perhaps we can leave this place, and that's the assumption. The only assumption really I'm going to take for now is that perhaps we can leave this place. I'm not going to assume there's a wall holding us in until we know there's a wall holding us in, right? Why jump to that conclusion until the proof has been laid in front of you? You know, it's just another mental block. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a vast plane of existence until, you know, proven otherwise.
Yeah, brother.
Same here, you know.
Yeah.
Don't take stuff at face value anymore. Question everything.
Everything. Everything. Definitely. Yeah. So
I love the question. Are we like the scorpions being kept away from the kittens? Or are we the kittens being kept away from the scorpions?
in my opinion, we're put here as a trap.
Well, we're just cash cows, aren't we? You know, we're just there to be taxed and work to death. Well, they put the feet up and get rich and do what they want to do.
I had that exact conversation yesterday with a nice girl that had no idea about the whole flat Earth thing. I helped my friend move, and I ended up being in a car with somebody for a good, 45 minutes. And she likes to talk, whereas I'm a quiet person, except for flat Earth. That's the only thing I want to talk about.
Right on.
So I kept pushing it off. Like, you don't want to know. You don't want to. Just kind of doing the reverse psychology thing. She's like, come on, tell me. So then I just laid into it, and she's like, huh? Had no idea that this was even something anybody was talking about.
Wow.
And
what kind of bubble are you living in when you haven't even heard in the last 3 years that people are talking about this? Seriously, where is she from? Like, how could you have not? It blows me away that I meet people like that too, man. It's unbelievable.
she's trying to make ends meet. She's got her children that she's worried about. Works way too much because of the slave system that we live in.
Mm-hmm.
And she just does not have the time to think about it.
Or yeah,
and that's exactly what they want. They want people so occupied and dumbed down and apathetic that you don't have time and you don't give a crap to research it.
And that's what I told her.
That's exactly.
Why do you think you're busting your ass? You don't have time to spend with your children because you're working 2 jobs and this, that, and the other. And
this
exactly what it is. Yeah.
This feels like of the utmost importance to me. I feel like this is a very, very important message, not to be just put aside for things in life. This needs to be addressed. Not everybody can be asleep. We have to address this now. I'm afraid that if we don't address this issue now, it might be buried for a very long time again, perhaps for the rest of our time here. I don't know. Humanity's time here, I mean.
Yo, absolutely, man.
It's an amazing time to be alive, and it boggles the mind, right? And I'm not completely sure of myself. I constantly second guess myself on this stuff. Just like, am I making a good call on this? Am I really, like, what do I know here? All I can guarantee is that you need to question anything that isn't instantly verifiable or observable on hand. If you can't verify it, you need to question it. It's that simple.
That's it.
But she saw an astronaut in space on TV.
Yeah.
And that was good enough because she didn't have the time to look into it. And again, she didn't think that anybody would possibly lie to her. I asked her after that, so you think 9/11 was the story you told us? She's like, yeah. It's like, palm on the forehead.
Yeah.
Like,
it's sound asleep still, so.
Like, I want to help, but there's only so much you can spout out in a very short car ride.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just lay a few little seeds, right?
Oh yeah, planting seeds is the way to go. Like I always tell people, okay, you don't believe me, but remember where you heard it first. Because I talk to everybody that I can about it.
Yeah, me too, pretty much.
And there's that old American folk tale about Johnny Appleseed. I'm just thinking of when you mentioned the seeds again.
Huh.
But walking around, dropping seeds, and apparently that's how North America got apples everywhere, which is total BS. But
why couldn't you be Johnny Appleweed? Fuck.
Yeah, that grows everywhere too.
It should be everywhere.
So you guys know Hank Hill? He's been on. I know that everybody likes Hank Hill from what I can see. But I remember an episode of King of the Hill where some guys got him to sign a petition for hemp, and he didn't realize hemp was cannabis. And the look on his face when he finally was told after signing it what it actually was.
That's awesome.
Oh, that makes me laugh.
Yeah, Hank Hill was awesome. King of the Hill was a funny show. Bobby. Yeah. Wish I could watch TV still. All my friends going to watch the Star Wars movie. Wish I could be interested in watching that. But I'm not. It just bores me now and irritates me, and I just see the stupid programming in it, and I just get irritated. You know.
But watching with flat Earth eyes?
I don't mind it.
Well, I used to love it. I'm the biggest Star Wars fan there is. You wouldn't believe the amount of shit I have. I have one of the biggest Star Wars toy collections that I've been collecting for my kids. Like I've bought other collectors' collections and made.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you've told me this before in another hangout. Yeah, I remember that.
So I'm a huge Star Wars fan, and I've lost interest. I just can't watch it anymore. It just makes me feel kind of stupid or something. Like I'm not entertained by it anymore. I just feel like it's just more bullshit programming. Even though it's a fun sci-fi, just, take it for what it is. It's just a fun show. I can't. I can't get over it now. I see through this lens now of that this is bullshit. This is programming. This is, and I see it. And I can't even walk by a TV that's on now for like 5 seconds without being like, oh my God, programming. Like, wow, you guys, do you not see that? Do you not see what they're doing here? No.
Absolutely. And television commercials are the worst. When you see globes everywhere. Like, they are absolutely everywhere in advertisements. Like, logos of people. I saw a truck go by that was like World Meats, and the O of the world was a friggin' globe.
Oh, man.
And
It's infected our society, like business names and logos. Yeah, everything. It's the dumbest things will just attach global to their name and stuff, right? Like giving them some kind of importance, right?
Global television in Canada. We have a station called Global.
My family member is an anchor for their news. I have a family member who's an anchor there.
Oh,
Like
that must be a fun
big
conversation.
major anchors.
I've got family that are teachers, and
Me too.
they,
Me too. I come from a family of teachers.
yeah, it's like banging your head against a brick wall. Like
Yeah,
they will not.
Have you talked to them?
Oh yeah, everybody knows that I believe that, but they won't put the time and effort into looking at it.
Same, me too. Well, some of my family, my mother's come around, and she's very, she doesn't disagree, she doesn't agree, she's just very, yeah, open-minded to it. Like, perhaps this is true, yeah. So that was nice. At least my mom is kind of, you know, supportive to the fact that she knows she doesn't trust mankind, and she knows that man just lies constantly, and so she's wise to that shit. So I'm thankful for that. But I'd have to say every single person, every other person in my family, not so much. They just kind of, they're just not interested, right? They're just doesn't, I don't know how it could not be important to somebody. I don't see how your reality, the shape of your reality, your true existence, the meaning of your existence, isn't that important? Like, what does it matter? Well, why would they lie? Well, that's why they would lie, to hide the reason you're here, to hide the true shape of your reality. Fuck it. If someone asks that question, they're not even fucking worth talking to. Honestly, if you ask me that question, you're not worth my time, right? Seriously. What the hell? Because you hear it actually fairly often. Does the mind numbing zombie sheeple, right? It's just awful. And I hate to be judgmental, but oh my God, why would they lie? It's got to be probably the dumbest question I hear on a fairly regular basis. Why would they lie? Where would I start? Where do I start? It's just, well, how about to have and own everything in existence? Is that a good enough reason for you? Fuck.
Yeah. How about making a lot of money out of free energy? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Charging us for free energy, charging us for this and that, making us work slave to the grind. Like, I've worked so damn hard my whole life. I've got big bumps on my knuckles and stuff from using my hands too much, and it's all bullshit. None of us should have been working this hard, right? There's no reason for us to have been working 5 days a week for 8 or 10 or 12 hours a day. It's retarded. I'm totally against this system, and I'm totally for hard work. Like, I love getting dirty, right? And building something, making something, fabricating things. I love it. But
yeah, you're right. You know, people shouldn't have to put that much time out and whatnot. But children shouldn't be in school for that many hours either. Especially, you know, it's crazy. Kids go to school and they don't get out till night, especially in the autumn, you know, in the fall time.
Ridiculous.
Really, really late. Yeah.
Ridiculous that you have to go through that.
You know, I've seen kids getting dropped off around, 4:30. It's already dark out.
That's more of a North American thing, though, right?
I guess.
Because you go to some of the other countries, and in the afternoon, fuck, they're not going back to work. They're out having tea with their buddies or having a few drinks, like kind of funky drinks. Those kind of places. Like where would that be? Like Indonesia, maybe places where they would, Mexico. I think Mexico's like that, isn't it?
Let's have siesta.
Yeah, siestas, right? You just chill.
Go home.
Back to work after lunch. You go and chill out after lunch.
Yeah, a couple hours, come back, finish up what you're doing, and call it a day.
Maybe go back. Yeah. Most of the time there, it's work from when you start in the morning till lunchtime, and that's it. That's it. It's too hot. The rest of it's like, forget it. I'm not working in that. So everybody goes and does their own thing. Yeah, my my dad years ago tried to start a factory, air conditioner factory, even in Mexico, and I mean, he couldn't, just to get people to show up to work, he had to offer them like a free lunch, right? So they'd come, and then he'd hope for them to stay after lunch, and they didn't. They never would. So they'd come and work for a few hours, have lunch, and then they'd all leave. They'd all leave, right? So after about 2.5, 3 years of that bullshit, he shut down and moved back to Canada. Said, screw this. I can't get anybody here to work. So whatever.
But in North America, you got to pay down your debts because you went to college or you went to university, and you're above your shoulders in debt. So people think they have to work and go through that process.
Yeah, I was lucky. I skipped straight to a trade kind of thing. I started working with the forestry right out of high school, fisheries and the forestry, and that was awesome. So they trained me and everything right on the spot, and then whatever. That was great. And then I became a welder later on, so I had to do that, but whatever. Yeah, hands-on trades. I'm fully for, I would try and convince people to try and learn as much of the trades as they can, right? It makes you a more useful person in life. And you
can work for yourself.
At least you can take care of your own problems or a friend's problem, right? You don't always have to phone a professional and spend hundreds or thousands of dollars. You might be able to actually help them. So that's a nice feeling to, save yourself money by doing something yourself, right? But that, I said that, but, it's also good to know when you should phone a professional, when dealing with electrical issues or certain things. If my Mustang needs work, I'm not going to work on it. Not a chance. I'll fuck it up. I'll pay a professional to do the job because I'm just not a mechanic. And I'm not paying one of my dumbass friends to fucking mess with my Mustang. No way. So, yeah. So, no,
What, a case of beer and $50 ain't going to do it?
Not
in that order, anyway.
Oh, my best friend would love to get a hold of my car. He'd love to just customize and start doing all sorts of shit to it. I'm like, forget it, dude. You're not touching my car. He customizes shit all the time. He customized his own car. He took the whole inlay panels of his Supra and replaced all the inside, like the puffy interior stuff, with checkered plate, like that shiny metal checkered plate, the aluminum checkered plate.
Aluminum or Illuminati? Checkered
plate. Yeah, no, he's no Illuminati for sure. I'm still trying to school this guy. I've known him my whole life. He's like my brother.
Aluminium.
He's like my brother, and I've been trying to get him all schooled up on everything that we've been learning in the last, 3 years, especially. It's been like a crash course in truth and just a massive brain surge of information, right? So trying to catch somebody up on that stuff, it's pretty hard unless they've taken the steps you have. Like, count the hundreds and hundreds of hours of videos that we've watched, or the tests we've done ourselves, like, to get to this point. Trying to tell somebody about that shit is so hard, right? You can't really just convey it with words. Words don't do enough. A video doesn't always do enough. They really need to show the interest themselves, and then
exactly.
Right?
They have to want to see the information and the evidence, and they need to just draw their own conclusions. I mean, ultimately, that's what it comes down to.
And that's where I agree with that.
It's like, what I mean? We can't spoon feed you and force you into being a flat earther or, a geocentrist or what have you.
Right.
That's what you got to do. I mean, that's it. People, like I said, if they want to remain ignorant, that's their choice. You know what I mean? That's all it comes down to. You know. And if they think we're crazy, so then you know what? Let us be. So then we're crazy.
Yeah.
Right? So what?
So be it.
So be it. We don't know if the edges are octagon shape, if there's edges, or if it's a triangle or rectangle or square or whatnot. I don't. At this point, that doesn't really even matter. You know. It's the technologies that FPV's talking about, and it's all the conspiracies that encompass flat Earth.
Yeah.
Ultimately, that's what's important.
Agreed, brother. Agreed,
the
my
Earth
brother.
is stationary. You know what I mean? That there's it's been proven quite a few different times, and it's a repeatable experiment that the Earth is stationary.
Yeah. Agreed.
NASA has documentation. Our buddy, our colleague Artis, has pulled up documentation with NASA stating that the Earth is a stationary plane.
What? Wow. I never saw that.
Mm-hmm. FPV can he remembers that. It's on some.
I believe, yeah, that's wild.
He's pulled up
I've seen
files.
NASA say
work. He digs.
Bro.
It's been there. It's there. It's legit.
You know, like what's with that video footage where Buddy's like, well, we have to figure out a way to get through the Van Allen radiation belt. Like, why do they say shit like this, right?
Exactly.
Why do they do shit? Like,
I'd like to see them get through the halos. Electromagnetic halo. How are they going to get through that?
Yeah, they're not going to be able to talk about those fluxes of energy and these.
I don't think you can go to the moon.
Right?
I don't think the moon is a place you can go.
Van Halen, it's not Van Halen, Van Allen, sorry, said the way to get through it. Yeah, Van Halen said, we gotta go really fast. We're just gonna punch through.
Van Halen probably did say that.
I thought he said hot the teacher. Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, what a bunch of bullshit, right?
Right.
Like and you have like high altitude pilots complaining of seeing like radiation flashes in their eyes at 300 whatever it is. Are they supposed to be 300 miles up or something? I don't know. Those high altitude planes are really high up, and they were complaining.
The ISS allegedly is 250 or so miles up.
No. But they're khakis, man. They got khakis on. That shit protects you from radiation and shit.
Right. They got khakis on.
Don't forget the polo shirt.
And the polo shirt, yep.
Yeah.
And they're wearing socks. They're just walking around. They're just floating around in socks.
Fucking amazing that people believe that
it's a sock
shit.
hop. Yep, it's a sock hop, everybody.
Like
that pool of water will protect them as well, remember.
Flying around at 17,000 miles an hour for the last 17 years or so, right? And
never close the hatch.
And socks, like it's a fucking, like every time you see them, it's just a good time. It would be a fucking constant battle for life and death, making sure all those seals and valves were in proper working order. You would be playing with water,
I know,
or washing
17,500 miles per hour. It's so retarded to even think that the craft can even handle that speed, or any craft could handle that speed. It is so ridiculous.
And the temperature differences.
It's beyond sci-fi.
Yep. Yeah, the temperature fluctuations would be remarkable. There's no way the whole thing is made of titanium.
There's no way that they can go these 17,500 miles per hour, orbiting Earth. Give me a freaking break, man. They want people to really believe that shit. And it's Hollywood's fault, with the predictive programming and all the conditioning and.
It is. You're right.
That's basically what it is. It's all that. It's all that.
You could probably blame books too. I mean, really. I mean, it's been an attack from all angles for the last 60 years, right? Sci-fi books, sci-fi.
Even longer. Even comics. Comics go back quite a ways. They were fantasizing about space travel way back, in the 20s and 30s.
Well, that's the funny part is everything begins as like a sci-fi, and then it turns into some reality thanks to NASA. What a joke!
Yeah. Well, even that John Carter. Jimbo mentioned it. That book was written back in like the late 1800s or early 1900s by what was his name? Edward Burroughs, I think his name was.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, and he wrote John Carter, and I think he wrote Tarzan also. And you know, this guy wrote a book about something that hadn't even happened yet, about space travel and being in a different world and whatnot.
Let's thank Disney for bringing that to live action for us.
Yeah, it wasn't that good in the. It didn't do well in the movie theater. I heard it was like a what do you call it?
Yeah, I don't trust Disney at all. I think there's inherently evil shit going on there.
Well, again, look at they're supporting the heliocentric model.
Oh, more than that, they're supporting some evil shit.
Oh
man.
Yeah.
I've seen some shit that's like
more than
what?
That. Absolutely, Dread. Oh yeah, I agree, brother.
Like seriously, yeah. There's some dark shit with
There's some
Disney.
dark, deep shit going on over there, no doubt.
Yeah, and they've been trying.
Are out of control over there.
Mm-hmm. They've been, you know, trying to shape our culture and narrative for a long time. Part of the narrative that shapes us, and some of it's really tweaked when you look into some of the subliminals going on in Disney. Some weird ass sexualization of stuff.
Well, you look into the occult of it and their teachings and their practice and their oaths and everything they do. You know, there's summonings of demons and whatnot, or dark entities, or lower frequency energies. We'll call it whatever you want. We know it ain't good. You know, it ain't a positive. It's more of a negative on humanity when you get into it. Mm-hmm. And when these are the same people that are running everything else. They just have different names for them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Did you guys hear?
There's just different heads to the Hydra, like we've talked before. Me and Damien talked before. Anonymous posting. We had this chat also about it, and it's just, you know, a lot of people have used that phrase, and it's true. IPS has used it as well. You know, there is many heads to the Hydra. He's right, man.
Yeah, no, it's true. Absolutely.
No doubt. Yeah,
and just like we were talking about earlier,
echo that. Absolutely, we need to echo that shit because that's.
And just like with the Freemasons, they're just one head of many Hydra, I believe, right?
Yeah, that's it.
There's many groups, I believe, that vie for control. I believe, and you know, they're all in the know as far as the you know, the higher up.
There's a committee controlling everything. You know, there's families that run most of these countries.
Well, you have to consider, right? You have to consider the Vatican.
You know what I mean? That's
right?
Basically what it is. You know, ultimately.
You have to consider the Vatican, the industrial military complex. Then you have like big pharmaceutical companies, world banks, the oil industries, and I see them all as their own separate entities, kind of vying for control over this false paradigm. And I'm sure a lot of them are very.
You're right, but it's more collusion than you think in that sense. These mega giants or these titan entities that control the world are actually colluding against us on a lot of levels.
But I also think they're competing too, man.
There's points where they probably don't to a certain extent, but there's more collusion going along with all of them than we're led to believe.
Well, only to the point where they're probably willing to work together to hold up the illusion. But I believe that they would all be vying for power in different ways. It's just human nature.
The Cold War is an example of saying that we're actually against each other when in the background they're actually sleeping in bed together. You know what I'm saying?
That
was a collusion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Can I throw it out there that Russia faked space first?
Yes, they did.
They absolutely
did. Kind of. Oh yeah, that's right. With the what do you call?
The first Sputnik, the first EVP walks, the first like whatever stop motion people in space.
Bullshit.
And then America just latched onto it and was like, "Hey, here we go," and the fakery continued.
When was this?
Yeah.
What year was this, or when was this?
It was before the Americans went to the moon, because the moon was like the big. Okay, now we beat them.
Right, that was 69. I forget what year was Sputnik. Was in the late 50s, wasn't it?
very late to early 60s.
The
Wasn't
Russians
it?
had
Was
been
it the
to
late
space.
60s? I mean, you have to Google that. I'm
They're
not.
working, you know, when you look at that, they're clearly working together for a long time, the Americans and Russians.
Oh, yeah.
And the Germans, you
It's a
know.
total
They're all,
psyop.
yeah, they're all in on it.
Yeah, they create this.
Yeah, they totally are.
The false, what do you call it, dichotomy or something, a false competition, right? And it just drives up, you know, it's just another tax grab, just the way.
Yeah. Oh, my money back.
Mm.
And that's why neither one called each other out on it as being fake.
Yeah.
Because they're all in the same bed as we want to create this ball that people will believe.
Yep.
And
Okay, the Sputnik
Sputnik
was launched in the elliptical low Earth orbit on October 4th, 1957.
You looked that up?
Yeah, I knew it was late 50s. I knew it wasn't the 60s. I remember hearing about it. But of course, this is a false narrative. You guys know this is a false narrative. That did not happen. That was just bullshit.
Yeah, but they used that in the American.
That was a Freemason. We're throwing the gauntlet down, and now you got to throw out one of your toys up in the air and see what you got. It was all a game.
Yeah, and then they used that. The media, American media, approached was it Kennedy, and said, you know, what are we going to do? The Russians have beat us into space. You know, what are we going to do? We got to do something here, right? And he's all like, you know, and then he told them, they're, you know, we're working on it or something, blah blah blah. So they used it as a psyop. The whole thing is used as this fake, false competition between the two, a space race bullshit.
Yeah,
that's like why Russia never actually landed on the moon. Imagine a NASCAR race where somebody finishes the crossing line, everyone just says, "Yeah, to heck with it. We're gonna just get off the track right now."
Exactly.
Nobody does that. You want to be second, third, fourth, fifth, and down the road. It's all about the points. Mm-hmm. Like, no, it doesn't happen. Not in any situation when there's, and I don't know how truthful NASCAR is. I can't see that being really a fake, not like football.
NASCAR?
Well, I mean, you have different variables involved, and I mean, I'm sure.
Well, you could throw a race for sure. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, you could throw a race. You know what I mean? But you know, racing's a little different.
It's not the same.
Right, but when you like, you know, going back to the USA versus the USSR at the time, you know, they were just playing the whole. They were just pretending that there was dislike for one another. You know, there was this antipathy type of thing going on between these two mega giants, or you know,
fear porn,
you know, main powers. Yeah, it was fear porn for both the people, right? And it worked. That's what it was. Nuclear war was one of them, and so was the space. And we both know that both those narratives are all, you know, that was bullshit. We all know that. We can all agree that was all fear porn. That was just controlling the mass. Let's control our people. You can control your people, and we'll keep them all in check. They'll think they need government, and that's all there is to it. And that's what people bought into back then.
Yeah, just all tax grabs. It's I see all of these lies.
We got all these commies. We were all against the commies, the communistic. Oh, it was just freaking retarded. It's all bullshit.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious to see when you actually have any Russian friends how they played each other off of each other, right? He played Americans off the Russians, Russians off the Americans, you know, with propaganda in their own countries about how bad the Americans were or how bad the Ruskies were, evil commies. You still hear the shit today. Mm-hmm. There's still remnants of it. Yeah. I kind of say this all the time. Until the old white bigots die off and go away, this paradigm isn't going to change, unfortunately.
Yeah, but they might have taught their children the same bigotry. And
yeah, but
hopefully they're more open-minded and can actually look at things like we have. But
I think so. I think so, because a lot of us were raised by that same generation of type of people. You know, I'm not saying your guys' parents are old white bigots, but I'm saying that there are people in the Flat Earth Awakening, I'm sure, that had very you know, I've heard it. I've talked to people that have they got family members in NASA, or they got this or that. So they do have almost something invested in the old lie because of their family members,
Well, the compartmentalization of everything, like, oh, my uncle built something for some rocket somewhere, therefore it must be real.
Yeah, that's frustrating.
We can see through it.
Yeah, it's annoying as hell though when someone says that shit and you gotta like try and explain to them. Like, I'm not gonna even bother with somebody like that. Like really? You really think because your dad built a panel for something that he had no idea what it was even being used for, that proves to me space exists, is real? Like, please. Yeah, and that's the logical conclusions. What are you calling my dad a liar? Yes, I am.
So you really built this seat for the toilet seat for the ISS.
Well, now we're getting into the Big Bang Theory and Howard, where they show him on the ISS.
Oh, that was funny.
Oh, ridiculous.
I saw the clip of it. Was it Howard?
Yeah, Howard went to the ISS on the stupid Big Bang show.
Right, Howard. Yeah, that was his name. Yeah, playing with the pen and shit. Yeah, I'm trying to work that effect into my videos. I'm like 5 minutes away from finishing my latest music video. I was trying to finish it before I jumped on here, but I couldn't quite do it in time. So I'll post it tomorrow. But I would love to get some of those kind of effects, the anti-gravity effects going. So my videos. Eventually, I'm getting there. It takes a bit.
That'd be awesome. Yeah.
The way I want to see that show end is that they get told that, you know what, the Earth is flat. You guys have all been lying. You're fired. And Howard, because you're not actually one of the astrophysicists, but you lied. So screw you, buddy. That's the way I want to see that show end.
Or how about just like, it's called Big Bang Theory. How about they go out with a big bang and that whole apartment building there and just collapses.
Well, some of these scientists, astrophysicists, have said that the universe is gonna start collapsing. It's gonna run out of matter in space and time or whatnot, and then it's gonna reverse and start to go the other way. And
but that's our great grandchildren's problem, not ours.
Yeah, you guys heard that one before, right? Where it's gonna reverse.
Start collapsing back in.
Maybe they backed out of that one claim, but they're like, "Yep, it's gonna expand. You're gonna run out of energy and matter and whatnot."
Yeah,
and then it's just gonna reverse when you run out of space. And you're like, what? And for a minute there, I thought like that probably is gonna happen. Wow, that's wild. It's like that movie when you were a kid, The Never-Ending Story. It makes you think about that scene where the nothing takes over everything. I don't know if you guys ever remember that movie back in the 80s, or was it the 90s? I forget.
80s for sure.
Yeah. Anyhow, sorry. I'm not. Carry on.
It's pretty good rant for the last little bit, I gotta say.
Yeah, well, I'm having fun with it.
I'm trying to remember what that boy girl in the Neverending Story's name was.
The kid?
Oh.
The child.
Can't remember. So long ago.
Yeah, it was so long ago.
I remember that
someone's gonna have to check.
I remember the dragon dog thing they flew on.
Check what?
The name of the kid for the Neverending Story.
Huh?
She's like, huh? All right, never mind.
Should I look it up?
Can you remember the guy that sang the song?
Was he the kid in The Wonder Years kid?
That was Fred Savage.
Yeah, was Fred Savage in Neverending Story? Was that him?
I do not think so.
Oh, okay. No, I can't remember.
He was in The Princess Bride.
There was the boy reading the story, and then there was the boy that was the star of the story. I forget.
Yeah, and was he the boy reading the story?
Don't forget the guy that sang the song. Do you remember his name? The singer. Do you remember his name?
No.
Begins with an L.
Oh.
Come on, you know the name. Who sang the song?
Never-ending Story?
Yeah.
Wasn't it a chick? I just remember that cheesy chorus.
I don't remember.
Never-ending story.
That's it, Jim.
It's just,
You got it, brother.
No,
what was it, FPV?
Limahl. Limahl. Limahl.
Limahl. All right. Got it.
Mateo. That was the name of the child in the Never-ending Story. I think it was Mateo.
Mateo?
Is that Italian?
I couldn't tell you. I could not tell you for sure.
Okay, hey.
Italiano.
What was that?
Huh?
What'd you say?
Nothing.
Try again.
Nothing. Nothing.
Yeah, so I just need a cup of, I'm not drinking tonight. I'm drinking tea. So I just got some water boiled. So give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna grab a cup of tea.
Okay. Sorry, Larry. I know you can't hear me. I talk too low, I think. Sorry, guys.
Who's on the chat? I don't have the chat open. Shout out to everybody on the chat.
Turn Katz's audio up.
Yeah.
I turned your audio up. You're louder now.
Was she saying, was she shouting out to Larry?
Yeah, Larry said.
Yo, what's up, Larry?
They're talking about how fun they looked yesterday. Funny they would look yesterday. My voice is going away now.
Yeah, I caught a little bit of that. Yeah. But yeah, man, I missed it. I had family come up from Woodbury. My daughter's great-grandmother was up in town, and I had to be around. It was one of those things. I wish you had it after the holidays, brother. Maybe next time. Next time for sure, actually. If you're still listening, Larry.
He's there.
Yeah, I was a little disappointed Ladies' Night didn't happen.
Oh, it doesn't happen until Friday. It's every other Friday.
Oh, every other. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we just had it. Not this. Well, where are we today? Sunday.
You got the rig. You got the wig for the wrong Friday.
Yeah, I was one off.
Yeah, it's Friday. Yeah. So
yeah, it should be a lot of fun.
Con Hamon, hello, you guys. It's been a while. I haven't seen you.
Hey, cats.
Con Hamon. Hey, Felix.
Felix got a new icon.
Yeah, she did.
Hey, Felix.
I haven't seen Con Hamon for a while. But anyways, so how are you guys all doing so far?
Yeah, been a good night. Yeah.
Yeah, it has. Yay.
Yeah, thanks again for having me on, because I love to talk flat Earth.
Yep.
It's again the only thing that I can actually hold the conversation about. So I'm really quiet in general. So.
Well, today you were.
No, because I love talking about flat Earth. And I love everybody that I've talked to on the panel. Last time it was great. And I can't wait to talk to Anonymous again, because I got a couple of ideas for his story that
yeah.
I just want to throw out there for him. and I definitely want to give him my suggestions anyway.
Definitely. Absolutely. Yeah, man, this is well, I had a cup of coffee late, thank God. Otherwise I'd be like useless right now, you guys. I'd probably be sleeping. So shout out to the coffee I had earlier.
And you got over your illness, Trotter?
Yeah, oh yeah, the flu passed. It was I don't know what it was, but I had a combination of everything. I had like sort of a cough, sort of a cold. It was so weird, sort of like congestion. I don't know, it was so bizarre. I had aches, but I didn't have them. It was weird, man. It was weird. It lasted like 2 or 3 days, give or take, and it passed.
Oh, glad you're feeling
thanks
better.
For asking. Yeah, thanks for asking, man. Thanks for asking.
That was just Magellan's logging in.
Yeah, I was calling it the camp cough. I mean, I still kind of do have a cough, but it's not that bad. But I still kind of have it there. But no, I'm feeling a lot better, man. Thanks for asking, brother.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. And chemtrails are really making us having breathing problems.
Yeah, it's freaking poison. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's straight poison. You know, barium and whatnot, aluminium, aluminum. And give you the both versions again. You know, that stuff's toxic for us, man. That stuff's no good for people. You know, it's no good for your pets. You know, it's doing to the birds. You know, it's killing everything.
Yeah.
Your parents,
So,
from your pets,
certain plants won't grow unless you have the seed and whatnot because of the chems that are being used. So Monsanto wants you to use a specific seed because that's the only thing that's going to survive in these conditions. Low sunlight and whatnot, and these conditions are altered. You know, they're literally changing the reality we live in.
Yeah. I know. I feel sorry for the trees and the animals because, well, even us, but then because some of them live out there, outside, and the plants, you know, our fruits are being killed, like our oranges and all that. And we can't plant any veggies or fruit really, unless you have a greenhouse. That's where you can plant or inside your own home. But yeah, it's sad. The oxygen, it's killing them. They don't have it. We don't have it. It's all that spray chemtrails.
Yeah.
yeah, my backyard is a highway, so if I made my own vegetable garden, it's just going to be getting covered in all sorts of waste from cars. So I don't really see that being beneficial.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see that happen. You'd have to enclose it somehow. That's probably the best thing to do. But even then, you know, if it's in the air, and you know, air is a medium, it's the ether, and if it's atomized and it's very, very small, it's going to travel through everything. It's eventually still going to get to the plant life and into your lungs and into your bloodstream.
It's like on the
how can you escape it ultimately if it's airborne and these pathogens you can't even see?
It's like these chemtrails on the children, basically. You know, they breathe it in, and then they get like sick. They think it's the flu. Like I said before, valley fever is the same as chemtrails. Then they breathe it into their system. Of course, they're gonna have allergies. They're gonna have cough. They're gonna have runny nose. They're gonna, you know, you name it. They think it's a flu, but in reality, it's not. But they want the children to be vaccinated. That's another double there for them. You know, to get, oh well, your daughter or son is sick. It's time to get them a vaccine, flu vaccine. Which, if they really look into the vaccine, that they have now, it's from the United Nations, which are the ones that were doing their agenda on these children. And the United Nations at first it wasn't them, now they took over the vaccine. Unfortunately, a lot of the children, the parents again, they're giving it to their children, which is very sad because they don't realize what they're doing to their own child. But this is why it's so important that they need to know about chemtrails. Same with GMOs. God, my voice is going. It's the same thing as the GMOs, like I was telling Trotter. You know, GMOs is what making us, the whole world, I say, but mostly in the United States, that they have heavyweight, you know, they gain weight basically. And it's because what they're giving into the GMOs, same as, no, you know, I'm not going to go against these people, but our hormones changes in different ways that you want to be with a different partner. And it's because of the GMOs. You know, there's a lot into the GMOs that people need to realize that it's our food, but it's also to change our hormones in our system.
Well, the chemtrails have that effect also, Cats.
Yeah,
some of the research I've been coming up with, and yeah, they've definitely have altered people's thought patterns through chemtrails as well, not just necessarily through the GMOs, but you know, it's a combination. You know, it's the double whammy of it. You know, it's not just one. It's a combination of both of them. You know, along with the vaccines and the medicines and whatnot.
Yeah.
And what's in the water, and you know, the fluoride, and you know, all this stuff that just goes on and on and on. It's just all of it's just to poison and just calcify your pineal gland and just disconnect us from our true creator, from our true spirituality, from everything else.
Yeah.
You know,
Nailed it, buddy. We know it. We know it.
You want to play a tune, brother?
Sure. I could.
Yeah, we'll take a little intermission.
All right.
Is that cool?
Let's see.
Cats?
Do you want me to play a song, Cats?
Oh, that's fine. But there's a question first. It says, why do you guys think about, oh my gosh, chemtrails in the connection with the California wildfires, nanoparticulates?
I believe there's a connection. When I was studying the fires that were happening in Fort McMurray a while ago in Canada here, what I noticed from aerial footage of the fires is that there were chemtrails flying over the fires and crossing certain spots. So from the high up aerial photos, you could see the chemtrails underneath and the fires underneath them. But what I was noticing is chemtrails crossing, an X being made, and then a fire starting underneath that X.
Yeah,
I was
again,
seeing that shit.
well, like I was saying before, there's so many applications and so many patents for these applications, and they're listed as experiments and testing. That's the only way they can actually do what they're doing is by that label. They can't do it. You know, they can't do it like for a real assault on people. They can't call it that. They got to call it something else. So
Well,
that's what they're calling it.
Trotter, would you agree with this? So you know how earlier we were talking about, you know, they clear out places of land, areas of land with certain psyops, and like the Chernobyl incident, perhaps that side of Japan where that, you know, maybe they want that area to be abandoned, and so they have that area. And in various areas, I believe they create certain stories or stigmas or, you know, psyops, whatever, like the Bermuda Triangle. I believe the Bermuda Triangle is just where they're dumping rockets in their space programs. But they tell people, oh, don't go to the Bermuda Triangle, you'll get lost because there's some weird shit going on there. It's all bullshit.
Right.
It's just
That's a possibility, and there's a possibility of maybe there's some sort of pyramid and there's constantly some vortex there also. But that's all speculation.
Yeah,
Also,
maybe,
is
yeah.
even where the space program is, we could speculate about that. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. But there's definitely covering something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're not being honest. We could agree on
No,
that.
I'm sure of that. That's why I wrote this song, The Curve.
Yeah.
Because I went out and tried to measure the curve myself with a telescope, and
Right.
I'd be damned if I could find it. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, but I definitely, going back to real quick before you go back into the song, I definitely think there's a correlation with the chemtrails, and they definitely were experimenting with something there, and not just with the chemtrails, but probably with some sort of scalar wave technology.
Yeah, perhaps.
Maybe not necessarily HARP, maybe some newer technology, maybe from high altitude airplanes. Maybe
they're using HARP.
Maybe some stuff from the ground. Maybe from cell tower. Maybe they're activated from cell tower. Some of the weapons could be used with the cell towers. We don't know. How many cell towers are in the area?
I believe cell towers serve a microwave purpose.
There's a lot of things that need to be researched. You know what I mean? But again, we need people to that are there that can do the hands-on training and well, not training, but hands-on research and collect some data on that.
Yeah.
Log in how many cell towers are in the area and what frequency were they set at and what was found on the ground. And there's just so many samples need to be taken. You know, a lot of work needs to be done.
Yeah. Convincing people too is just
that
the work needs to be done, right? That's half the battle.
Yeah.
Convincing people there is a battle. Go figure.
But let's hear your jam, brother.
All right. The Curve. This is the acoustic version. It's usually an electric version, but I've written acoustics and electric versions of a lot of my songs. Just a second. I'm being summoned. I'm sorry.
No worries, brother.
Like candle and smoke kind of summoned.
He got summoned by the dean.
The face in the mirror popped up. You there.
Hey guys, I'm sorry to say, but I gotta bounce. I've got like 5 hours before I gotta go to work tomorrow.
Yeah, you met.
Right on. Ginger,
But
thanks for coming by again, brother.
Hey, it was good talking to you, bro.
hey, I'm always happy to be here. Musicians, what's the rest of your name, just so I can sub you? Cause
Musicians for Truth.
okay.
Just put your link out.
Okay, I can. I have to bring a chat up or bring YouTube up. 1 sec.
I'm sure I'm going to listen to this again because I always re-listen to whatever hangout I've been on. Because
Nice.
I'm just I want to make sure I don't sound like a total moron.
Right.
Yeah, I don't like doing that because I know I sound like a moron. So, all right. Anyhow,
I'll type something in the chat here in a sec.
I gotta bust my.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate that.
Yeah. Hey, Ginger. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah. Thanks again for having me, everybody. And
Yeah, thanks.
yeah,
That's the next time. Have a good one.
can't wait to be back.
Yep. Peace out, brother. Be good.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
I'll have to summon Dread back. Who's got a candle?
Hey, I'm here. Yeah, I got yelled at because my kids are going to bed.
Oh.
No
What
playing.
What time is it where you are?
You'll have to hum it then.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I feel bad. But they got a big test tomorrow. They're in grade 12 this year, and they got huge exams.
Already?
Pardon?
Already? Oh, the semester's over, isn't it?
Yeah. So there's Christmas concerts and all that good stuff coming up.
Well,
Yeah.
time flies, isn't it?
Yes. Thanks. So how long have you been doing this live shows for now?
Oh,
10 minutes.
Yeah, in the grand scheme of things. Probably like what, 3 months, 4 months now? Or how long has it been?
That's a good question.
It's
I don't
been
know
a
how long it's been
while.
going, Cats.
I think 2 months. I think.
2 months.
Really?
It's already been 2 months, eh?
I think. 2.
Well, you've been on ponchos before, like last year.
Yeah.
Oh
You
yeah,
don't-
I already knew
yeah.
Cats from Ponchos. Yeah, that's what we knew each
exactly.
other from for sure. Yeah.
You're on. It's been a few months, isn't it? Not much, not long.
Yeah. How sad the first hangout Buckets night. Oh my god.
Oh man, that was rough.
Yeah.
It's okay. They got me more stronger. Like I should have put Cat Eye stronger, but no.
You could still change it if you wanted to. I think you could change the name one more time. I'm not saying to do that. I'm just saying
No,
you're
I like
allowed to
Cat
change
Eye.
it one other time. I think if you're not content with your name, maybe more than once. I'm not sure.
Probably there might be just a little time limit in between. That's all.
Me and Jibby were saying Return of the Cat Eyes.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah, Return of the Cat Eyes.
Return del Gato.
Give it a Star Wars twist.
El regreso de ojos de gato.
Return del Gato.
La Gatita.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you could have just gone at that, huh?
I know.
La Gatita. I don't know. Yeah, so yeah, Cats, it's been good.
It's been going pretty good so far. I mean,
Yeah, I've been
thank God.
having fun with it. I think FUV's enjoyed this journey on the panel and just having different people come on and just talk about different stuff, you know.
Yeah, no, it's great. I really appreciate, honestly, the kind of these more grassroots channels that are willing to have really, just feels like honest talks about, everything that's on the table. And, we're not really shunning anything away from the table except for, inappropriate stuff. Everything's on the table, really. So I'm happy to be, talking to you guys and
yeah,
just
well,
able to have the
I'm glad
conversation, right? Because there's nobody in our lives want to talk about this a lot of the time, right?
Yeah, no, exactly, bro. I mean, we're happy to have you aboard here when you're available and just to come and chill, you know?
No, I get around. I love talking to everybody here. There's so many people worth talking to, right? Like, and I mean everybody. Like, I like talking to Mark Sargent, to IPS, to Math Powerland, right? I don't care if they hate each other or whatever, right? I think they're all quite interesting human beings, right?
Yeah, everyone has something to bring, one way or another.
Yeah. I'm not going to admonish anybody here.
Yeah, exactly. We don't know exactly. People could talk so much crap about each other. It's like it's such a distraction.
Yeah,
but all it does is just impede the flow of information. But you know what? The information is going to get out one way or another. So, it's just a waste of time. It's going to come out. It is coming out.
It feels like a steamroller effect now that I don't think can really be stopped.
well, we've had a Trojan horse or two released, so, you know, with the billboards and even with the rocket, you know, that's caught a lot of traction, a lot of story. And
I'm all for the rocket.
You know, Mad Mike's been holding up pretty solid with his story. I mean, I know it's something we don't usually talk about here on this channel, but I mean, shout out for Mad Mike and his rocket, man, and just dealing with the, you know, the public and all the ridicule and just dealing with all that, you know. He's
yeah, man, you got to be strong.
He's solid, man. You know.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. And you know what? I support him regardless. I just support him because he's a dude that built a rocket, and he's gonna like that's freaking wild.
Yeah, that's like Evel Knievel level stuff. People
it is
that. Like that's like
you gotta respect that.
You know, and it's hydro powered.
It's freaking amazing, bro.
Yeah, it is pretty.
I mean,
amazing.
I might be a little biased because I love steampunk and would do anything to enact the steampunk era. If I can bring that about, I'm all about that. That would be great. Steam powered everything. Steam powered jetpacks and shit. No, I know it's the video game bullshit, awesome. But it is a cool genre. I'm fully behind Mike. Even if he didn't have a flat Earth sign on his rocket, I still am behind him as an inventor, as a you know, as an average guy that just wants to see, you know, another average guy do something incredible and not NASA, right?
Exactly. You know, the media is trying to say that he is it's a publicity stunt. Well, let's wait a minute. Let's take a step back. Isn't that what stuntmen do? They do public stunts. It's a publicity stunt. That's what he's gonna do.
Yo, they're trying to say,
and they're trying to they're insinuating that this whole thing is gonna prove that the Earth is flat, and he keeps telling them that this is not what it's all about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It has nothing to do about that. And he's
we all know that.
And he's stayed firm to it. He's to the facts, and he's solid, man. I like his take on the whole thing. He's just he's like a one-man army, you know.
Oh, I feel so bad I couldn't finish that song. I'm so sorry, Kat.
Next.
It's all good. It's all, you know what it is? It's just advertisement for flat Earth. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Ultimately.
It is. That's the way I look at it.
Was it a Celine Dion kind of voice?
Pardon?
Was it a Celine Dion kind of voice?
What's that?
The Curb song you're going to sing.
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, I'm massively influenced by Celine Dion. No, she's like the bane of my Canadian existence. No, you guys can have her. She's in Las Vegas now, playing every Saturday and Tuesday. You can have her.
She's hopped up on Oxy.
We don't want her anymore.
Spirit building in Las Vegas, huh?
Yeah, last I heard, she does shows in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
I mean, that's where a lot of, you know, big old musicians go to die.
I was just gonna say, yep.
You know.
Yep.
But yeah, that's cool.
We can always do a check now to see if you're a genuine Star Wars fan. You're right. You must have a yak face, yeah?
A yak? A yak?
A vintage yak face. You must have one of them. 1984.
I have. Let me show you. Like, I could show you some. Like, I have action figures from the '60s, right? Like, I have every action figure and everything that they rode on, like their creatures, all the ships. Like the giant Millennium Falcon is right behind me here. Like I've got like everything, literally, man. I even have
a wind up R2D2 then.
I have an R2D2 with full gold legs, and I have an R2D2 with one silver leg. It's become weird.
Nice. Somewhere. He's a collector.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was into it when I was a kid, and then when I had kids, I was like, okay, let's kick this up and get everything, right? So we got everything. Every toy. Ridiculous. But I'll keep them now. Hopefully they'll be worth something in 10 years. But yeah, I mean, I've got a Han Solo and like you should, it's just ridiculous. I know this isn't very flat Earth related, but I'll just quickly show you. This is how legit I am. Okay, so look at this stormtrooper, all right? You see that?
Been in the sun for a while, isn't it?
He's turned yellow. Like his arms are white, and he was made not turned yellow, but he is yellow. He was made with a yellow. That's how old this is. The body part is yellow, and the arms and legs are white. Head is yellow, and it's like the date on the side says
77.
77. Yep, that one's 77. And then there's this ancient Han Solo. And man, it's so I turned the lights out earlier. It's not very light in here. This is like a really, same thing, probably 77. Yeah, sorry, yeah, it's 77. I thought maybe
those are the original action figures, huh?
I believe they are, yeah.
Yeah, they're called vintage Star Wars figures, 1970s to the 1980s.
Yeah, they do look at.
Yeah, that's just a couple. But yeah, most of them I have put away in a box. But yeah, it's kind of cool. Yeah, I was a big fan for years, but and I told myself over the last year too, or a few years, like I'm just gonna enjoy it for what it is. It's science fiction. It's just a fun story, right?
Yep.
And just enjoy it for what it is. That's all it is.
Yep.
But I keep seeing it over and over, and I see the reinforcement, right, going on. And I don't like it. It turns me off, right? I just don't want to be a part of it. I just don't want it. I just don't need it. I know it's getting in there. It's getting in the head, right? It's getting in there. Yes, I can recognize it. And yes, I can say, yeah, nowadays I put NASA in the same category, right? I just put them in the same category together. NASA, Star Wars, Star Trek, they're all the same. But I don't know. I just have lost interest in. The same thing has happened to me with music. I can't really listen to a lot of the old artists I have always loved because they feel shallow to me now. They feel like they're not tip of the beak, for lack of a better term. You know what I mean? They're just, their music doesn't.
No, you're spot on. I know exactly what you mean.
Doesn't hold any substance to me anymore.
Yeah, no.
So I listen to it, and this music that I loved before just feels weak. Like, where's the truth? Where's the power behind it? It has none.
It has no substance. You nailed it.
So exactly I listen to truth music now. And
Flat Earth, the Flat Earth music today is really good.
Yeah, we're getting some great music.
There's some really good music. Isa's putting out some good stuff. Shout out to Isa.
Yeah,
man,
it's awesome.
Freaking rocking, his shit is lit.
Yeah, I spend a fair amount of time now over hanging out in IPS's Discord, and they play music, flat Earth music constantly, and they're like a meme machine over there. Like they just pump out material constantly. It's amazing.
Yeah.
They're brilliant people over there. I can say nothing but good things about everybody over there. And they never have a bad thing to say about anybody else as far as I've spent hours on there. We just sit there talking about conspiracies and making amazing memes up. So that's been fun. I'll show you a meme that I just did, but I'm old fashioned, so.
I know about the Blue Wrench.
What's that?
Loud. the Blue Wrench Lodge.
Yeah, the Blue Wrench Lodge. So I made this meme up the other day, but I had to draw it from hand.
First rule about Blue Wrench Lodge. It's
penguin, spider penguin, or super Fepe. I'm not sure what we're going to call this guy yet, but I thought it looked pretty cool. Right? Yay. So I was just I used to draw a lot when I was younger, right? So I was like, okay, I'll make up a quick Spider-Man meme and put Pepe's head on it kind of thing, right? So, yeah, that was fun. Anywho,
Yo, that's awesome.
yeah.
Looks like
The guys
what
in
you
there,
call him?
they make up
What
memes
you
like
call him right now?
10 seconds, 5 seconds.
What name did you give him right now?
I don't know. Should we call him Spider Fepe? Or
Spider Pepe.
or yeah, I don't know. Spider Penguin Fepe.
We're gonna
Spider
vote.
Looking
Fepe.
pretty diesel,
Go
yo.
in
He's looking pretty diesel.
Yeah. No, I kind of gave him more the Venom look than the Spider-Man look, you know.
Yeah, he's like kind of like Deadpool or something.
Beast.
Like Pepe Deadpool, or like, you know, like
Yeah.
someone just nasty and badass.
Yeah, exactly. He's got a big wrench he's gonna clobber you with and shit.
Yeah, just somebody just departed bad, you know.
Yeah. IPS liked it. He thought it was funny.
You can't destroy Pepe. Like you cut an arm off, it'll grow another limb back.
That's right. Yeah. Tip of the beak. So yeah, no, I'm totally down. All the people over there are super nice. There's lots of ladies in there that are just super fucking hilarious people. So yeah, I really enjoy hanging out and talking. But I mean, I enjoy hanging out over at Pete's a lot too, right? He's just such a great guy. I can, you know, and I love being over there talking to, you know, all the wicked people. There's, you know, Dave Hinkle and Dave from Hawaii.
Dave Hinkle's
and
awesome.
Felix,
Yeah,
right? And oh man, I can't even. There's just so many people. Larry Seats, right?
Chippy, Petey,
Chip,
everybody, Snack.
Man,
we have a good crew, yo. Yep.
for sure. And then
There's other factions. I know a lot of people don't get along, but I try to keep the peace with everybody, yo. That's how I roll.
Well, at least we're on the same page, eh? You know.
Yep.
I see no point in burning bridges, whether I agree or disagree. We're under the same umbrella of we're tired of being lied to and we're looking for truths. So why can't we all just agree to, you know, disagree on the minor things and come together for the important things that, you know, the elite of the world are lying to us, poisoning us, poisoning our kids. It needs to stop.
But, spot on, exactly, brother. And that shit needs to stop because that's where the problem really is. It's the oppression. All right, it's going back to that whole. It's the monetary system. It's the oppression. It's the taxing. It's all that bullshit. That's where the problem really is at. You know, not us arguing about the shape of the earth. You know.
That's funny. This guy in the chat asks. Hey, what do you think about the Mandela effect and Darth Vader when he says, Luke, I am your father? You guys up to date on that one? Oh, we up to date. Man, that one's like 1.5 years old, bro.
Yeah.
Please throw a fucking Mandela at me that's somewhat new. That one is so old, it's like got spider webs on it, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm up to date on that one. And all the Star Wars ones, as far as I've seen, I think the newest one, what did I see lately that's really blown me away? I don't know. I don't really watch it anymore because unfortunately Mandela Effect gives you nothing in return, just more questions. So I stopped researching it because there's absolutely nothing to gain from researching it, unfortunately. You get no answers.
You know, I don't really look into it either anymore. What I'm noticing currently on my journey right now is all the synchronicities that are happening, and that's what I need to focus on. I don't need to be looking back at stuff that may have been worded a certain way or what I thought it may have been and what it is now. You know what I mean? And in certain places it was worded differently. In certain countries it was worded differently, and labels were changed. So a lot of these things that are going on with the Mandela effect can be psyop, and people just things like that just
I don't
get in people's head, like the CP3O thing. You know, I think in Europe or in the European movies, he had one leg that had a different color, and then in the American movies, it was colored differently.
Well,
it was done that way.
Yeah, you could say maybe there's a psyop going on there, but I don't even
That's
want to
something
say
people try
that.
to, going back to Star Wars, I didn't mean to go off on a tangent, but I remember watching that and then seeing the footage for like a Spanish version of Star Wars. I don't know if it was, maybe it was Malaysian, I forget. Yeah, there was some scenes where he had that, and that's where people get that image from. So, you know, there's a lot of things that may have been altered, you know, but you got to remember, CERN isn't what they're saying. It's this other technology that's controlling magnetism or electromagnetism. It's there's these tracks, there's these guides, there's these grids and portals that these halos are controlling, and you know, there's power from underneath. There's this atomic absorption, and there's just all these elements going on, man. That's going on that they're not telling us about. So, you know.
Yeah.
You know, so
I was just quickly harassing Larry in the chat. He invited me to go hang out with him Saturday, and he never sent me a hangout to come join him. So
he had to hang out. He had to hang out Saturday. Yesterday.
Larry had a big get together.
I know he did. I was telling him. I don't know if you heard me before, but I had somebody.
There was a lot of smoke.
Yeah, I couldn't make it, man. It was just,
He said
I'm annoyed. I couldn't make it, but he had a hangout on his what?
I guess channel? It was Chibi Jedi's channel, and I was looking. Well,
Haunted had something, and I said hello when I just got home, but it was already like freaking late.
I missed out, so I'm gonna have to go rewatch that.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of it, but then I started doing my own thing, and
yeah, no, I hear you.
I was annoyed that I couldn't be there. They're all having a good
I know
time.
I'm jealous. I know. I just want to be there and hang out and have some beers with everybody and shit, and like shake people's hands and shit. That would just be so awesome. Yeah. I just got to do that. I got it. I might have to do a flat Earth asshole road trip or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah, I had family up here, man. It's unfortunate. It is what it is. And Larry, next time, brother. For real, I'm gonna be there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was supposed to go to a meetup last weekend, but I don't know. I got sketched out and just didn't go for some reason. I don't know. It was. I think Mark was going to be there, but the weather was so terrible, and I would have had to park my car, get on a ferry, take a 2-hour ferry boat ride, take a bus to where the meetup was, hang out, and then bus it back, and then ferry ride it back. 4 or 5 hours of travel for an hour or two of hanging out. It's worth it, but it's not worth it.
Yeah.
Considering I work all week too, right? That's one of my only days off. So it's like, it'd be much easier to just sit on my ass at home and write music.
I hear you, brother. One of these days, you know what I'm saying? It'll happen.
Yeah. One of these days I'll make it down. I'll come down to the States. I'll take enough time off work and just come down, visit everyone. Dave High said there was a meetup. Dave, there was a meetup at Jibby Jedi's. Yeah, Dave hoping there's one in Hawaii. Why isn't there anyone? I hope there's flat Earth meetups in Hawaii, because that's where I would like to go for a meetup. That would be great. Me and Dave would smoke big blunts. We'd all probably smoke big blunts.
Yeah, that would have been great.
Good night, Anonymous.
Yeah, see you, dude. Thanks for popping in.
Yeah.
So he left. Hi, Josh. Welcome back. Did he get banned, FPV?
Just the YouTube police one, not the other one, not the anonymous one.
Joshua, welcome
I
back.
didn't know it
Yes,
was.
sir.
Okay. Wasn't sure. He said something.
What's up, guys?
What's happening, brother?
What's up, Uber?
Oh, nothing much. I heard Dread talking right now, and whatever the hell you were talking about right now, it was funny, so I wanted to hop on.
Cheers. What the hell were we talking about? Probably
Dude,
about
you know something real quick? I got you and Dread from You've Been Exposed.
Yeah.
Dude, for like a minute, I had it confused, and I was like, dude, wait, that doesn't sound like Dread at all. like, this guy, he uses the N-word too much for Dread. Like, I was like, dude, this isn't Dread. Because, well,
it's a fake.
I kept hearing people talk about, like, anti-religious stuff in Dread, and I'm like, well, I've talked to Dread. He doesn't agree with the Bible, but I don't hear him, like straight bashing Christians or anything, you know? Like,
yeah.
And then, dude, it took me a minute, you know? I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, no, he goes off. If you watched his show last week, he went off, man. No, we're on the same page, Dread and me. We feel the same about religion. I have nothing against God or creator or whatever term you want to use, but if someone's going to start pretending to...
But the religious system needs to go.
Yep. Don't tell me you know God.
Yep.
Show me you know him.
Yeah, exactly. Prove it. Sorry, but I'm sorry. And I don't even want to say prove it because it's not fair, but how do you prove an unfalsifiable hypothesis? You can't. So.
No, I know exactly what you mean, though, dude. Basically,
say prove you love your children. How can you prove you love your children?
No, it's like saying prove that there is not a invisible unicorn living under my bed, farting rainbows. Right? Prove that it doesn't exist. That only I can see it, though. It's invisible. Only I can see it, but prove that it doesn't exist. Right? That's an unfalsifiable hypothesis. Right? Prove that the sun isn't 93 million miles away. Prove that it is. I mean,
yeah, dude. I got you on that one, man. I get you. That's you won't get much of an argument from me on that one, dude. Everyone's walking around wearing their jersey that they bought, telling everyone they play for the Lakers.
Yeah, I'm just always amazed at the very visceral response that I still get from a lot of people, rather than just presenting why they know something.
Because you're not calling them what they want you to call them, Dread. They want you to call them Christian because it makes them feel good.
I'm even talking about just globe beliefs. I don't confront people about their religious beliefs. They can go ahead and have their religious beliefs. I just, I believe as strongly in my beliefs as they do in theirs, right? So it's something to consider, right? I find it rude when someone says, oh, well, you're going to burn in hell if you don't believe what I believe. I find that insulting, right? So you shouldn't get away with those kind of things.
You and me both, brother.
Yeah, it's offensive.
Because that whole hell thing trips me out about Scripture, because at one point it's described as like a lake of fire, and then in other points it's called eternal darkness. Yeah. How the hell do you have an eternal dark fire? That makes no sense.
Yeah, this is a thing that
fire gives off light.
This is something that constantly bothers me in our little paradigm here, is this equating the darkness with evil. That I find to be just inherently incorrect and wrong. And I wish that people could break that stereotype of of the dark being a bad, evil thing or place. I like the dark. I live at night. I'm a night person. I like black colors. I'm not evil at all. I you know, much love in my heart for many people, but my style, my being, the way I am, you know, I'm a negative integer person. I'm a dark person. I'm a black person. That's just the way I am, right? Not black skin colored, but you know, that's the tones I prefer, and I usually drench myself in those colors, shades. So everybody has their kind of thing, right? And I don't like that paradigm. The darkness is evil. I think that really needs to go, and the light is good. Like, no. Maybe it's the other way around. Ever think of that? I know. They're just nonsense.
Well, there's just different energies, different vibrations, you know? So we're not here to judge. That's not our job, you know?
Yeah, but we have preconceived notions. We have preconceived notions that might form judgments, you know, for us, right? Such as the light has goodness and the dark has evil, inherent evil in it or something. And it's just not like that. What I'm saying is I find solace in darkness. I find solitude. I'm safe in the dark.
I find peace and quiet.
Yeah, so I just, there's certain, these are kind of, like, I know it's a simple thing to just say, but I think it's a fairly fundamental thing to talk about, like, because it's a fundamental part of our life. So if you think that being in the light is part of the good, is good, and being in darkness is bad, well, you're admonishing perhaps, you know, what, half the population out there just based on darkness. Like it seems, doesn't it seem silly? So I don't know.
Dude, you know what? Even with scripture, dude, all it says is that to separate the light from the dark. Like, it doesn't say that the dark is bad and the light is good.
Yeah. There you go.
Anywhere, you know, like,
yeah,
it's just separate. They're different. Well, no shit, you know, like.
Oh, it's interesting. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, no.
But you know what, dude? I get a lot of churchgoers that will start screaming and yelling at me because I'm not saying what they want me to say, you know, like.
Yeah, no, that's exactly
really
it. And well, how nice are they? This is what bothers me sometimes. Is they're your best friend as you're, you know, right, talking to them at first, and they're, you know, they're laying it on thick, you know, just laying it out thick for you, right? So you can hopefully agree with them, and you better agree with them, because if you don't agree with them, the other side of them comes out. And this isn't all, you can't paint them all with the same brush, but a lot of them that will be pushy with you and go out of their way to push their belief on you, as soon as you go contrary to their belief, like, oh, well, you know, I don't really think I believe that. You know, suddenly the demon comes out as well, you know. And you're you know.
I'm not that way. I'm a
You're
Christian.
not that way at all.
No, I am a Christian, but I don't force people, you know, to take what I, for instance, what I know in the Bible. I don't tell people, you know, this is what you should believe. It depends on the relationship you have with our Father. He's the one that gives you the what is it called? Your thoughts. He knows your thoughts in your heart. And he has that relationship, how you understand him and you. That's
cool.
That's the bottom line. Like I said,
he meets people on their level, right, Cats?
Right. I can't. It's like me, you know, a Christian bashing another Christian. You shouldn't, or you can't. You're there to help them and not to destroy them or mislead them. That's on our heads. If we do mislead people to a different path, their own ways, we can't do that. I, as a Christian, I can't force, oh, you know what, you have to do this and this. No. We are there to say our testimonies and to say, you know what, God loves us all equal. He doesn't hate us. He loves us. It doesn't matter what nationality, what color you are, whatever. He sees our heart. That's the most important. He sees our heart. And if he sees us pure heart, you know, humble ourselves to him,
Yes.
that's all that matters to him. It doesn't matter if what you've done in your past, he forgives us all. That's why his son came in this world, to forgive us. And through him, we are forgiven too in the eyes of our Father. But again, what you said, Red, and Josh, we cannot, as a Christian, we cannot bash another person that is in their own beliefs, or how, if they don't believe or do believe. You know, we're all different. In God's eyes, we're all different.
Right.
And if you are a Christian, if you're not a Christian, if you're whatever, that's between you and God, that relationship. We should not intervene for, I mean, we should intervene, I'm saying, as a, you know, to give like a, how can I, like an advice, I'm going to say. You know, say for example, I went through something and then another person went through the same thing I did. Then yeah, that's when you're going to come and say, you know what, I've been there, I know, and this is what I can advise you. That is okay. But bringing you to Christian, it's between, you know, yeah, you plant that seed and let the Lord take care of the rest. You can't really make someone to be a Christian. That's
wise words.
Yeah. You know, that's between you and God, you know.
Yeah.
I leave people to him.
I feel like, yeah, we all have our own kind of relationship with God, and who is someone else to tell you what your relationship should be with God or Creator, right? So, you know, my relationship is a rather loose one. So,
but you know, those you know, to be honest, Red, those that like yourself and others, there are many are like that. But you know, those are the ones God picks. He goes, this is my son or my daughter. He will do what I will ask. And he waits until you end up asking for him.
No, I mean, you can count on me to always do the right thing, but it's not, I don't think it's because of, like I don't say, okay, God directed my goodwill, right? My goodwill came from somewhere inside of me.
Exactly.
And it's just where, you know what I mean? And I'm personally, I was given this innate ability to just generally really just know what is right and wrong. And I go by that inner instinct, and I just have never needed a book to guide me or any kind of religion to kind of help me on my way. I've been able to experience life and make my own calls. And knowing this and having a good life that I've had, I feel like I do have a relationship with with some Creator, and he is, you know, his relationship with me is a bit hands off. You know, he kind of put me here, and he's kind of just letting it go, and that's kind of the way I view.
Well, yeah, I mean, what you have in your inner inside of you, and what you feel, and what you know, and especially what you feel that's called God is in you. I mean, there's a way to wake you up in a different, you know, everyone, like I said, everyone's different. He'll wake us up in a different way for us to understand. And he gives us our knowledge and wisdom to know him as a personal, you know, one-on-one, like a basketball game, you know, you play one-on-one. But I tell you, I have so many testimonies that I can give out as a Christian. I've been a Christian since I was 7.
Oh, wow.
And I've been with him since then. And I know things, and people think I'm crazy, but oh well. But
I know that feeling. I know that feeling, Kat. So yeah, that's you know, good for you that, you know, you were able to, I don't know, what is it, like, be spiritual enough to kind of to recognize or see those things. Like I've been such a pragmatic person my whole life that I'm just so hands-on and very kind of unspiritual. And
Well,
So,
you had that gift, Dred. You had the gift of music. We all have a gift. You know, everybody, we're all a piece. There's a puzzle, and we're all a piece of that puzzle.
yeah.
We just have to find it and search it what it is. And that's the only way to find it is through God, His Spirit. And yours is a gift is music. Mine is, I'm a prayer warrior. You could call myself like that.
Cool.
I like to pray. But I also have gifts of, I like to help people. I'm a giver. Not a receiver, but a giver. And I try to change my personality to be more, how can I say, harsh, mean, but I can't because I know that's not me.
That's not you.
Exactly. And there's been people trying to make me change. And when they do that, I catch myself because I know it's not me. I know Satan's telling me otherwise. But like I said, I have a gift, many of them. And you guys too. Everyone does. We just have to search it. And like you said earlier, Dred, we're not here as to make you change your ways or to anything. Again, I'm not that kind of a person.
Oh, I've never thought you were. You've never been pushy since I've ever known you anywhere. Actually, I would have never known that you're a Christian if you didn't outright come out and tell me, because you don't push it. And I respect that, right? So, but I respect, I'm interested in hearing your beliefs too. So I am interested in hearing it. So I'm glad you're sharing and stuff. That's cool.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I was hearing you and Josh talking, and you know, I'm going to jump in for a minute, but because when it talks about God, I like to talk about it. It brings me a lot of
more insight than us, I think. Well, you have more insight than me. I can say that much. I know you do, because you've spent a lot of your life contemplating and perhaps, you know, communicating in your own way with him. So that's awesome. And I've never thought on those levels. Yeah, I've been artistic in my life, and I like to create things. I'm a creator in my own way, right? Mini creator. So, but I've never found a connection. And I went to church, and I checked out all the major religions to see if any of them appealed to me. And I mean, years ago, the only one that seemed to appeal to me was Buddhism, and that was really the main reason, was only because they had no real deity that they prayed to, right? And I just, I guess I feel like man's representations of God in the religions that I've seen don't fit the bill for me. So I picture the creator as more of an entity, more, not, you know, 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head. I don't think so. I just don't see that. I see it something much greater than, you know, our basic physical bodies that have been supposedly formed here on Earth through different, you know, mechanisms. So, you know, it seems kind of silly. So I don't know. I picture the creator as something more of a entity is not quite the big enough word. A force of nature, a being of all knowing that, you know, I don't, it's hard for me to, you know, put something like that into words, but perhaps it has no form. You know, perhaps it wouldn't have a physical man form or woman form. But I would never assume that it's a man. Believe it. Let's get that straight. I don't think God is a man or a woman, either. Right? But that's just me. I know the Bible says our Father and this and that and stuff, and I'm just not buying it. I see, you know, women as being much more creative, really, than men in a lot of ways, right? The creator of life and stuff, right? So I don't know. I don't like the whole paradigm of a man God and the man thing, the Roman story. Just, I don't know. It doesn't sit well with me personally.
Well, I mean, you got to remember what happened to the Bible 500 years ago, you know?
That's what I'm talking about.
You know, so there could be some narratives in there to fear monger, you know?
Yeah.
And, yeah, I mean, there has to be, man. Just think about it. These scumbags have just, like...
Oh, I know there is. I've read them.
Everything is deception with these guys, and if they have their hands on the Bible and they run the Vatican, they run everything. You don't think they're gonna put some sort of stories in there to scare the shit out of people, keep people running to church?
Flat earthers are stupid.
And those stories give the atheists, you know, reason to tear them apart, because some of those stories are made up to freaking scare the crap out of people or whatnot.
I'm just, that person's getting a smackdown. Did Larry beat me to it? No, you only got rid of the message. I gave him the smack whack. Punk. Sorry, someone in your chat being a dick.
Yeah.
That's what do you do?
A troll.
Trolly troll. Yeah. So pathetic and sad that you would spend your time somewhere that you do not have any interest in. Like somewhere that you hold no, you know, there's no reason for you to be here. This subject you don't believe in. Why would you? Why?
Yeah, if it don't resonate with you, carry on.
Yeah, why would you even click on the video in the first place unless you were purposely coming here to make a troll comment? You knew you weren't going to like it in the first place, so why click on the video? You know, it's so obvious these people are so full of shit. Just terrible people. You got to smack them as soon as you see them. Whack those trolls. Yeah. Trolls to the ovens, that's what I say, just like IPS says. Trolls to the fucking ovens.
Who's on the chat, yo? Shout out to everybody in the chat once again.
Yeah, shout out to Larry Stibbins. There is a very nice lady out there named Trouble About. She seems very interesting. Hello, Trouble About. I'm not sure if I met you before. Dave High's out there, of course. Krishna. What's up, Krishna? So yeah, few very, very nice people watching.
Yeah.
Larry's not very nice. He's kind of mean sometimes, actually, but whatever. I'll let it go.
Dave says Dave's not here.
What's that?
Dave Hinkle.
Dave's totally not here. We call him Dinkle now.
That's horrible.
I know.
Dave's super chill, man.
Yeah. What's up, Mr. Dinkle? No, he's the
Earth. He always comes in and says the Earth is not a spinning ball and checks right out. Yo. Mic drop. Boom.
Let's just make sure. Yeah. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, he's cool.
Dave is the ultimate Uber driver. He's an Uber driver. Sorry, that was awful.
Well, he's on this side of the coast. We got Josh.
He likes being called.
Josh is the Cali Uber driver.
Dave, don't type that. Don't ever type that again. I like Dinkle.
Oh my God.
Good stuff. Yeah, good shit. No, he is the rockinest taxi cab. Man, I would love to do that. That would be so much fun. It's got to freak people out when they're like, you know, in your cab and you're in control of their lives. And you bring up something wacky like flat earth, right? It's good stuff. It's just great. Good stuff. You know, you've kind of got them over the barrel there a little bit, right? When you're bringing it up. You know, they're not going to say anything too harsh or rash while you're driving, right? I mean, if they're smart. Oh yeah, it's funny.
Yep.
I truth bombed one, two, three, I think it was 4 or 5 guys the other day, all at once. And I just had those, those moments where you're just like, fucking, you just spit out like 1,000 proofs, and it's like totally way too much information. You just go for a system overload. I'm going to throw everything at these guys. And I did for 5-10 minutes, just rattling off as many proofs as I could, just one after another, after another, after another. And, by the end of it, one guy's just like, he's like crying. He's like, I'm kind of getting offended. Like, I'm kind of those people that you're talking about, the globe-loving
Globehead, yeah.
astrologer looking through telescopes and thinking, saying
NASA,
fucking big
Mars,
balls
SpaceX,
and everything's spinning and flying and tilting. Yeah. So, but he didn't say anything rude. He's just, he was getting offended by me calling out his beliefs as bullshit, right?
Right.
And it was funny because one of the guys was like, maybe it was like the first time it's like he had thought about the shit in his head before, but no one had ever articulated it into words like I had. And when he heard the words, they resonated with this one guy in the group. And he was like, yeah, fuck yeah, they lie. Yeah, fucking yeah. And he was like, yeah, I bet, yeah. It was so funny, right? So it was interesting to see the different reactions. And then the one guy who was like the leader of the group was like, okay, thanks, man. That was really interesting stuff. And, I appreciate that. And I was like, listen, man, the truth doesn't care about our feelings. I do this kind of thing all the time. And if you want to get through to people, you're going to have to, you have to do this. This is just, I call it a system overload. And I will throw as much information as I possibly can. It's too much for you to even possibly keep up with. And it works. It works if you only have a short amount of time and you want to make a impact. I recommend a system overload, but you have to, have been doing this for a while and know all your information and be able to speak quickly and rattle it all off and not seem like a raving lunatic that's like, yeah, but there's, the moon and the bird. You got to be articulate about what you're saying, obviously, right? So, yeah, I like that way of truth bombing a group of people because they're usually left a little speechless, right? For a minute or two. Anyways, and Gathica G is in the house. What's up, Gathica?
Yeah, brother. Love hearing you go on and on. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
Gathica says, I'm good, thanks. 4 a.m. in France. Oh, he's over in France. I think it's he. Is Gathica? Yeah, he.
I think so. I don't know.
Trouble About says, I used to go into Facebook group and throw truth bombs and run like hell. That's funny.
Okay.
Do you guys do Facebook?
I do.
I have one, and I haven't looked at it for over 2 years. I even think the picture on it are like,
yeah. Good night to FPV. I don't know if you guys got a chance to say good night to him when he
oh
left.
shit! Well, I noticed he left, and
yeah.
Good night, FPV.
He's been gone for a bit, but I just saw that. I wrote in the back chat, but yeah, shout out to FPV. Thanks for coming and chilling. Always a pleasure, brother.
Oh man, he's brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank goodness for people like him, and Bob Xanadu and people with kind of scientific minds that really can put these things together. Really impressed because I'm here for the subculture. I'm here to provide subculture and have a conversation with people, right? So, yay. Deep inside the rabbit hole.
So, Dred, you have Facebook, right?
Yes, but I haven't, like I said, I haven't been on it. I kind of think it's the root of all evil. I don't trust it.
Well, it's a controlled platform. You know, some of these social media we're talking about.
Yeah.
You know, Twitter and Facebook and even YouTube, they're all controlled platforms.
Sure. But I mean, YouTube.
I'm sure even you now and whatnot, I'm sure they have they have Big Brother watching all these platforms, you know, one way or another.
Yeah. I would assume they all do. Yeah.
Freedom is an illusion.
Well, but Facebook, I think when it first started, it was to gauge everyone to. I don't put photos. I don't put anything out there because a lot of reasons, you know, to get your info either way through Facebook, through your phone, whatever. But to put a picture of your own family, children out there, it's not good. To me, at least, it's not. I don't know. Facebook is a double standard, you can say. It's good to connect with your friends and family away from you. But on the other hand, putting photos of your family and friends, it's not good. That's my opinion.
Trouble About says I have over 1,000 strangers on Facebook that I infect with info. Oh, well. Yeah, right on. Yeah, that's 1,000 people that are perhaps at least opening their eyes and looking into it. Just look into it. But, you know, I try not to push people too hard these days. I kind of taken on the belief now that if you're not searching for the knowledge, then I'm not giving it, right? It's just, you know. But if it comes up and I get the opportunity to massively truth bomb a group of people and do some damage at once to a bunch of people, I'll take that opportunity because it's like it's time saving. I can work for truth in a good way and get to a bunch of people all at once.
Yep.
But you know, one at a time, arguing with somebody that's just fucking stubborn. No, that's a waste of my time. I'm taking the route of, you know, the ancient chemists who just, you know, those who seek knowledge receive it.
Yeah. We all have knowledge.
I was just thinking about that. It's what it is, man. People need to wake up, brother.
Yep, absolutely.
That's what it comes down to.
It's time to wake the fuck up, and it's time for people to become more independent, right? It's really bad now. People have forgotten how to really take care of themselves, right? I fear for what would happen if shit hit the fan. Yeah. You know, it's time to get people back to, you know, where they were, you know, able to take care of themselves, be self-supporting, like self-sufficient in some ways, right? It's so easy to outfit your home these days with so many energy saving devices or energy creating devices, like worth investing in. So that's what I'm working on right now.
What do you think, Dred, about the refrigerators having the TV?
I'm against it.
I think that, like everything else, has a camera, and I think they're just keeping an eye on you more that way too.
Well, I mean, if they can, the cameras are pin size now, so if they want to put a camera in your fridge, they don't need to fake a TV behind it, right? Exactly. Like they're literally pin-sized cameras now, so they could hide it behind a button, right? You know, behind anything. So, they could. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I've heard that about TVs too, have cameras and.
Yeah, there's again technology being used against us. Technology used against us to you know, for spying.
But here we are using that technology to work for us. So.
And here we are, using it. So, like, you know, there's exactly, you know, so there's technology's good and it's bad, you know.
It'll probably be our downfall, but
you guys are, everyone's familiar with critical thinking always. He was talking about that the other day about, you know, technology having its advantages, you know what I mean, and people saying that it's bad, and it's, you know, and people demonize it, but on another end of the spectrum, it could be good if you use it for yourself and to protect yourself and help combat other technologies. You know what I mean?
yeah, unfortunately,
so you know, he had a really good, valid point. I like that, and I was just, yeah, it was a good chat. He had a good one going.
right on.
Shout out to my boy Jimmy. Yeah, you know what up.
Yeah, critical thinking always is great. He does his breakfast show all the time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's rocking, man. A big shout out to him. He's great. Yeah, for sure.
I was gonna say.
A lot of people out there with some great information, so it's good to just you know, really widen your subscription base if you can, and receive information from many different sources. Don't believe in any one person. You put yourself at risk of you know, being gate kept or you know, locked into a certain narrative. So I recommend you know, spreading yourself out and believing no one, and listening to everyone, right? And take the gold nuggets for what they are. Take from what you can, and go and test the world yourself. That's where I'm at now, you guys.
Yeah.
I'm doing.
Well, these days, before you used to be able to say, believe half of what you read and all of what you see. But these days, it's like, believe half of what you read and perhaps maybe 2/3 of what you see, because what you see may not be what it really is. You know what I'm saying?
We need to almost rewrite the whole saying.
So that, yeah, you kind of almost have to rewrite that. But
my new paradigm is.
You know where I'm headed with that one, right?
Yeah, totally.
That one needs some work. So if somebody could just tweak that out and make it more modern, so it could fit today's flat Earth paradigm and whatnot, yeah, that'd be great.
I guess I would say it's if you can't readily prove it, it's probably fake. That's probably my kind of paraphrasing for this era that we're in right now. If you can't prove it, it's probably fake. Right? Because 90% of the shit they're telling us that we're talking about, we can't prove what they're saying. I'm pretty damn sure it's fake. You know, when actually using discernment, you know, looking at these fake ass pictures, listening to their stories, seeing how a lot of your stories conflict with each other. The common sense mind, you know, that doesn't lie to itself, that's intellectually honest, should say to itself, huh, there's something up here. We're not crazy. We are simply asking questions. Why aren't these puzzle pieces fitting together properly? I'm sorry, but it's not working. Your paradigm isn't jiving. So why can't we ask these questions without being ridiculed, right? And that's because these people have been programmed. They're programmed to lash out at anybody who mentions this term, flat Earth. It's been programmed into people. Stupid people from the past used to think that, you know, primitive donkey riding idiots used to think that, right? And that's
exactly, and that's the knee-jerk reaction. That's built in.
It is
into the indoctrination.
It's
that
programmed,
whole way of thinking. They're taught how to respond to a situation when it's presented, new information is presented to them. You know what I mean? And it is a bit of cognitive dissonance as well, but it's also that they're taught how to react and how to think when something like that comes up. So you get the same response from almost everybody when they do that. They want to ridicule it.
Yeah. And I understand that because, you know, you have to put yourself in their shoes, right? Okay. Yeah. I was that person 3 years ago. So that's why I don't get into big battles or arguments or debates with people anymore. I'll just simply lay the proof on them that breaks their model. And whether they choose to accept it or not is their choice, right? I'll just say, you know, research the Bolivian salt flats. Research the Dajang Bridge, the Grand Dajang Bridge in China. Like, you know, look at these things and be honest with yourself. Look at them. They're flat as fook. Yeah, just the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
I mean, it's flat like. I mean, I hate the term flat because it's just such a bad descriptive word. I'm trying to stay away from the term flat.
I know people think we mean it in the literal terms.
Yeah, and
No,
it seemed like when I say
it's not
infinite,
flat.
I don't really think it's infinite, but
it's
it's
not
a plane
flat.
of existence.
Not. We know what is flat. The clouds
It's
are
a
flat.
realm. That's what I believe. We live
but
in
the
a
clouds
realm.
are
A
flat.
realm is not a globe.
Mhm.
A realm is a plane.
Exactly. You'll never see curvature on clouds either.
No. So that's why I have a problem with the whole dome thing, right? Is I don't see the sky kind of curving in any way like to suit a dome shape. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure there would be clouds curving here and there if there was some kind of dome shape to it. I just don't see it. I don't think so. But maybe there is a dome. I have no clue, right? So I just don't know. I don't know. That's the $1 million question. And I'm telling you, there's only one test that needs to be done. We don't need to go on expeditions. We don't need to risk people's fucking lives. We don't need to do any of this shit, although it sounds fun to go to the North Pole. That sounds like a great adventure and stuff. We don't need to do it. We need to get in a plane, and we need to supposedly circumnavigate the Earth north to south, all the way around, with some people in the plane that we can freaking trust. That's it. That's all we need to do. We don't need to go to Antarctica. We don't need to do any of that shit. We can bypass all the rules. We don't have to worry about a thing. Fly the damn plane north to south all the way around. End of story. End of debate. End of the whole damn thing. Why isn't it being done? I don't know. Why do we keep bringing up these silly tests and expeditions and trips to places? Why? I mean, it's great. I'm great. You're adventurers. That's awesome. But just fly the goddamn plane around the planet. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
Yeah.
Fly the plane north to south, and we're done. Right?
Yeah, right on, brother.
Yeah. I mean, it just seems common sense, right? It just seems regular, average, everyday. Why do we need to make up experiments and keep stumbling over constant, things that just don't seem to convince anybody when all we need to do is fly a plane around the Earth, north to south, all the way? Who's going to do it? Like, when's it going to get done? It's getting silly, right? 3 years in this subject. Let's just put this to rest. The Earth is flat, and when they find that they, I think so. Larry. How do I add Larry? Give me 1 sec. I'm sorry. Give me 1 sec while I mess around in.
Dude, personally, I want to launch a rocket at the moon during the day with a camera on it. I want to get a closer look at that bastard.
A great idea. That would be fun. I don't know. I mean, I'd like to see how close you could get to it. Yeah. Put
Exactly, right?
Front.
I want to see how big it gets in the camera view, man. Because if it starts getting really big, the closer you get to it, it is definitely not 230,000 miles away the way they tell us, dude. If you can get it to fill the camera view.
I'm thinking that when you do that, it might actually descend. It might get away from you. Do you know what I'm saying? As you go close to it, it might pull away and move as you're getting closer to it. Or with the camera lens. Some sort of lensing effect of some kind.
I get what you're saying, Mike.
Well, you're never going to get a definitive point of where it really comes from. And I know James has said that, light comes from where you see it. That's where it's emitting. It's the source is from where you see it. But that everywhere I see it from one place and you see it from another place. So it's emitting its source from a different place then every time. I mean, not from a different place, but from different perspectives. So the same thing with the moon. I mean, does it really? It changes its position from as you get closer. You know, like when you walk towards the moon, do you notice how it kind of walks away with you?
Well, you know what? We won't know until we actually do something like that, though, right? Like that's what I'm saying. Like, what happens when the camera gets closer? Like, and it sucks because we're not allowed to do it at night. It'd be really cool to do it at night, but it's illegal to shoot anything up there at night like that. You get in trouble. Although I might just, you know, that saying, it's better to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission.
Yeah.
Or it's easier. My bad, not better. But
Okay,
yeah,
I'm looking at. Sorry, real quick, you guys. I want to add Larry to this. So how do I add Larry to this call? I've got him in my contacts, but what do I do? Go into the chat.
Do you have his email?
Pardon?
Do you have his email?
His email, no. I have his contact on the Hangouts here, right? So I should be able to just add him to this
Right.
call, right? How do you do that?
You go up where you have your person on the very top with it, and then just add him there, I think. I can't add him because I don't have an email to add him.
One sec. I'm trying to add him on my phone here, but maybe that's the problem, is that I can't on the phone.
you probably can't add them on your phone.
That might be the case. Sorry, Larry, I'm trying to. Recent apps. I don't see any option here to add anybody.
Okay. We'll see if you'll send it.
You can add him, right, Cats?
Hmm?
Can't you just add Lair?
Maybe.
I just asked him to send me his email to my email, a different email. And I'll just get his email and edit it to him.
Wow, has this been going on for 6 hours and 22 minutes? Wow.
It's okay.
You're
Nice.
the queen. You're the queen of Hangouts.
No, not really.
Oh, you are. Time's been flying by. I didn't notice it's been that. Holy mackerel.
It's all cool. I'm having a good time. I don't know about
Absolutely.
I'm having a horrible time. Are you kidding me?
Okay. But I'll be back. I'm gonna go to my email. I'll be back, okay?
Okay.
No problem.
You guys
Alrighty.
I don't know. Maybe I need some kind of special permission to just add people or something, you know? Because I just don't see any option to do that. So it's all good.
Hey, dude, it's not available on your phone. I'm looking at the same thing on my phone. I'm looking at all the options, like in the back chat.
Yeah.
I have where I can get, you know what? Hold on. Aha.
You figured it out?
Actually, dude, I did.
Nice.
You found Larry?
Do you
Dude,
have
His
hold on.
name's not coming up in the Hangouts.
Do you already have him as a contact?
No, but if I could probably find
I'm
him at
seeing
Poncho's.
everybody else that I have in.
Yeah, you can find him
I'll
at
get him at
Poncho.
Poncho's, and then I'll get him.
Yeah. I want to hear about his little hangout he had with everybody. I mean, freaking Jibby Jedi, David Weiss, and the whole crew, like
It's Snack and
Zulu.
everybody there.
Man, a whole bunch of cool ass people. I wish I could have been
Yeah.
there. Totally jealous. And fuck you, Larry.
All right, we found him, so I'm gonna add him now.
Nice, nice.
A dread, but
Yeah.
so for future reference, in case you ever want to add people on your phone, now that I figured it out real quick,
Yeah.
if you go to the back chat part, right, the Hangouts part where it shows like who's in the and everything.
The chat or
Yeah, the chat.
okay.
Not like the Hangout screen, but the chat in the back. If you press the back arrow.
Oh, so not the group chat.
Like right now at the top of it, it says ongoing call. And then it gives a list of
People.
yeah. If you hit the three dots up at the right corner.
Yeah, I did that earlier. And
hit where it says people.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Okay.
share. Add people. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, add. You know what? It's not letting me add him. For
Okay.
some reason.
I'll try and
It's
add
not
them.
letting me do it. Don't know why.
What?
Larry, I don't know why it's doing that,
It's
brother.
not letting me add him either.
I can contact him, but it won't let me add him. Okay, he's saying he's there, all right, brother? Oh,
Maybe
what the heck?
Kat just has to join.
Let's see. Oh, link? Yeah.
Well, thanks for sharing that.
I'm going to give you the link right now.
At least now I know.
Right? That's a handy little bit of information to know.
Derp, yeah. I'm technologically
All right, brother
disadvantaged.
Larry, give that a go.
Don't judge me.
Oh, dude, I am so green to this stuff, man.
Yeah.
You got it, brother.
I guess I'd rather spend my time just, I don't know, doing things rather than, you know, fidgeting with annoying computer apps, right? There he is. Mr. Stevens, it only took 14 and a half minutes to get you on. Haven't we?
Yeah, right on, Larry.
Hey, everybody. Hey, Kat. Trotter. Hey, Dread. Josh.
What's up, Larry?
Oh, man, it's all good. I'll tell you what a freaking weekend.
You survived.
Yeah. When did
was-
all the boys leave? They leave this afternoon or what?
Believe it or not, the one that held out the longest, and we had quite a conversation for about 3 hours, was Snack to the Future, and I had a face-to-face for about 3 hours.
Cool.
Oh, right on, bro.
What
Hey,
an
Larry.
incredible day. Hey, Cats. Thanks for having me on. By thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, just with Snack, I totally thought of him differently and had a really good conversation for a good 3 hours after everyone else left. And man, I'll tell you what, when he says, "Oh man," he played the saxophone. There's actually about Zulu. Mark actually has it. He has it on. He recorded it. It's about 8 minutes long. It's an 8-minute saxophone solo with Snack just going off. Me playing drums and Tommy on the guitar.
Wow.
And I mean,
nice.
it came out. Oh man, the vibe was just I just couldn't believe the vibe. It actually made my weekend. That was my departing. Yeah. Oh man, I'm telling you,
That's awesome.
It's my departing weekend, and I'll be broadcasting from here for a little while longer, and then after that I'm out. But it was one hell of a time.
Right on. Glad to hear.
Cool. Yeah. Snack is super mad chill, man. I like that guy a lot. He's one of the good ones for sure.
Yeah, I see him.
Snack.
I see him over in the Discord thing, and he's funny.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, we're actually going to get together. It's not going to take us long, all of us, to get together again. It's going to be I'm pretty sure it's going to be a short time between Zulu and Mike, and then Haunted House was here as well.
Yep.
Yeah, it was funny as hell because we did a little spin-off, and we did a little spin-off of like how Patricia does like the secret show. So no, it was funny as hell because we're out here in the man cave, and it was so smoky. It was like somebody lit a fire in the middle of a room. It was so smoky out here. So Haunted House went inside, and he was doing the Larry Shilbin's secret other hangout from inside. We were broadcasting 2 sessions live. He was in the house, we were outside in the garage, and the guys were jumping back and forth on the cams and stuff. It was a good time. It was really funny.
Wow.
Right on, brother. Right on. Yeah, I caught a little bit of Haunted Houses stuff, and then I ended up just passing out. I couldn't make it. I guess I was telling you guys, man, I had family up here, and it is what it is. I was just, maybe the next time you have your get together, brother, I'll make it.
That's cool. No, listen, totally cool, man. I mean, there'll be more, and I think they're going to get very how shall I say it the proper way. There's going to be much more and shorter span in between. I think there's. I mean, the Denver meetup next year is going to be cool. I would say that before that, you're probably looking at a couple hundred that are going to happen.
Well, I live on the other side of the damn continent from me. Ugh.
Yeah. Yeah, Dred, you got to make that trip down here. It's got to be more than just a day trip. You're going to have to come down and,
Yeah.
Take some
I'd have to stay for a weekend or something.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So cool.
Larry, we'll take him to Atlantic City.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah. Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's the original spot of the Irish Mafia where it started in Atlantic City.
Oh, I get into trouble there, I guarantee it.
Oh, I guess. Are you kidding? I get in trouble just sitting in my garage.
Right on.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, and I'll tell you, for all the guys, for everyone that came, it was an awesome time. And big Mark Zula won. He was down, and it was just an awesome freaking time. And Jimmy, he drove 5 hours to get here each way.
Wow. Yeah, he's coming all the way from Maine or Massachusetts. Where's he coming from?
New Hampshire. He's in New Hampshire, right in the middle.
That's it. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Jibby is just so fucking cool, man.
I'm telling you.
He's such an awesome man. I'm totally.
Oh man.
And
the funny is you could watch through some of the, and of course it's a lot of just us acting like pretty much peckerheads, just having a good time and everything. There's some information in there. It's not too much. It was more of us just jamming out and having a good time.
Oh yeah, it's a hangout, like hanging out.
Yeah,
like
and
real people just having fun. I'm gonna watch it totally. So how much do you have? Is the whole thing there on his channel?
There's actually 2 videos because we got sniped at the end, and he started a second one. We were streaming. He was streaming OBS from my desktop. So when they we were instantly back up. Within a minute we were back up and running. And it's kind of funny because I think all in total with the 2 videos we have over 1,000 views, and we were laughing this morning. We're like, holy crap! Somebody actually watched this.
I'm gonna watch it, dude. I'm gonna watch it. What are you saying?
I have one of those. I have one of those really powerful flashlights, and at one point it was so smoky in here, we turned the lights off, and all you see is Jimmy like
Nice.
running around like a freaking Jedi. Oh my God, it was a good. He was supposed to get on. He took a risk coming down and stuff because obviously everybody's tight on budget and everything, and I do appreciate that. I really do. And,
Oh man, that's totally cool.
yeah, he was going to try to get on tonight on wherever we were going to be, and I didn't. I don't. Obviously he didn't make it. So we were up until, man, I think I finally conked out around 4, and I think the rest of them conked out around 6, and then it was like 10:30 in the morning. I hear Zulu at the bottom of the stairs. Larry, if you don't wake up, I'm going to come up there and jump into bed with you. Wake up! And I was like, yeah. I'm like, oh man.
Okay.
So,
Sorry.
no, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No. It's just someone's knocking.
Okay. It was just funny. It's really a good week. Really a fun weekend, and after some of everybody kind of came at certain points and then departed at certain points, and it was all good. And the last one that pieced out was Snack to the Future, who, yes, I've seen face to face, and we call him Mysterio because he will not get on cam, and I respect that. Totally respect that, and had about a good 3-hour conversation, man, and it was quite enlightening. It's a pretty smart individual. I was very pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, he's absolutely, like I said, he's super chill. He's one of the good ones, man, no doubt. Always a pleasure to talk to Snack. Always.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and some of the guys are going to be around, but once again, from being up almost around the clock and everything, and getting home after a trip. So I'm sure everybody's asleep but me because, for me, I was here, so I didn't have to drive anywhere.
Right.
Kind of funny because there was even a fellow by the name of David, and actually Dave Weiss was asking if it was David Weiss. No, it's a different David. He lives like one town away, went to the same high school as me, graduated 2 years behind me. He is a flat earther, has his own flat earth channel, website. It's called truthpirates.com, actually. And he's actually got business cards made up and everything else. And I'm asking him, well, how did you find me, first of all, out of all this? It just went through channels because he watched Mark Sargent and Mark, and if Mark's going to listen or is listening or anything, thank you for putting that out there as far as the advertising for the get together, because I would have never known. And he doesn't really do YouTube that much. He watches the YouTube, doesn't really have his own channel or anything. And I'm like, man, you got to get on YouTube. So last morning, well, actually it was yesterday, but several hours ago, he watched and everything. So he'll get on YouTube and grab his own channel and stuff, and try to join in and that sort of thing. Pretty cool.
Very cool, brother.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you don't realize. Yeah. A lot of neighbors don't talk anymore, and that's a shame.
Yeah, it really is.
A lot of
because
neighbors
it's
like
a society that everybody's accepting. They're just too, like I said, they're just too ignorant and apathetic about everything. They don't give a shit about anything anymore. They don't care about interaction.
Yeah, what's that song that ODD does? It's something about you're asleep like the blah blah blah. And yeah, that's the first thing I thought of when you said that.
Yeah. Yeah, just be asleep.
Josh, I hear Josh kind of in the background.
Yeah, what's going on, Josh?
He's chilling.
I don't know. I'm just wondering who he's spanking.
Yeah, is California still on fire, brother? You guys still burning up over there?
You know what? Man, I'm not even sure that this place was really burning the way that they were saying to begin with, dude. First off, that footage that they were showing of the fire as people were driving, man, that looked like it was straight out of freaking like Dante's Peak, dude.
It's crazy.
When the volcano was like erupting
more
and stuff.
sidecards. Just more sidecard freaking.
Well, and on top of that,
fake news bullshit.
You can't look it up now, but Larry, were you there that night on the panel when Jibby and me and I think Vinny were tearing apart the SpaceX and the California fire video where we were talking about the helicopter and stuff? Man,
yeah,
total CGI helicopter.
Yeah, I wasn't on live. I was out in the chat actually. And yeah, I heard that. Yes.
Yeah, like that stuff was horrible, right? Like.
Yeah, it's getting to the point of being ridiculous. When I saw it, I first thought like, oh man, oh my, I hope those people are okay. And then I kind of looked at it. I'm like, all right, you see a towering inferno in front of you, and yet everybody's like driving towards it, like they're being led to the light. That was the dumbest thing I thought you would ever do. I'd be like, I would be like turning around and heading the other way for like water.
Well, not just that, if they were as big as everyone was saying, right? Like,
yep.
That would be like the talk of the town right now, right?
Sure.
I don't hear people talking jack about it, dude. Nobody's talking about Los Angeles burning down.
It's crazy. I don't know.
So it peaked out. The narrative peaked out.
What's that, Trotter?
I said, what, the narrative peaked out? Is that what they did? They used
basically. They jumped the shark. Again.
Well, some people. I mean, I know there was a lot of like crazy fires going on with it, and maybe it is attributed to some of the chemtrails because there is different applications and different patents, and we could only speculate about that. Remember, I think somebody on the chat was asking us about that, what we thought, and I mean, we could speculate that that is definitely a possibility that it had a correlation, to do with the chemtrails. But we could only speculate about that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was a good. Yeah, it was a good point. Yeah, it was a good point made.
Yeah, yeah, and they were talking about it might be hard technology or some other sort of scalar wave technology of some sort, or who knows? I mean, I don't know. I mean, but that's what I was hearing from California, and I think that there was some testing or some experiments that are definitely going on because this is random 3 big fires and just all these houses are getting torched. It was just pretty random. And like you said, maybe none of that did happen, Josh. Maybe it was just all propaganda, more BS.
Well, no, I think that there is something happening because there is information out there, but I don't think it's like everything else. I don't think it's what we're being told. I think it's being pumped up. It's being like everything else.
It's not of that magnitude, like they're saying. You know what I mean? They're just totally exaggerating the whole deal, like they do with everything else.
Oh, guys, I just remembered. It just hit me earlier today. I was walking into Best Buy, and there was somebody out there asking for donations for Dare. Now, Larry, I don't know if you're too old for Dare.
Dare products like Dare.
I know what Dare is.
But yeah, kids. That's right. You have kids, right? So your kids probably did the Dare program at school and stuff. And she asked me if I wanted to donate to Dare, and I was like, well, I would, but I don't agree with the fact that they don't know how to classify what a drug is and what's not a drug. And
so you're out there traumatizing little children.
Dude, she straight up looked at me and she goes, "Oh, they don't dude, my whole life I have apparently exuded stonerish movements or something. Because, dude, even when I was in high school, before I ever started smoking, I would always ask. I was always asked if I was high, and I was just like, no, dude, I'm like 13, I'm like 12, and so, like, evidently, that's just me. So yeah, go figure. She's like, well, I tell her that like they don't know how to classify what a drug is, and she goes, oh, we actually don't. They don't talk about marijuana anymore. And I was like, oh, really?
Yeah, I know where you're going with this. I have a pretty good idea where you're going with this. Go ahead.
Well, it was just really interesting that that they don't like I guess a couple years ago they revamped their program or something now. And I was talking. I was like, so don't you find it interesting that that heroin is like classified as Schedule 2 and marijuana is like Schedule 1?
Well, actually, we were talking about this over the weekend. Obviously with the get together and stuff, and we talked about. I mean, we were on camera for I don't know how many hours, like 10 hours and time, and slept for a few in between. Conversation came up about this, and the first thing I threw in there was, all right, let's think about corn, maize. Everybody makes fun of it. Corn is all GMO'd. It's all genetically modified because they can modify it with a chemical, and then they can patent that chemical and then charge you for it because now it's something that is owned by someone else. That's what they're trying to do with the hemp and the marijuana. I wouldn't say marijuana. I would say the hemp and the cannabis. Pardon me. It's called marijuana by other means. It's something that is just grown natural. The only way they can do this is to demonize it into something that it is truly not. And I have changed my stance on this because I didn't smoke and I'm 50. I didn't smoke my entire life. And I have totally changed my stance on that. So I after looking into it and listening and doing some research on my own, that's probably what's going to come next, which will be they're going to legalize it and GMO.
Legalizing is not what we want. It falls under the Drug and Alcohol Act, the criminal, the punishment for certain people that say deal in, that are traffickers or
right
growing more than they're supposed to be growing will be the penalty will be substantially more than if it was just decriminalized. So I say don't legalize it. I'm quite happy getting it the way I get it. I say decriminalize it and leave it in that kind of state of limbo of decriminalization where it can't be taxed by the fucking tax man so much because that's all they want to do with it is legalize it, tax the shit out of it, and give us some fucked up form of it, like some ridiculous crappy versions of it probably, right? That's what I could see happening.
Yep. That's a good point also. And we actually had a Glober among us when we started the hangout on yesterday, and it was Saturday. It's already Monday. I'm sorry, it's 3 a.m. So on Saturday we started the hangout and had a Glober among the us cool. Sitting in here and everything else.
That's cool.
Who's not a flat earther. It's actually she's dating a very good friend of mine. Or he is, rather, excuse me. He's dating a good friend of mine. And we were just having a chat, and she's like, okay, Larry, go ahead and tell him. And I just threw some things out there, and he's definitely, the 9/11, and the Sandy Hook, and the different red flags, and conspiracy about a bunch of different things. Agenda 21. I mean, we can go on first, so I won't.
Oh yeah.
He just couldn't wrap his head around it, and just said, well, it's flat. Okay, well, it's not flat because I can go out to blah 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 and blah blah blah. there's mountains. I said, no, that's topography. You're missing the point. And I said, well, what about this? I said to him, I said, what about the Bonneville salt flats? He said, yeah. I said, that's like miles long. You would not be able to see by a calculation of how it works out. You wouldn't be able to see the car on the other side. You could still see it. They watch them with binoculars. It happens every year. They do this. It's a race. He's like, oh, that's a dried up lake, a saltwater lake that was, and I said, yeah. I said, the lake dried up and what happened? Well, it turned back into salt. Yeah. And what is the salt? It's flat. Why they call it the bottom? Oh man, he got a little upset, and I didn't want to do that because it wasn't that kind of a thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I wasn't trying to push it. Go ahead, Dred.
You weren't trying to lead them.
Maybe to look into a little research and actually dig. His girlfriend, who is actually the friend that I know, I just met him because that's her new boyfriend. She actually gave me a hug and she said, "Good job," as she walked out.
Well, right on.
I like Dred. I like what you said before about pushing things on people, and I agree with that. It's like, hey, just present some information, and whether they take it or not, hey, that's totally up to the person you're speaking with, and that's totally it. And I love that comment.
Right. Well, we don't want to come off as culty. We don't want to come off as religious-y. I don't want to come off as like I'm pushing my beliefs on anybody. So I'm never really telling people that the Earth is flat. I'm telling them, the globe model is broken and it's like, Humpty Dumpty. We can't seem to put it back together again. So that's kind of the angle I come from, right? Is here we have this broken model and we need to reevaluate whether we're actually moving or not through space. And that's a good start for most people. And I find from taking kind of the geocentric angle, you'll get a lot less trigger from the person. And if you can get them down the path without being triggered as much, then they're more open to look at the information, right? If they don't hit that flat earth trigger that they've been programmed with, right? So
right.
Until it's too late, until they've seen the proof and it's too late. So they either have to lie to themselves or accept the truth. Everybody comes at it from different things. It's funny because and this was off air. We were off air for several hours before Jimmy got here and basically screwed everything up. We were talking about all kinds of stuff, and of course, one of the other folks that joined was Mike, which is what is he? Exploringagain.com and Magellan.com. MikeTheMagellan.com. Cool.
I didn't know him. Apparently, Zulu knew him, and it was a surprise to me. Him and his wife showed up. Very nice people, by the way. He's ex-military. He wasn't in. He was more of the technical side, more of the digital side of the complex. And he got out of there, and he's a flat earther, and his wife is kind of on the fence. And he was also practicing common law. So right away, that sparked my interest. Because, Issa and I have had this discussion before, about the law. And I said, the only problem with whatever you're doing is you eventually have to get back to the book of the law. And there is no law of man. It doesn't exist. I am here. That's it. There is no law over man. And I say man, woman, over us. There is no law over us. We just accept it and we consent to it. That's why we get in so much freaking trouble.
Here, guys, best example of how to approach when you talk to someone.
No, Sam, I can't.
Come on, Dewey. Join the party.
No, Dewey, you don't want this. Get out of here. You know what? I don't want no hangover. I can't get no hangover. It doesn't give you a hangover. Well, I'll get addicted to it or something? It's not habit forming. Oh, okay, well, I don't know. I don't want to overdose on it. You can't OD on it. It's not gonna make me want to have sex, is it? It makes sex even better. It sounds kind of expensive. It's the cheapest drug there is. You don't want it. I think I kind of want it. Okay, but just this once. Come on in.
Just act like they don't want it, you know? Like, just be like, dude, trust me, you don't want to look at this, dude. Like,
yeah, reverse psychology. Yeah, it can work on some people for sure. I see right through that shit, so I assume some other people see right through reverse psychology. Right?
Yeah, also part of the conversation this weekend, because it's not for hey, look, I'm nobody's special. It's just something that is not for everyone. They just look at you like you have three heads. They just, and of course, I use the number 3 right there. See how I did that? Yeah, hello. They just don't even want to stuck in whatever they're stuck in, and that's, hey, look, that's okay. It's not a problem. You know, I just would rather not hang out with those types of folks. That's why I did the Get. Thanks to the Zoo of One, I did it. Had a bunch of people doing it. Had a great time.
Woohoo!
No,
it's awesome. Yeah,
that's why it's 3 of them.
More to come. More to come.
And why I called up Mark and told him he needs to come to California, and he did. And then, I don't know, it's kind of weird because he disappeared like less than a month and a half after that. Dude, it was like a week after the conference, or maybe 2 weeks after the conference. He's been MIA for what, the last 2 weeks now?
Yeah, it's all right, but you know, some other ones are MIA too, and there's no need to mention names and different things. We know what's going on, and yeah, every once in a while, people need to hit that reset button as well. Might have something going on they don't want to share, might want to do their own thing. Something's like bothering them, they want to get away.
You know what? I think he needs to know that he's got support. That's all. I think dude, it sounded like he was really struggling for a minute. Especially after the BBC thing with, what's his name? Pierce?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that guy's a total douche. Pierce Jacket.
Yeah.
I can't.
Got a lot of flack for that interview about people telling him, like, what he should and shouldn't have done. And it's like, dude, really? Like, most of the people that you look up to in this community were turned to Flat Earth by Mark. And you want to criticize this man? Really?
Yeah.
Anybody who's done any type of live interview, and I haven't. I've played out, been in a couple of bands when I was real young. Jammed out or been in front of people. I've had big companies where you had to speak with people, sort of thing with board members, different things like that. It's not as easy as one would think. And you know what? If some things were stumbled upon or stumbled over, hey, so what? It's okay.
I think that.
Yeah, I think there's a. I think, well, this is only me. There's a difference between when we join panels and stuff. And thanks for having me, by the way. When we join panels and stuff, and we all interact. Okay, now we can probably go interact with the reporters. Yeah, for the ones that are doing, the other channels, like doing interviews or different things, or not having like panels of anywhere up to 10 people, 10 folks joining, interaction might get a little bit standoffish because you're not sure where exactly to go, unless you're used to doing Google Hangouts. Yeah. Man, you do these things for 2 frickin' years. See how good you get at it.
Now,
dude.
The problem with Mark, unfortunately, was that people put him on a pedestal. People, it's idolatry, and Mark is just a regular guy, just like
he's really cool dork, man.
Yeah, exactly. So he's just a regular guy who came out with a great video just at the right time, and people have kind of
it's like you've expected him to be more than he is or something, or, you know, just put him up on this pedestal. And I don't think that was necessary, right? He was just a friend to the community and somebody who offered his phone number to people who wanted to talk. A good human being, and I was lucky enough to meet him, and I'm thankful. I feel bad for him in the last while because, yeah, he has definitely put a wall up between himself and a lot of people. So there you have it.
It's the police.
Yeah. Well, he stepped out of. He stepped out on the limb, and I also said this to and again had a lot of conversations over the weekend. Man, great time, great conversations, and there, hey, don't hurt the messenger. It's the information that's important. It's like what's wrong? I don't care. I don't care if Mark Sargent actually works for NASA, invented NASA, has rockets in his backyard and flies them every Tuesday. I don't care. He got involved with something and put some good information out there. Everybody else give it a rest. I don't care if he makes money from it. I don't give a shit. Pardon me, cats. I don't mean to swear. I don't give a crap. What he does or anything else. Look, listen to the information and research it, and that's where you go.
I don't care if he makes $1 million off of flat Earth. Good for him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't care. Yeah. Exactly.
Like, dude, seriously, he is, and we've all had friends like this and known people like this that were like nerds in school and stuff like that, and then later on you see them getting cooler, or you see them like getting used to society more, but they never lose that nerd in them, you know? And that is seriously written all over that man's face. Even when he's on camera on the Hangouts, when he looks up at the computer, like talking to Patricia and stuff, oh my God, dude, some of the looks he gives. If you just made a compilation of his looks, holy crap, you'd have people rolling.
He's not funny, though. Like, he's a funny guy. He's got a funny sense of humor, man. I find his sense of humor very dry.
Dude, I spent practically 2 full days in a car with him. Yes. He is very fun to talk to.
Yeah.
Hold on, Josh, 1 second. Dred, you're really turned down. Is that me, my audio or something? I could barely hear you.
It's his. Thing with me.
I should probably get going, honestly. It's been a bit late here.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But I'm going to
I think we're going to stay on for a little bit more. I think Katz wants to shut down in probably the next 15 or 20 minutes, so we'll be wrapping.
Okay, yeah,
Hey,
I'll stay on for about another 5.
Okay. It was excellent, Larry.
Yeah.
Thank you, Katz, for having me on, and thanks for chatting with me. It's always a pleasure, and I will definitely see you again. Have a good day, everybody, and thanks on the chat for watching. Love you guys. Take care.
Yeah, much right on, Jed.
Yeah,
thanks for coming by, brother.
Cheers.
Yep, cheers. Cool,
Yeah,
cool.
Katz, if you want to end this, dear, go for it. I mean, hell, me and Larry, if we want to chat, we can always just hop over onto Ponchos or something, you know?
Right now?
Yeah, he's always on. I don't know what's going on there. I haven't been there. He was playing some of Mark's stuff before.
Well, even if there's like a video going on right now, we can always just hop on the link anyway. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Katz, if you want to shut down, go ahead, dear. I mean, we're not going to stay here and keep you up.
That's okay. I'm fine. But yeah, I got to get up early and work too. I have to be at work early. So.
Then I'll peace out. I'll say thank you very much, and I will see you all soon.
Yeah, Larry, you're welcome. Anytime.
Yeah, brother Larry. Yeah, it's good talking to you again, and sorry about missing the meetup, and you know what up for the next time, for the next go around. And Josh, is always a pleasure also talking to you, brother. Katz, thank you for having me aboard.
Mike. You're welcome.
Thank you very much for the platform, Katz. Always a pleasure talking to you.
Giving us a chance to talk and go on our rants.
Maybe I should say, always a pleasure having you listen to us talk.
Yeah.
That's
All right.
That's all I'm good for to hear.
Yeah, you're
Oh,
you're
no.
good, girl.
Hey, you know what? It's the quiet ones you have to watch out for. This one's in the corner thinking, dude. And that's
Yep, got the button. Watch out.
No, I'm watching chats. That's why. Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Everybody have a good early morning, evening, whatever time it is, and I'll see you soon.
Right on.
All right.
All right, you guys. Good night.
Have a good
Good
night.
night.
All right, Cats. You want to just shut it down then?
Yeah. Good night, Josh. All right. Thanks, everybody in chats. Again, another day with being with the cats.
Yep.
Thanks. Talk to you all later. Good night.
Yep. All right, guys. Thanks a lot. Yep. Thanks for hanging with us. Good night.
Good night.